Right, put the mics on now.
Welcome to Tormore Reserve, ladies and gentlemen, for today's big clash here in the Division 2 between Boronia and the Basin. The Bears undefeated on top of the ladder, taking on their local rivals who definitely have premiership aspirations themselves. It's a beautiful day to kick the pink sharing around for Breast Cancer Network Australia around here in the Eastland Football Netball League. I'm Matthew Fodia, hosting today's show, joined by Wayne Brasher.
Hey, Matty, where's the season gone? We're into the 6th week.
Sixth week, round 5 or 6 or whatever it is.
It's just gone so quick, hasn't it?
It has flown by. And Ryan Longy, back in black, mate, for the preview show.
Thanks, Matt. Always enjoy to be out here at Tormore, and we've got two fantastic sides who are both travelling well.
You're a bit of a Tormore local, aren't you, mate? I saw you floating through one of their social functions a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, I get around here. Always out for a function here.
Yeah.
Have a few drinks. Might do that tonight as well.
They a good function sort of set up down here at Tormore.
They are, and they have a lot of them. Every second week they seem to have something on a Saturday night, so...
Well, when clubs are going well, they always seem to have those couple extra functions, don't they? Brash Vermont have basically had one weekly.
Yeah, they do. If it's not a luncheon, it's a ladies' luncheon or it's something. Yeah.
Exactly right. So, yes, it is Breast Cancer Network Australia round in the East today for Mother's Day weekend. So, if you do come down to your footy, you'll see plenty of pink around. I think, yeah, as I said, we're using the pink Sharons today in the main game, and there'll be plenty of pink floating around. There's pink socks that were seen all out the women's footy last night and this morning and later this evening. And then also you'll have the pink bibs in the netball and so on. And then tomorrow, I'm sure all the junior clubs will get right around that. You can donate via the Breast Cancer Network Australia website. So jump on board there when you can. Gents, big pre-game for us here. We're going to late start, 2:55, so we can wind back the clock and go back to the old style, Brash, which I'm sure you've missed somewhat.
Oh, yeah, but
Yes
changes... No, actually, I think it's okay. I mean, sometimes these games give us that opportunity to do it.
Absolutely, mate. So we're going to have a big one. We're going to have Matt Clark joining us just after the 20-minute mark of this hour. But first, we're going to start in Division 4. We're going to flip things on its head here, and it's a sort of a big week in Division 4. There's two games that are pretty much you could pretty much put a line through two sides. So we'd assume Croydon North will lose to Coldstream. No big changes for Coldy. There was rumours that they were going to rest a few, but they've brought in Lachlan Craig, so that's a fairly big in for them.
Skipper's back.
Yeah, exactly. Chris Witchell, Bradley, Batten, Leach, Michael Pesamenti, who is out with concussion. Jared Whitnish are going to have a rest. Darcy Fritsch is still playing, so could he beat 20?
Well, who's not to say? I mean, look, you look at Coldstream last week and, look, really... in essence, bar for one quarter of football where they put the game to rest, it was a bit of a dour struggle, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You can't see Croydon North. Croydon North didn't kick a goal last week against Surrey Park, Longy, so, now they're coming up against the benchmark.
Yeah, they're going to struggle today, and I think we all know that. And, I mean, he kicked 20. Who was that against? Nuttawading? Kilsyth. So, I mean, you could easily see him doing that again. I reckon double figures for sure. And he's not the only one. They have other scoring options too. So
absolutely, it could be anyone.
Just to give you a bit of a heads up on Coldstream and Surrey Park. Surrey Park are the leading. They're averaging 24 goals, 22, 166 points a match. They're getting around 68 to 70 inside 50s, and Coldstream 149 points and around 58 to 65 inside 50s a match. That's, they're pretty telling figures, aren't they?
And Surrey Park, well, they've both played Sylvan, so they've had pretty similar run-ins. I think Surrey Park have had Croydon North and Nuttawading along with Sylvan, and Coldstream have had Kilsyth, Churnside and Sylvan. So interesting, but Coldstream could be a big day for them. I know Chad Rogers wasn't necessarily happy with Fritsch kicking 20 out of 28. Was a bit disappointed that they weren't spreading the love, but from all reports it wasn't through they weren't taking the piss. It was literally he was just on one.
I think I can understand where Chad's going, but the thing is, as we all know, you've got to play the game on its merits, right? If he's presenting and he's in the position to kick the goals, you've got to kick it to him.
Absolutely. So the other game that will probably be quite one-sided is Sylvan and Nuttawading. The Cats struggled last week. They started all right and then just ran out of juice, didn't know how to run on that big wide ground, not used to it in the corridor that they play up there in the mountain. But they should knock off Nuttawading pretty convincingly. Nuttawading, they led early against Kilsyth last week, but faded pretty badly in the end, and they'll also be out there without their skipper, Tom Rogers, who's out with concussion.
Yeah, well, that's not... Is that the new 12-day rule, Matt?
Yeah, he'll definitely be out this week. I'm not sure about next week as well.
I think the thing is with Sylvan, I think...
Sylvan's ins of note. Zach Higgins and Harley Bain, they're out. Jaden Bishop and Daniel Lemon will be rested. Oh, you'd assume rested. They didn't seem to have injuries last week.
No, well, the thing is, look, I think... Sylvan, and I think you and I were talking about this on the way home, Matt, last week, and the comments that came back from both sides was the fact that the Coldstream ground is actually too big.
It's too big for any standard. Let alone Div 4.
Yeah, to play and to have a set game plan, your forwards just get completely lost on that ground, and your structures are all up the creek. It's almost like you just got to go back to playing survival type football, and whoever's got the most talent on the day, man on man, is going to win, isn't it?
And we noticed on the left side of the screen, that wasn't there weren't many goals kicked in that down that end.
Even Coldstream struggled.
Yeah, I think Coldstream's 8 goals in a row was down the other end, and I don't know if that is just the oval's too big or if that's just a coincidence. But
well, they're playing down at Hughes Park today. I mean, a ground significantly smaller than.
I'd say Hughes Park's quite a nice size ground.
It's a nice ground, but it'll be more than adequate for Coldstream to kick another high winning score.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Sylvan Nunawading was the game. Nunawading. So I think they'll go with sides early. But I think after that, that's where they run out of legs. And Sylvan desperately need a win, Brash. I know they've played Surrey Park, Forest Hill, and Coldstream. So they've actually had the hardest possible run you could get.
Well, now they still sit in 4th.
Yeah, and they're 1 and 2.
I mean, look, I'd be a little bit concerned.
I think they're 5th. So they've got 2 wins.
I'd be a little concerned if there was a little bit more depth below them, but I just don't think the depth's there. And I think they're going to win enough games to still finish in 4th position at least.
They showed in patches what they could do. I mean, that first quarter we looked at their forward half pressure and they really started out well, and then they completely just dropped off. And I put that more to Coldstream, just the dominance that they have, and once they're in control of the game.
I thought Kimpton tried hard under the circumstances to get himself...
Got lost, though, as you said.
Because
he actually got his hands on the footy.
I know, he had, but that was because he actually had to... to try and make something happen. And that's the thing with those type of grounds. Sometimes the forwards have got to try and make things happen because they're not going to happen conventionally for them.
Absolutely. So it's definitely... So those are the 2 games that we can almost lock away.
Yep.
The Nunawading one maybe less so. You never know what might happen, but you'd back the Cats in. But 2 other felines that are going head-to-head. Kilsyth and Churnside out at Pinks Reserve. Now, Kilsyth 2-1. They have beaten Nunawading and Croydon North. So, again, hard to get a form line on them. And Churnside Park have beaten Croydon North and lost to Coldstream and Forest Hill pretty comfortably. So, is this a game, Brash? I know it's hard to get a form line on, but could you possibly see Kilsyth pinching it and then coming into that contention for 4th spot?
I think the thing that impressed me about Kilsyth last week was the fact that they actually gave up a start, Matt.
Yeah, well, I think they were down by about 3 or 4 goals.
Yeah. I think it was more than that. I think it was nearly 30
I'll check that up for you, Brash, while you go on.
But I think I was really impressed with the way that they actually came back, took the lead, and actually won the game running away by 40-odd points.
Yeah, absolutely. They were 20 points down at quarter time.
So, I mean, I like seeing sides do that can respond and then go forward. Churnside, obviously, last week, after their first big up win, probably had their tyres deflated a little bit, but I think they're right in this game up to their armpits today. But I just reckon Kilsyth at home might just get the chocolates.
I think they're a sneaky chance for a 4th place finish, depending on how their game goes.
Momentum's a funny thing, isn't it? If they win this, they'll be 3-1. And then, as you're about to say, Ryan, I'm sure that, they're 3-1, and all of a sudden, they're in that race for 4th. And, Sylvan are under pressure again. And Churnside, who probably would have considered themselves a chance for finals as well.
And they had a fair few goal kickers. I mean, obviously last week, they were quite dominant, but like Goodinson, Anderson, Cope, they do have options to score. So I mean, I think today we'll probably get a better idea on where they sit, because when you play a Croydon North or a Nunawading, I don't think we're getting much out.
Conversely, if you play a Coldstream,
I don't think we're getting much out to understand where they sit. So this is sort of the 3 to 6 sort of range when those teams play each other. those are the ones that are going to really matter on who finishes in that third and fourth spot.
Which is why, Brash, you're a bit more downtrodden on Churnside, because they played Forest Hill and lost quite comfortably.
Yeah, well, they are. No, look, and Kilsyth, they've got a plus 22 4-goal differential on Churnside average-wise throughout the season. And look, with, like Ryan said, Goodinson with 8 last week gives them a bit of a spear.
I think he's kicked 2. So he's kicked 2 bags of 6, and obviously against Coldstream, no one kicked any. So
I just think I think by and large, Kilsyth and Sylvan will be fighting for that 4th spot. I think.
And Forest Hill.
The key to those 3 sides is one of them can't afford to be sitting 5th up around round 13, round 14, 2 games behind that 4th spot, especially if they've got the top 3 sides in the last 2 or 3
Well, that's
rounds.
the thing about Sylvan, isn't it? That they've already played the top 3, the other top 3. So they're now, they could go on a quite impressive run.
Well, they could win their next 10 games and cement that.
Well, they'll definitely win. You'd suggest their next 4.
The thing is, though, I mean, they probably could give Coldstream a run for their money up on their ground.
Yeah, exactly. So later in the year, that's what I mean, and with a bit of momentum behind them. But let's talk about the 2 games that are, like as we said, they're Kilsyth and Churnside. I think we're all sort of 50-50. I think on paper you probably go Churnside, which is what I'm going to go with. But it wouldn't surprise me, as you said, if the Cougars, Kilsyth that is, get up.
I'm going with Kilsyth in this one.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you, Matt. I've got Churnside Park, but I'm a 50-50 on this one.
Yeah, it could be. It's one of those ones that I think, again, Churnside, I don't think we should be judging them too harshly, but I think they would have been expecting to beat your Kilsyths, your Nunawadings and your Croydon North. So it could either say more about Churnside or Kilsyth. We'll decide that after the game. The other one that's probably the match of the round in this division is Forest Hill and Surrey Park. The Panthers 3-0. They knocked off Sylvan, which is the only real win of note, because they demolished Nunawading and Croydon North, which, you got to do it, which is good on them. So they've obviously got some momentum going. And Forest Hill going pretty well. 2-1. Lost in round 1 to Sylvan. Knocked off Nunawading and then Churnside. So a win with a bit more substance. And Mitch Hanegraaff, Brash, he's kicked 2 bags of 9 in a row.
Yeah, he has. And look, this is a mouth-watering clash early on in the season. Forest Hill, you know what you're going to get from them week in, week out. They're a solid unit, and they're always around the mark. I've been really impressed with Surrey Park, though, in not only this season, but the season before. They've just started, I reckon they've turned the corner a little bit. There seems to be a bit more stability down there, even though they've lost a couple of players in Paolini and the other full forward, that Smith. But they haven't really, as yet, they haven't missed them, and I think that's kudos to them. I think really that defensively they're a very, very good unit, as well as Forest Hill, and I think the small ground actually at Forest Hill actually suits them.
Yes and no. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
I'll rephrase that. It suits actually Forest Hill's game style more than does Surrey Park.
Of course, and Forest Hill, because they probably don't have that depth. So the smaller the ground is, the easier it is to hide your lesser players, as we saw last week for Sylvan.
Yeah, well, you just look at Surrey Park. They're ranked number 1. In defence as well as in attack as well. So,
and they've got some good players on the list. So Matthew Don Pietro played a bit of footy out in Officer Emerald Way, and he's a good player. Nicholas Snibson was a Blackburn junior, and again, quite a talented player there at halfback flank. Jordan Winter's been impressive for Nunawading in those lean years, and has gone across there, and their forward line's obviously going all right. But today, and that winning at Sylvan's probably the one we need to focus on, Ryan, isn't it, if we're trying to get a read on Surrey Park?
Yeah, I mean, looking at Surrey Park, they're pretty consistent at the moment, and the question that I have for Forest Hill is, are they relying on Hanegraaff to kick a bag again today to get up, or do they have enough scoring power to beat a side that is clearly a side that can put a big score up on the scoreboard?
Yeah, well, he kicked in round 1 against Sylvan, I think. So he kicked 2 against Sylvan in round 1 and was in their best. So he's clearly having an impact.
Yeah.
But in that game, it was an interesting one to see how they struggled to score. So their goal kickers there, they had a spread. They had 12 goals, and they had 9 goal kickers. So They definitely had a spread, but you're right, Hanegraaff's kicked the bulk of their goals, so it'll be interesting to see how they go. And it'll be interesting to see. I'm not expecting them to win Forest Hill, but if they get closer than we think, they might be one of those sides, Brash, that were probably underrated.
Yeah, they are, and I agree with you. I think today, I think it's Surrey Park. It'll be a close game, though. I'm thinking only a couple of goals in it, though, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely.
And these are the games you want if you're a Forest Hill player. You want to test yourself out against a Surrey Park or a Coldstream.
Yeah.
Because you're going to play them again, and possibly 3 times if you're there in that finals.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing for Forest Hill, and they've already got that win over Churnside that we spoke about being key, Brash, in terms of they're probably the 2 sides battling it out for 4th. We think Kilsyth might be the other contender, and they haven't played them as of yet. So you'd expect Forest Hill, now they look the goods, to make the top 4. In terms of, like we said about Surrey Park, do you think they could be the big contender Coldstream? Because their ground's also so big, you think they might not be as caught out by the size of Coldstream's ground?
No, I don't think so. I think their ground is fairly big too, and I don't think that ground would hold that many fears for Surrey Park going up there.
The only thing is as well, Ryan, we watched the game. Did you think that Coldstream's game plan was the key to their victory, or was it just their depth of talent?
I thought it was more the talent and just when they were able to switch it on. And I think what you wrote during the week about their biggest opponent could be themselves, that looking from a long-term perspective, I think they're by far the best list. They have enough depth to carry them for a finals run, even with injuries. So I think it all comes down to themselves, really. I mean, Surrey Park looks to be the biggest challenger, but I would back Coldstream all the way at the moment.
It's happened to them before, though, Brash, hasn't it, in terms of Coldstream last year, East Burwood as well, to an extent. You know, both those sides were dominant in Division 4 in 2019. Sorry, that'll be that's the 100th time I've said last year instead of 2019.
And they were unceremoniously dumped out of the finals.
Well, Coldstream came on. What was it? 12 games undefeated, and then obviously East Burwood went up, and obviously at the moment it seems rightly so, but they were another team that dominated the home and away and collapsed in finals. So that, and I've spoken to a couple of coaches in Division 4 who are literally praying on that. They want to make finals and then hope like buggery that Coldy have a bit more of a panic attack.
Yeah, well,
panic attack might be the wrong word.
Yeah, look, look, as we all know, you just don't know what's going to happen in finals, mate.
Absolutely. So at Division 4, unfortunately, once again, it looks like it's going to be an uneven division in terms of there's 2 or 3 sides well off the boil. When was the last time, Brash, you'd be able to know that Division 4 was consistently even, or has there always been a couple of sides that are on the end of beltings?
Look, I think there's always been 1 or 2 sides.
Never 3, though.
No.
Like there was 2019, wasn't there?
No. Look, there's always perennially been 5 or 6 strong sides fighting out for 4 spots in Division 4. But I just think with the addition of with Mlock and the fact that and Nunawading who have struggled right in this division for years to win a game, it's still. There's still percentage to be had every year for the good sides.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's and also for those bottom sides, it's about getting that momentum and trying to make yourself somewhat of a destination club, which can be very hard at the bottom. But Surrey Park are one of those sides, Ryan, that can probably go up to Nunawading and Croydon North and say there's a lot at the end of the tunnel, because how many games did they go, Brash, without a win? It was close to 50, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Might have been more than 50.
Long time.
Exactly. So they're definitely a side that Croydon North and Nunawading can I would probably suggest learn off. Actually go and ask them, how did you go about this? Obviously juniors is the way to go. They've got an under-19 side in Premier. I think they beat East Burwood today, so they're going well in Premier and made grand finals last year. So build from the bottom up would be the key there. So in summation, I think what are we going? Surrey Park, Kilsyth. No, you were going Kilsyth. We're going Churnside.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going
and
Surrey
then
Park.
Sylvan and Coldstream.
Yep.
And how many goals for Fritsch? Would you reckon they might hide him on the wing?
I'll say 12.
12?
They'll all be early.
Look, I think they'll be happy with any contribution. I'll go with 8.
8. I reckon they might. I reckon Chad might do something funky. I reckon it might be Koga's day to roll through and get his name up on the leaderboard. Bruce is going to hold up a figure soon, or he's got a solid roll in his mouth.
Yeah, probably play him at full back.
You reckon?
Fritz. Yeah.
Hughes Park might do the old kick out like the Oz kick kids on the G. I remember doing that when I was on the G. Tried to have a shot from back pocket. Okay, well, we're going to go to a break. On the other side of this break, we'll hopefully have Matt Clark, the senior coach of the Boronia Hawks, to talk to him about all things Hawks and Division 2 action.
And you're clear. You have 4 minutes.
53 inside 50s, down on clearances and can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout them a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or for some people, show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $255 a year on water and energy bills. Save the performance for the stage. Shower shorter. Save water.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
You've all been to funerals of family members or friends, right? Do you start thinking about what you would want at your funeral? It's a bit like when you go to a wedding.
Yeah, that's right.
At what stage do you start planning?
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Eastland, we believe one day isn't enough to celebrate all that our beautiful mums do. That's why we're celebrating Happy Mother's Days, the festival of love she deserves. From dining to fashion, homewares or a pampering session, Eastland has all your favourite brands ready to spoil mum. And if you need inspiration, check out our online gift guides. Spend $250 and you'll go in the running to win a $50 Eastland gift card till May 8th. T's and C's apply. Find out more at eastland.com.au. Eastland, live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through.
Okay, 1 minute.
Uckman.
Thanks, Nigel.
Into the goal post again. For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He's circled back. Yes! Straight into his pie hole. You beauty! Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Okay, here we go. Mike's back on.
And go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve, everyone, for this Eastern Football Netball League match of the round here between Boronia and the Basin. Breast Cancer Network Australia around here for Mother's Day weekend. There'll be plenty of pink around. There's already pink on the runners' top brash, but we're going to have pink Sharons today for the main game.
Awesome.
And there's been plenty of pink socks, pink netball bibs and everything else in between so far this weekend, and we'll continue tomorrow. And speaking of the main game, we're joined by Boronia senior coach Matt Clark. Clarkie, welcome back, mate. It's been a long time coming, but how are you travelling?
No, I'm travelling really well and excited for today. The Basin undefeated, us at 3-1. I think it's just a good local rivalry that we've got, and both teams travelling well, so I'm excited what the day offers, and I'm glad to be back at footy too.
Absolutely, mate. And in terms of the Basin, I definitely didn't pick them to be 4-0 on top of the ladder. What's your read on them, mate? They seem to be following your sort of style of a strong defensive setup.
Yeah, they're young, so their model they used, I think, is pretty much a Boronia model that they're doing with the young players come through. They've had a really strong junior program for a while now, and they're reaping the benefits of that. I think as far as game style goes, I've watched them on replay every week, and it's very similar to what we do. Absolutely. So they try to get numbers back, move the ball by changing lanes, and just straight up speed, get it forward as quick as they can. For an approach today, then, if it's something that, are you just going in and backing your execution of the same system to be better, or is there something you might try a few new tricks that they might not be expecting? I think our model's good, but there is a couple of little things we're going to toy with today, just because of personnel. We are down a couple of key midfielders and leadership role players there today, so it's a really exciting guys to get their opportunity. But for us, we want to just the way we move the ball, our learnings from last week, and knowing that Heathmont is also similar to the way we play. They have the same hit zone, same everything. So I think Heathmont, Basin and Boronia play a very similar style now.
Yep.
Matty, the stats are saying early on, right, like in 2019, the average score was around 79, 80 points. So far this season, we're down to 9 goals, 10, like 64 points. Is it a more defensive-minded division so far this year?
That's a good question, Brash. I don't know. We haven't changed anything to our address and the way we train, the way we do everything. So for me, I just think missing a year of footy and coming back, everyone's really cautious.
Yeah.
So I think, and that goes for coaches who are instructing the players, I think we defend first. And what that's doing is slowing the game down.
Yep.
And I just don't think the skills have been as sharp as what they would have been if we kept playing when we bring the ball forward.
Would that mean then that obviously as the season progresses, the coaches would then expect that the skill factor in all their sides should pick up, and by the time you hit finals, everyone, the sides that are actually playing finals, would be starting to peak?
Absolutely, because let's be honest, 2020 we couldn't do, once March hit, there was no training going on until October, November, so you miss the fitness, you miss the skills, you just miss that in-traffic decision-making process. So it is a little bit of rust, what I call rust at the moment for everyone, but I think as the season evolves, and we're doing over-endorsed our skill effort at training at the moment, so we're trying to build that as quick as we can, but we know the side that gets it the best and the quickest will actually be the side that's going to be hard to beat.
Clarkie, you talked about guys getting their opportunity at senior level. Bailey Campbell's one who's getting a debut today and has been training really well. What can we expect from him today?
Yeah, so Bailey was a really good junior for us. Pace, he's only small in stature, but he's a really tough unit. He will play forward mid, similar to what Basinskis would normally play. It's sort of like a same liking. If I could describe him as a footballer, it'd be Matt Basinskis. He cracks him really hard, good left foot, a good goal kicking forward for us, and so this is his first game. He's as nervous as anyone right now, but I'm excited because he has got pace, and I think that's something we need to inject into our team at the moment.
And just talking about the depth that you have, I mean, looking out there right now, your two side, they've won 2 flags in the last 3 years. How positive is that for you as a coach, knowing you have so much talent in the twos coming up, that when you have injuries like Leggett or Fairchild, you've got people to come in straight away that you know will do their job?
Yeah, I love it. We've just got a really good balance of defenders, attackers and midfielders in the reserves, and what it is, we're playing, I think it is player number 32 or 33, but everyone's seen that they're getting an opportunity if they're playing well. What we're doing, we're just rewarding the players who are getting best on ground or second best and playing the way we want them to play. So for me as a coach, to have that depth, we left 15 players out round one. We left 2 out again this week, but we've got great numbers at the footy club, but they're just not numbers. They can actually play footy. So as a coach, I think that's all we could ask for.
In terms of recruiting, the big name recruits was obviously Taylor Leggett, but you're going back to your roots, mate. Just pinched a couple from up there. They wouldn't be happy with you, up the Devils.
No, they're not. They're not. Straight up. It's Taylor. Honest story. Taylor rang me up because he was on the way out.
Yeah.
He was talking about going to another club, and that started the whole conversation. So he went back and forth, and there'll be different versions of events, but at the end of the day, like, I don't like, I'm a life member at One Turner South.
Yeah.
I'm very proud to say that my time there was some of the best times of my life, so I'm very loyal to what they're doing. I know it doesn't look good from the outside in, but we've taken 2 or 3 players. It's not a mass exodus or something, and they were actually on the exit anyway. But yeah, I follow them closely, and yeah, Leggett and Young coming across probably doesn't look good. The optics of it isn't great, but yeah, we wanted to build our depth too, so I'm invested in Boronia.
How's he assimilated in, mate? Obviously started last week pretty well, but obviously out again today. How's he assimilated into the club?
Yeah, unbelievable. Like, his training standards, and that's why I brought him down, because he's lifted us to another level. He's just been really frustrated at the moment because he's getting some niggly injuries that are keeping him out for 1 or 2 weeks. Injuries that he's never had before. So I think he'll get a good run at it. If it's next week he comes back against Templestowe, I think he just needs a little bit of luck, because even in a quarter and a half last week, he opened the game up for us. He gives us something we haven't got, and he's a really high goal kicking forward. He could kick 10 goals one day if we.
And there's no one like that in the competition in this division, is there?
They're similar, but I think his quality. He's won, I think, 5 or 6 best and fairest at One Turner South. He could win one here if he gets a run at it too. There's no doubt about that. But he's a ripping person. Like, he's really shy. People don't know this about Taylor, but he is shy, and he's fitted in to the group unbelievably well. But yeah, I just want him to get. He's frustrated at the moment. I just want him to get a run at it. It's just 1 or 2 week injuries that are just. I'm not willing to take a risk getting him at round 5 either. So
no, it's not worth it, is it?
No, we're getting through.
Gluggy, Basin are number 1 in defence with only conceding 40 points average at the moment. On the tapes, what have you seen? Not without giving too much away. How are you going to break it down? How are you going to break apart their structure in the back 50 this game?
Yeah. So. They played 2 night games, and I think they were low-scoring affairs anyway. Yep. So if I take that in and balance it out with what Heathmont did and where we are at today, for me, it's going to be speedable. We're just going to have to win the footy and then get it in as quick as we can. I think they get numbers back to support really quickly, and then they get it from one side out to the other. So for me, how we move it, where we move it to, but the speed of the ball, we just have to be really quick today. We're not overly blessed with outside speed, so what we've got to do is, when we win it on the inside, we've got to move the ball and gain territory as quick as we can. I think that's the best way to beat the Basin. I think if we are slow, they'll shut us down.
Yep.
They'll exit out the other side, and then we're going to be chasing. It's going to be really tough for us.
Just quickly on that, does that mean you're going to be trying maybe high handball to get into a bit of space, given that you don't just have a bloke who can burst away from the contest, or are we talking don't dilly-dally around in there, try and get it down the line as quick as we can?
Both. If we can get a link up and break so if it's a slower play, the man on the mark's open up 45. Yep. So whether it by hand or by foot, if we can get a link up run and break over the press line, we'll do that. But if not, don't dilly-dally around's a perfect thing. Yep. Let's just move the ball, get on the foot.
Clarkie, when you started pre-season again last year, obviously, as you alluded to when we interviewed you on EFL Sunday, there was a lot of man hours on the Zoom, keeping in contact with the players, seeing how they're going mentally. What were they like when they came back? Was there that enthusiasm, but there was still some lingering doubts of whether we were going to start up again in their own minds?
Absolutely, yeah. Because I don't think when we came back in November, I don't think the world was in a really sure place that we're COVID free and we're moving through. We just come out of a 12-week lockdown, and we're probably only 4 weeks out of that. So I think it was just baby steps at the start, but we wanted to make it fun. That was our whole theme of training: come down, get fit, have fun. But we worked really, really hard. We've done some hill running for, I think, about 6 weeks of the pre-season. Every Friday night we had a large contingent of players go there, which was just extra work.
What, did you do the 1,000 steps?
No, Campbell's Croft, just on the back. Yeah, so we ran up there. We ran from a one-turner reserve, so it's about 2Ks there, 2Ks back, but it's about 6Ks of hill running in there. So we
Did you do it with them or just drove alongside?
I rode the bike.
Yeah, okay.
I think
that's why I'm here today.
Yeah.
I think, though, looking, obviously there were all the coaches that obviously were doing exactly the same thing. I mean, I think for most coaches it would have been a collective sigh of relief that just to get over that first round and the first week, wouldn't it?
Yeah, round one, it was really strange driving to the ground because you lose your routine really quickly.
Yeah.
I think you get nervous as a player, but I got nervous as a coach for the first time in a really long time, and even the build-up in the rooms, it almost felt like a final, if that sounds crazy. It was a round one game, so as much as we said don't hype it up, we were hyping it up as coaches, and that was the issue.
Just on last week on the loss of Heath one, I mean, coaches always talk about how you learn more from your losses than your wins. What did you take away from that, and anything that you would want to try and change coming into today's game?
Yeah, structure. We did not get to the spots we needed to get to. We didn't run, and we didn't set up at certain set plays the way we always do. So when we got lazy or tired, we got lazy, and we just didn't work. And we were able to provide a lot of examples of where we weren't in the right spot, and then the ball went there and we didn't have the numbers, and they were able to outwork us from there. So if we can get the basics right, be in the right position, and then I'll own, as I said to the players, I'll own it. If the structure breaks down, that's my spot. Yeah. But your spot is to get there, understand it. If you don't know it, ask questions. But that was our last thing last week. We got deep, we got defensive, and we didn't run out. We just sat there, and it's the last quarter. We got within 2 points, and we really opened the game up. And then we got back into the same habit we did for the second and third quarter, and it was really frustrating. So I think for today, it's about how do we open up and maintain the rage instead of just sitting deep and defending. We've got to get out. We've got to exit.
Absolutely, mate. So, and in terms of the local rivalry, is it good to have the Basin up and firing? Obviously, you'd like everyone to lay down and let you just run it through. But is it good to have a bit like this? Is going to be quite a big crowd. The Basin, they follow well, especially when they're up and running, and the Boronia Hawks, they always do things well. It should be a good atmosphere.
I want to play the toughest games we can because I think that's what makes your season. So it's each week a challenge. We learn more from the challenges than we do playing bad and winning a game against a lesser opposition. Not saying there is, but I'm really excited. I reckon the players are too. We were against South Belgrave, knowing that they were undefeated for a large period of time, and we've taken the same mentality in today. So it's not about the players out today. It's really about we've got a good side out in the park. We believe in it, and we're going to play a really good side who are well supported, as you said. Local rivalries are fantastic. I've got a lot of time for the Basin Footy Club. I spent a year of my coaching career there, ripping people, and I'm really excited just about. They'll play strong contested footy. They're a tough team to play. They're well supported, and that's going to challenge us in every area I want to be challenged as a coach.
Absolutely. Well, Clarkie, thanks for joining us, mate, giving up your time pre-game. And, it's a long road. You've still got an hour before the first bounce, but good luck today, and we're hoping that it's a good clash, and for your sake, the Hawks win.
Good luck to you guys too. Thank you very much.
Matt Clark there, the senior coach of the Boronia Hawks. Always been good with his time, hasn't he, Brash?
Yeah, he has. Ripping guy. Look forward to going in and having a nice, quiet sarsaparilla with him after the game.
Sarsaparilla? Do they serve these at Boronia? Longy, you were always here, mate. Sarsaparilla, you would have had a couple of them last Saturday night.
They've got the Bilsons, the creamy soda vodkas that I've been on.
That's your sort of area, isn't it, Brad?
Oh, that sounds right down my alley.
I was going to say right in your wheelhouse, old Brad.
No, but I think it was good. There was another question I was going to ask Clarkie, but I think when you look at Division 2, right, and just I reckon this is the toughest division, I reckon, in the comp. I reckon you look at that division and taking Templestowe, who I still think will win some games, but I don't know when. But any one of those sides can beat each other on any given day, I reckon, in this comp. And a win, no wonder that this division is a tipster's nightmare.
It seems to have been, given that we thought early on that there was just going to be a clear divide, and since then Heathmont have done a mischief on us and beaten Boronia and Ringwood, and then the Basin continue to prove us wrong.
Well, in the space of 2 weeks, this division went from 2 sides dominating to 4 or 5, 6 sides now coming back into play. And I think that's the way the season's going to pan out.
Absolutely. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting today. And as we said, it's a ripping day with the sun out and so on. And like we said, Breast Cancer Network Australia round. So the links will go up on social media throughout the day with a bit of a QR code to scan, donate, and so on. So if you can get around that, Loggy. What was your impression you got there from Clarkey? Obviously, from what he's saying, we're going to see a pretty defensive game. So they both can play the same game plan.
Well, he speaks really well. He's such a talented coach. But you look at their ends as well. Obviously, the players that they're missing are really important players. But again, the players that come in, we have Jess Bolton, who has so much experience, in Zach Dower, who's a very fit, very quick. He'll get a run in the middle. So I reckon that's also what he was talking about in the structure first. They've got to get the structure right, and they've got to be able to take the game on a bit more and not get too caught up in the defensive side of things as well.
You couldn't ask for a better day to take the game on, could you?
No, perfect conditions, and I don't know if it was meant to rain. It was meant to rain this afternoon.
I heard that. A lot of people telling me, hopefully the heavens don't open up, but I checked my weather app, all three of them that I've got, Brash, being a cricketer, you've got to have all your weather apps.
Yeah, that too.
And none of them indicated rain. I think the rain's coming late next week, so...
Well, they said...
It's holding off.
Well, someone said it was supposed to be later this afternoon, and I'm thinking, well, I'm not seeing anything on the radar.
On the radar, and we're all getting very good at... Exactly, we're all going to, we're all getting very good at reading the radars. We're going to go to another break. On the other side of this break, we're going to talk Division 3 action, and there's a couple of big games out there, including a Magpie off, Donvale v Scoresby. So we'll see you soon.
Okay, you're clear 4 minutes.
Thanks, Nigel.
3 inside 50s, down on clearances and can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Celebrate a season of stories at Eastland this autumn-winter and discover a style for any occasion and every member of your family. From romantic date nights to family outdoor adventures or a glamorous evening out on the town. Find your new season trend at over 350 of your favourite brands like MJ Bale, Rod & Gun, Maya and Uniqlo. Your new autumn-winter style is waiting at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or for some people, show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $255 a year on water and energy bills. Save the performance for the stage. Shower shorter. Save water.
With Bendigo Bank's new Complete Home Loan, you'll be completely taken care of. With a completely awesome rate. Complete offset on fixed and variable loans. And a home loan specialist completely dedicated to you. So if you're not completely sure about the Big Four, search Bendigo Bank Complete Home Loan or head into Bendigo Bank, the better big bank. Lending criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
You've all been to funerals of family members or friends, right? Do you start thinking about what you would want at your funeral? It's a bit like when you go to a wedding.
That's right.
At what stage do you start planning?
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department 262
30 seconds.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He's circled back. Yes! Straight into his pie hole. You beauty! Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Here we go, put your mics on.
Go local for your footy.
Welcome back to sunny Tormore Reserve for today's EFNL. Still a tongue twister for me, and I'll get paid to do this. Eastern Football Netball League match of the round between the Boronia Hawks and the Basin Bears. The Basin 4-0, Boronia Hawks always pretty strong. It's a beautiful day, as I just said. BCNA round, Breast Cancer Network Australia round. Donate some money for those in need. Get some more nurses out and about. We'll be seeing plenty of pink, including pink Sherrins in the senior game, which kicks off at 2:55. We just spoke to Matt Clark on our preview. It was a great chat, and we learned a bit more about the Hawks and how they're sitting, how he's sitting, and how he handled the year off. And Brash, we're going to look at Division 3 now, and it's a division that I guess people probably forget a little bit about. You know, everyone thinks about Division 4 because there's the big scores, the big blowouts. Everyone looks at the top two divisions because, well, they're the epitome of the comp, and then Div 2 is always quite close, and there's some good sides in Boronia and Ringwood always floating around. And then this one, Division 3, I guess that sort of, goes under the wayside, but it's shaping up pretty nicely, East Burwood undefeated, Ferntree Gully doing well, Warrandyte, Waverley Blues, Scoresby. There's all been these little upsets. We can't get quite a read on it.
No, and add the bye to that too.
Exactly.
Because that throws a little curveball in every week. And Fair Park have got the bye this week, and I actually think for them, I think they're going to benefit from that. I think they probably needed to. They need just to sit back and have a bit of a think about where they are and come back next week reloaded a little bit. I'm sure Justin Stanton will be out scouting today their next opponent.
Yeah, absolutely.
And look, it hasn't gone the way that they had hoped. But there's still plenty of time for them to salvage something out of the season.
Absolutely. Donvale and Scoresby is the main game, I think, for most of us. They're all good games in Division 3. I think each week we look at them and go, well, as we said, we can't get a read on anyone yet. So, you wouldn't be surprised if Glen Waverley, might bob up and beat a Warrandyte, given, Adam Amin's in great form, kicked 9 last week. And then Warrandyte, we expected them to maybe be the runaway leaders of this comp. And then they lost to Scoresby. Ferntree Gully lost to Warrandyte handily, but since then have been pretty faultless. Corey Preston's a great player for them. He's Eastern Rangers listed and Footscray VFL. He's playing in a Young Guns game today. So good luck to Corey out there. Kicked 5 goals and 3 goals from the midfield as an 18-year-old. So very good stuff by the Eagles. Waverley Blues East Burwood is an interesting one. And Donvale Scoresby. Donvale Scoresby is the first one I want to talk about. Longy, what's your read on the Magpie off here, mate? Donvale started the year going hot gun, didn't they? They beat Waverley Blues. Everyone thought, geez, maybe they're a bit better than we thought. And since then, it's probably not gone to plan.
I mean, for Scoresby, they're a serious chance to go 3 in a row after what was probably a pretty slow start. So, you talked about it last week. We mentioned their goal kicking, how straight they kicked, and that was probably the only difference because they only won by, I think, 2 points or something. So, if they can put in that sort of performance against a side who's probably got a bit of pressure on them at the moment, coming off the back-to-back losses, I think they're every chance to get up in Donvale today.
Crash?
Yeah, look, Donvale, the season probably hasn't gone the way they've liked either, and I'm not sure whether the captain's been playing Nick Murphy. I think he was injured in round 1.
Definitely played round 1 and he got injured early on.
And I don't know whether he's actually played against so far this season. So they're missing him as their spearhead up forward. They're just, I don't know, they're just struggling to find some sort of consistency at the moment, Matt.
Well, last week against Ferntree they actually started well and just really ran out of legs, didn't they? They were 5-2 up at quarter time over the Ferntree and then only kicked 2 goals 8 for the rest of the day to 12 goals 11. So they were absolutely torn apart after quarter time out there at Wally Chew. So that is a bit of a worry for them. And it's, they've had some good players. They've recruited a few from up Alexandra way, which is an interesting place to recruit from. But nonetheless, so I don't know, Don Vale. You just don't want to go into mediocrity this early in the season.
No, and the thing is, right. I mean, look, I really reckon that they're missing Purcell because who's
kicking bags for Ashwood.
I know. I noticed that 13 last week. Because he's a presence. He's got grunt, right? He's deceptively quick, Matt, and has a bit of a tank on him.
He will dominate that league. We don't like to cast aspersions on other leagues, Ryan, but you would suspect he's, as he's shown, he's doing pretty well for Ashwood. Nick Murray, I think, is the coach out there.
Yeah, I just think that, Donvale with their they've lost their 2 major spearheads. One has left the club, and one is out injured, presumably at the moment, and they're probably struggling to find a key forward to kick to and try and kick a winning score.
Well, it's interesting. Look, I'm sorry to interrupt there, Longy, but that year they dominated Don Vale. It was Murphy and Purcell, and now Murphy's injured and Purcell's not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was just about to say, even if he's not kicking the bag, just having that presence, as you said, Brash, gives other people an opportunity. It takes a key defender away every time, so it always opens it up.
Yeah, look, and they've still got some quality. They've got Penny Artu, they've got James Rouser, so there is some quality still there at Don Vale. Maybe it's just the fact that they're at the moment all the quality players are on ball, and they're just their deficiency is in the forward line. I mean they're ranked 7th in offence and 7th in defence, so they are really struggling at the moment.
I was about to say they're the lowest scorers, but they have played a game less than Fair Park. But it's interesting. Given that win was against Waverley Blues, and we thought maybe they were in for something big. Scoresby, as you mentioned, Ryan, they've got a good chance to go 3-1-1, and percentage, despite being really low, it's null and void because they got the draw. So they're probably, whilst they would have liked to win that first game, I think in the end it's actually going to play into their hands because that big aberration against Waverley Blues won't come back to bite them too much. And a young side, we spoke to Christian Bardsley last week on EFNL Sunday, and it's great to see him doing well.
Yeah.
A man who bleeds black and white. Hopefully for his sake that's just a colour deficiency, not a real thing. But Waverley Blues, East Burwood, another black and white side. The Rams, controversially in this division, but they're going all guns blazing at the moment, Brash. But they're playing a side, Waverley Blues, that when they're on, they're on. When they're off, they're off. And what's going to happen?
Well, they're going to... I'm picking East Burwood. At least with East Burwood. The only caveat with East Burwood, which I know that Scott Wine has already talked about, is the fact that they start slow. And I just don't... If Waverley Blues can get out to a 4 or 5 goal lead, it's probably going to take East Burwood probably the best part of a quarter and a half to get back. But when they do, and they get it all together, East Burwood, they're as devastating a side in this division and they're probably the more trusting of the two sides going out there this afternoon.
And you're right, they play a very attacking style of football, Waverley Blues.
Is that just like a lot of new coaches often come in and go, you speak to any first year coach, it's always we're going to play a great, we're going to play this attacking style, it's going to bring the crowds back.
Exciting.
Everyone says it. It's like watching the cricket coverage when all the ex-captains say they'd have 6 slips in a gully. And you talk about Clarkey, and Clarkey's been very experienced. He's done it for almost 10, 15 years now. He's won premierships, and he's defence first.
There's no airs.
So do you think that's what's happened with Tom Langford? I think this is it's definitely his first year at Waverley Blues.
Yeah, well,
is that maybe where they're coming from? They're just thinking about one way and they're not thinking about the other.
Well, you've got to have a plan B, Ryan.
Yeah, well, they get hurt coming to the back way on
Absolutely
defensively.
They do. Absolutely, they do.
And the thing is, look, there is no airs and graces to Stuart Wine's coaching. He's been in the caper for such a long time. His game plan is a very, very simple game plan. you get the ball first and then bring your opponents with you along the line. There's nothing too fancy, and that's the game plan or the blueprint that East Burr would like to play. He's the coach that brings the game plan that East Burr would want to play. Whereas when you have so many coach changes, right, like Waverley Blues have, you got one guy coming in, and this is if you've got a core group of guys that have been there that 6 to 8 year time, and they've seen the evolution of maybe 2 or 3 coaches. All of a sudden, they're getting one message from one coach, then someone else comes in and we're going to do it this way, and then another one comes in and says, oh, we're going to do it that way, and you're thinking, well...
It is very strange that they got rid of Bryce McGain, isn't it? Do you have an inside word, Brash?
No, I'm just, to be honest with you, I'm pretty gobsmacked because
not only because he's coaching prowess, but also his connections, his skills as well at setting up programs in terms of long term. Like he's done incredibly well with the Perrine Career Club, setting up his own academy, but also helping their flow on in terms of a club in the inner city finding young players. And for the Waverley Blues, it seems silly to a man with that expertise to kick him out of the club. Even if you don't want him to coach, keep him on in some way.
I'm just wondering whether there was he was having points of difference with his leadership group. Moving forward about the game style that he had in play, and that some players probably were thinking that it wasn't working and that they maybe should try something, and maybe Bryce wasn't as flexible as probably what they hoped. That could be the only reason I could think of. But this is the thing that irks me. It's, the players have a big... Inadvertently, the players have a big side whether the coach stays or doesn't stay, and sometimes the players
throw them under the bus.
Yeah, and I don't like that.
No, neither do I. We've got to quickly wrap up the other games in this division because we've got a hard out coming up soon before we go into the second hour of this preview show. Furniture Gully Whitehorse. I think Furniture Gully should be the favourites, but Whitehorse, Longy, you wouldn't be surprised if they got up, but as we've mentioned, they need someone else to help out Andrew Padbury.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about last week, and he kicked, I think, another 5 against Waverley Blues.
He's got 19. He's got 19 in 4 weeks. But
I think it works out when you're playing the sort of lower sides in the division, but when you get a Furniture Gully, they're going to struggle.
Gully for mine because they're able to run the game right out in recent
45.
times.
Absolutely. And then the other game, Warrandyte and Glen Waverley.
Warrandyte
have to win that, but you wouldn't be surprised. The Hawks.
Hawks. Warrandyte.
Absolutely. It could be a bloodbath down there. It's a beautiful ground. Drove past the other day. We will get out there at one point this year. Gents, we'll still be talking to each other on the other side of this break, but you'll also be able to hear us on Eastern FM 98.1 if you are driving along and maybe going to lose Wi-Fi or something like that. But it's Toolmore Reserve here. We're going to be catching Boronia and the Basin from Toolmore Reserve in today's Division 2 EFNL Match of the Round for Breast Cancer Network Australia round. I'm Matthew Fody. I've been joined by Wayne Brash and Ryan Long. We'll see you guys after the break.
And you're clear, you've got 4 minutes plus the opener.
53 inside 50s, down on clearances and can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or for some people, show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $255 a year on water and energy bills. Save the performance for the stage. Shower shorter. Save water.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
You've all been to funerals of family members or friends, right? Do you start thinking about what you would want at your funeral? It's a bit like when you go to a wedding. At what stage do you start planning?
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Eastland, we believe one day isn't enough to celebrate all that our beautiful mums do. That's why we're celebrating Happy Mother's Days, the festival of love she deserves. From dining to fashion, homewares or a pampering session, Eastland has all your favourite brands ready to spoil mum. And if you need inspiration, check out our online gift guides. Spend $250 and you'll go in the running to win a $50 Eastland gift card till May 8th. T's and C's apply. Find out more at Eastland.
1 minute to the opener.
Real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He circled back. Yes! Straight into his pie hole. You beauty! Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments.
Okay, here we go with the opener.
EFNL, Eastland, live real.
It's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your football.
Mike's on.
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve here for the Eastern Football Netball League match of the round. If you're just joining us on Eastern FM 98.1, thanks for coming with us. If you're still on the SEN App, you'll enjoy the second part of this pre-game show. I'm Matthew Fody, the media manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, and I'm joined by Wayne Brasher.
Good afternoon, Matt. Good afternoon, listeners, and an enthralling contest set down for decision this afternoon.
Absolutely. Ryan Long.
Thanks, Matt. Huge 4 points up for grabs today.
Absolutely. Before we get into this main game, of course, we will mention that it's Breast Cancer Network Australia round. So if you see pink around and donation tins and so on, please do your bit and donate for a good cause. There, we'll be using the pink Sharons in today's senior game, which is going to be good to see. Good to see both clubs on board with that as well. Of course, this game will go into more depth as we get closer to the first bounce, which is at 2:55. We've done Division 3 and Division 4, and we've spoken to Matt Clark in that first hour. So if you've just joined us on Eastern FM 98.1, I guess, unfortunately, bad luck.
They don't have pre-match anymore.
Exactly. But they will get a little bit of one today. They're going to be treated. And we're going to talk about this Division 2, Brash, and it's shaping up quite nicely after a bit of a wobbly start in terms of 4 sides 2-0, 4 sides 0-2, and now starting to see a bit more of a competition for
it. Yeah, the last 2 weeks has seen this division once again open up to where possibly 7 sides are vying for 4 spots now. Templestowe, if they can get on a roll, they're still in the mix, but they look like...
Who are you ruling out then? Or you're ruling out Templestowe?
At this stage, yes. They're not scoring enough and not highly enough regularly to win games of football. But the other 7 sides on any given day, and the fact that this competition has night games as well, you throw that into the equation.
It does seem to be a bit of an even or outer, doesn't it? Is
it
that
does.
The word? Even or outer?
Yeah, something like that. But the great leveller
Yes, leveller. That's what I was looking for.
Because I said that last week. Do night games actually for some sides they're percentage killers?
Well, Matt Clark did mention that he'd watched a couple of games of the Basin and the night game factor. He actually seemed to mention it as something he took into. We didn't probably dive into what he took out of it, but it obviously does play a factor.
Well, I mean, last week's game between the Basin and South Belgrave, 7-8 to 4-8. I dare say if that game had been played at 2:10, it could have been a 12-8 to 9-8 game.
Exactly.
So, are we downplaying, or does the fact that playing night games actually hurt some sides when they really need the percentage? I'm saying, yeah, it does.
Even looking at Ringwood Heathmont was a night one as well.
Yeah, 10-9 to 9-9.
Wasn't a high-scoring fest at all.
No one gained any percentage out of it, but Heathmont got the valuable 4 points, which is what they wanted in the Parker Cup.
Absolutely, they did. I think they wanted. Yeah, they wanted all of the above there. In terms of today's games, they're all pretty juicy. In terms of probably Heathmont Templestowe's the one that might be a bit one-sided, but Templestowe they won't be. They're defending quite well, I think. Brash, they just can't score. They've been hurt by the pandemic, as we all were, but they had a lot of players from WA that obviously during the height of it were able to jet back off to that state, which enjoyed a pretty cruisy 2020 by global standards, and that's what's hurt them. They've lost a lot of depth.
Well, they're averaging 33 points a game, but they're conceding 100 points on offence. I mean, that's a plus 67 differential. That's 10 goals.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, when you don't have a key forward or even a forward that can kick you a winning score, that makes it nigh impossible. And the fact is too, when obviously when things aren't going well on the field, you always 9 times out of 10 there are extenuating circumstances off the field too. They may have key injuries that we don't know about, that they haven't talked about, because we tend not to talk to these clubs when they're down the bottom of the ladder. That's the thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a good point, Brash. Heathmont, though, momentum's going their way, Ryan. 2-0. I spoke to their coach, Nick Rutley. I said, you probably thought you'd be 2-2 after the first month, but he probably thought he'd be 2-0 as well. They've gone the other way, and all of a sudden they're looking pretty good after we had worries early on. Now they've knocked off Boronia and Ringwood. They'll probably be 3-2, and then I think they've got the Knox coming up as well, Mulgrave as well. So things are looking good now down at the hangar.
I think you look at the Burley brothers for Heathmont, they've both been really good so far, done well. And, I mean, just looking at last week, a fantastic spread of goals. They had so many different goal kickers, and that's huge to have in a division like this. And you're right, I mean, Templestowe, Knox, Mulgrave, those are sides that right now you'd expect them to beat. And doing that, win those three, that puts them inside the 4 for at least the moment. And, I mean, you'll probably look at Knox and Mulgrave, I guess, Brash, are the ones, you know, I don't think they can make the top 5 just because of how strong the top 5 is.
Yeah, but they're going to be nuisance value all the way through.
They can absolutely play a part in, even if they don't play finals, they play a part by because they are going to
shaping the 4.
They are going to upset some teams.
I think the one thing that Nick Rutley will be really happy about, Matt, is the fact that his side can will take some real confidence out of that win against Boronia last week, just to reinforce the fact that the win against South Belgrave wasn't a fluke. Because sometimes you have those days where you beat a top side and then you find it hard the next week to butter up. They've come back down here and their 2 wins have been away from home and they've knocked over the top.
Oh, no, they beat Ringwood at home, but on a night game. But still, they've beaten the top 2 sides.
Yeah.
Well, on paper.
And they beat Boronia here last week.
They beat Boronia here last week with 12 individual goal kickers, and I don't think anyone had kicked over 6 goals against Boronia coming into last week.
So with a spread of goal kickers, unfortunately for Templestowe, that's not a good sign when they're running out this afternoon, knowing that 3/4 of the side can kick goals.
Exactly, and you spoke about the Burley boys, both young, both very, very good players for the Jets, and like you said, now that you've sold me there, they might be 5-2, Ryan. Before they meet the Basin and the like again. So that's the I think the fixture that sometimes can catch you out because they've played the top 3 sides, the Jets. Or the top 4, sorry. They've played the top 4 now. So on paper, they should be in the clear. There's the sides, Mulgrave and Knox, that you mentioned before, Brian, as ones that might shape the 4. The winner of this will keep their finals dream alive, Brash. The loser will just have to focus on beating Templestowe, you would suggest. I think we're going to find out a lot about both sides today. It's hard to have gotten a read so far. Mulgrave at home, I don't know if that's going to be a factor. I don't know. Like, their ground is unique, but I don't even know if they've got a lot of new players and a new coach, so they might not have a system that's defined by it. And then finally, but on the Knox side of things, Brendan Whitecross said to one of my interns during the week that he's still learning about his squad. So it's two sides at sort of similar stages of their cycles. New coaches, pretty young squads, rebuilding. It's going to be very interesting.
Well, Garnet Reserve down at Mulgrave's is not a fortress that any side really has any fear about going down to play.
But it's a weird place to go.
It is. It's like it's
the
like
ground. It's hard to
explain,
but it's hard to explain in terms of. I played a few games out there back in the old the heyday. That far wing. You get lost.
It's like watching that show Escape to the Country, where it just keeps growing and growing.
Escape to the Chateau. You reckon they're doing up the rooms like that?
It's just one of those grounds that looks like it's in the never, you know. And
you're right. And remember that was it 2018 they played on the back oval because it was getting redone.
Yeah, and
there was no fence.
No, and
the good old days.
They were. And look, did Brendan Whitecross say that he believed in his own heart that in that article, Matt, that he said that he feels that his side, right, on its day can match it with the best ones in this comp?
Yeah, he did. And a lot of coaches will say that.
I think they have to say
that. Exactly. They have to say it. But Brendan Whitecross, I spoke to him when he first got the job, and he was excited about going into local footy and so on. But he did say to Ariane during the week that he's just learning about them. And whilst he's coached, he's never really coached at a local level. So there's a difference between, and whilst some people could argue North Melbourne is struggling a bit, when you're coaching at North Melbourne, it's a bit different to coaching Knox.
So here we go. Here's the tail of the tape here. We've got two sides sitting 6th and 7th.
Yep.
Right, both with new coaches, both with two new game plans. And neither one of each side has set the world on fire at the moment, and we're trying to pick a winner. And this was the game that I agonised about all week, and I still can't make a decision until now.
Well, flip
and
a
I'm
coin.
tipping Knox.
You're tipping Knox? I'm going to go Mulgrave just to be a devil's advocate. Ryan?
Yeah, I'm going Knox as well. I mean, both sides, they haven't played much senior footy, as in their players, so I'm going with Knox momentum.
Quickly, Brash.
Yep.
South Belgrave, Ringwood, because I want to do a little bit of different. I want to spend 20 minutes doing Premier Division. We do always seem to hurry over it. So,
all right.
Just quickly, South Belgrave, Ringwood. I'm interested to see how South Belgrave go losing. And without sounding like I'm just sort of pointing fingers, I've noticed the comment sections on social media and so on, the umpires seem to be getting pinned for their losses, which is the sign of a side that they haven't lost for a while. No. And they don't like it, Brash. But I think that the amount of injuries they got out, Tim Smith's back this week, but they're playing Ringwood. They could easily be 2 and 3, and it'll be very interesting to see how they bounce back from that.
I'm just put this way: I don't like hearing
umpires.
I don't like hearing that. But I just don't like hearing noise like that coming out of a club. I like those sort of things. Yeah. There are appropriate channels that you can take if you feel that you're being hard done by. That's a given. I just think that I think Brett Rowe's squad is very settled.
They're just cruising, aren't they?
They're doing everything right. Travelling up the mountain's not going to be any. It's not going to create any terror for them.
When do you think Ringwood start really caring?
About halfway through.
July, August? No, dead set. Bruce is laughing, but like they know what they have to do to make finals. Well, they're going in third gear.
Well, yeah. I think it's because they know they feel comfortable because they know a lot about the opposition in this division, especially the sides that they know they're going to have to beat.
Absolutely.
And one of the sides that they've had problems with in years gone by, Templestowe, are out of the equation for them. So I'm tipping Ringwood. I like that. I really like the way. They've got a very good stride. Structurally, they're very well coached. And
I'm with you on that one.
And look, Luke Galley is a good coach, and
It's a different challenge, though, isn't it?
It's a different challenge. They've gone up. It's like a leap of faith when you go up to divisions, and somewhere along the line, your club actually ends up finding their right division, and there's a distinct possibility too that when it's all said and done, some clubs just can't go up anymore, because to go up further means you have to invest more time, more money, get better quality players to keep going up the ladder. Have the Basin plateaued, and are they in in their division as high as they're going to go? I'm saying yes at this particular stage, and I'm going to tip Ringwood up there.
Tim Smith is, I will just say, that's a massive inclusion.
Yes.
I mean, they were kept to 4 goals last week against the Basin, so that does make a difference. But I'm with you. I mean, you look at Trent Farmer and some of these sort of players, Mitch Farmer, like they're just really just the amount of talent that they have, and when they turn it on, they're very hard to beat.
Yeah, they are.
I'm backing Ringwood just because they're Ringwood at the moment. I have nothing on South Belgrave. I think they're a great side, but I think Ringwood are still the one of the benchmark.
My problem is, Matt, I haven't seen enough of South Belgrave.
No, to know.
To make an opinion.
Division 1, quickly. One division's always going to get stooged each week, and this week it's going to be Division 1 because we've spent so much time over the past few weeks talking about them.
Yep.
We'll leave that one game I want to talk about, East Ringwood Mooroolbark, to last. Montrose Park Orchards. Park Orchards coming off their first loss. I think Montrose aren't as good as we thought they would be, and they thought they would be. I have a feeling Park Orchards could do them pretty badly today. Exactly
my thoughts. I looked at this.
I'm thinking 10 goals.
I wasn't thinking that sort of quantity, but this is for Montrose, for me, this is a line in the sand game for them. They need to. It's either step up or ship out here.
Bruce reckons 6. So we've got 10 and 6 are our 2 markers so far, Ryan.
Yeah, they're well beaten.
I think you're in the 6 margin too, Rash, from what I can understand.
They're well beaten by Wanturna South in that second half last week. They just couldn't sustain the pressure. So.
And that's disappointing for a side that's come down from Premier Division that have been able to hold on to the majority of their players.
They thought they were going to compete.
Yeah, well,
flags.
Now they're sitting right in the middle of the pack.
I don't think they'll make finals.
No. If they lose today, it's going to be it could be a bridge too far for them.
Ryan, I assume you're going the Sharks as well?
Or Park Orchards by about 5-6 goals, I reckon.
Croydon Mitcham. This is one where I think Mitcham, they just literally cannot keep having this many injuries. They've got another debutant, Billy Steingle. I'm not sure on the pronunciation. Well done to you, Billy. The outs, Jesse Cherry's got 2 weeks for a sling tackle, and Neil Winston's out with, from all reports, just getting old. Calf, I think, went and he just walked straight off. Didn't even do the thing, they reckon, where the ball comes over and you try to get it. He just head down, went to the bench. So I think this might be Neil's last year, but he's closing in on 40 years old. So it's been an incredible career. Premierships. He's still one of the best players in the division.
But he looks incredibly fit.
He is. So I think Mitcham. I think that I just think Croydon are building nicely. They hit their straps last week, according to Morris, and they're going well. Mitcham, I think they're going to hit a little bit of a wall here just with injuries. You can't maintain it. Croydon, I think another one that could be a 5 to 6 goaler.
Yeah, you're right. But I've been really Morris de Lestrando has been one of these coaches in the Eastern Football League that has completely flown under the radar. Because he's always been coaching with sides that haven't been challenging. But the last 2 years...
Where did he coach before Croydon?
I was one of the lower grades.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but he's had 2 stints. This is his second stint at Croydon, and I'm really impressed with the guy. I've spoken to him a couple of times. He's a very shrewd operator. He's got an undeniable understanding of the game. He understands which players in his squad can do a job for him. And I just think I've been really happy take that aberration away from round 1 where they lost to East Ringwood, because East Ringwood have made that form still look excellent for every week afterwards.
It's not an embarrassment.
No. I just think that... Their trajectory is a top 2 finish. I reckon top 3 finish at worst. Croydon, I think they'll win today.
Ryan, Lewdale, Wanturna South, Upper Gully, Bayswater. So 2 teams. So Lewdale and Upper Gully, Wanturna South, both got their first win. Last week. I think Lewdale have a tendency to start slow or finish badly. So Wanturna South have to win this if they want to get back in the finals. And then the other game, Upper Gully and Bayswater, the pressure's on Bayswater because now I think everyone's resigned to Upper Gully having lost that game last week. People have resigned, written them off. I know it's early, but people will have. Bayswater, on the other hand, people didn't expect them to be like this. They're very young, but there's a lot of pressure on them now. What's your read on those two games?
Well, talking about Bayswater, they've had a very tough opening fixture. So, it's hard to tell quite where they sit at the moment. It's just important for one of them to win just for morale. I mean, if you're 0-5, it's just a drain. It starts to get to be a draining on the players coming out there each week. It is, even if they're not going to play finals, it's so important just to get one, just to get a win on the board. And with Lilydale and Wanturna South, I think we asked the question last week, can they score, as in the Devils? And they did this week. They put up a good score, 100 plus, and that's exactly what they need to do. O'Keefe and Grimer had 3 each. Yeah. That's really important
Marcus
for them.
Jordan kicked a couple.
Yep, and I'm backing Wani South to beat Lilydale pretty comfortably.
I think Bayswater and Wani South are the winners there. Okay, final game. Actually, no, we'll leave Eastland and Mooroolbark with the Premier game. So,
I'll say
Wanturna South and Bayswater, are they where you're going, Brush?
Well, I'm going to go. I think Wanturna South. Just quickly, mate, if I may indulge.
Go.
I just want to pass on my congratulations to my nephew, Max Brasher, who's playing his first senior game for Upper Ferntree Gully this afternoon against Bayswater, and his cousin Ben White, he'll be playing against him. So it's an all-family affair this afternoon, and obviously Ryan White plays for Boronia, so and my other nephew Zach plays in the too. So it's good to see that they're everywhere and everyone's playing. But
do they all have your statistical knowledge?
No.
No, you didn't give that to them.
No, I did not.
What's his word on Upper Gully? Then they're going to get the win for him.
Oh, look, I think he's a very down-to-earth young man. He's very realistic. He did say to me at the start of the season that they would struggle a little bit because they've had a lot of players leave the club, but there's still, there's still a core group of young guys there that still want to keep pushing the club forward, and he's happy to be there, and he likes to coach Luke Tynan, I think, and that's a big thing too.
Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about Luke Tynan, and he's very good footballer. So you're going to go to the Gully?
No, unfortunately today I'm going for Bayswater. I just think that the experience that they've got, right, in that Bayswater side might just be enough to overcome Upper Gully, but I'll tell you what, it's not going to be one of those.
They'll be anxious heading out there. Matt Clark spoke about the nerves they got in round one. Bayswater are going to have a lot of nerves because this is their first real chance of a victory, and they've got to take it.
So I'm going, like I said, those two games are going to be close games. There's not going to be more than 2 or 3 goals in either one of those games, Matt.
Absolutely. So I'm going Wani South and Upper Gully. So we're all pretty much the same. Park Orchards, Croydon, Upper Gully and Wanturna South, our picks. Yep. We're going to go to a break. On the other side of this break, we'll talk Eastland and Mooroolbark and the Premier Division, and then we'll be all eyes on Boronia and the Basin from Tormore Reserve.
Only 19...
You're clear, guys. 4 minutes.
Down on clearances and can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Celebrate a season of stories at Eastland this autumn-winter and discover a style for any occasion and every member of your family. From romantic date nights to family outdoor adventures or a glamorous evening out on the town. Find your new season trend at over 350 of your favourite brands like MJ Bale, Rod & Gun, Maya and Uniqlo. Your new autumn-winter style is waiting at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or for some people, show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $255 a year on water and energy bills. Save the performance for the stage. Shower shorter. Save water.
With Bendigo Bank's new Complete Home Loan, you'll be completely taken care of. With a completely awesome rate. Complete offset on fixed and variable loans. And a home loan specialist completely dedicated to you. So if you're not completely sure about the Big Four, search Bendigo Bank Complete Home Loan or head into Bendigo Bank, the better big bank. Lending criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
You've all been to funerals of family members or friends, right? Do you start thinking about what you would want at your funeral? It's a bit like when you go to a wedding. At what stage do you start planning?
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department.
45 seconds.
In Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He's circled back. Yes! Straight into it.
Back in 10.
Live and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Mike's on.
Back to Tormore Reserve, ladies and gentlemen. Eastern Football Netball League action coming right at you. Match of the round, the Boronia Hawks taking on the undefeated Basin Bears, the juggernaut. And they've travelled down the road, the Bears. There's plenty of them in here, and we know they definitely like to liquor up. The score at the moment in the reserves, it's Boronia, that strong Boronia reserve side's handily up by 28 points here for Breast Cancer Network Australia round. Pink footies today in the main game, which is great that both clubs have signed on for that. And there's something on social media right now, a QR code, so that you can donate to your club of choice, but also to Breast Cancer Network Australia, of course. I'm Matthew Fodham, joined by Wayne Brasher and Ryan Long. We're previewing all the action. We've had a long run up at it today. The first bounce is at around 250.
But it's an enjoyable run up too.
It's been good, isn't it? We don't have to rush. We can talk about every game. I don't think I'll do it week in, week out, Brash, but it's nice for a change. The last game of Division 1 we left because we want to spend some proper time on it. East Ringwood and Mooroolbark. You spoke about East Ringwood. You know, they knocked off Croydon in round 1 and everyone thought that was a bit of a shock. But since then, they've showed that it's not. They're the #1 defence. All the games at the Pouch have been relatively low scoring in terms of sides, actually struggling to kick them to the big sticks, not actually creating opportunities. And they're taking on a Mooroolbark side that, you know, they haven't really been tested yet. Incredible form. They've had a few injuries. Matt Polkinghorn's out, but Aaron Mullett seems to be doing the job with 2 men. Can Dale Walker go to Aaron Mullett, Brash, possibly?
Yeah, I think he could, and it could be a very interesting matchup. That Walker's a very, very experienced head, and he stood some of the finest centre half forwards and full forwards in this competition. I remember watching him do a job on Hammond one day. At Blackburn. He's also kept Jeff Goebbels quiet on occasions too.
Well, and he would have done pretty well in that grand final win too, no doubt.
Yes, he did. So, I mean, an experienced campaigner, and I think Ben Osborne has really got the right mix going at the moment.
I was about to say that, Brash. They've got an incredible mix of youth and experience. So you've got, in terms of the experience, you've got Cherney, Walker, Waitman and Below. Below and that not that old, but have played plenty of football. And then youth-wise, Marcus Kane and Jackson Weatherall debuted last week for the Roos under the lights against Bayswater, both Eastern Rangers players. And then Sahar Ali, he's only 17. He's been in the best players, I think, all bar one game. He's 17-year-old from Sudan.
Yep.
So plenty of a nice mix there with, other blokes running around. Dylan Below's there as well. Mitchell Kettle was a handy pick-up to fall into their lap. Jaden Battellini's shown great skills at the level. Alexander McIntosh is going well. Hannah Mundy, the recruit, the ruckman, doing well. So all things looking good there, Ryan, for the Roos.
Yeah, no, they haven't. I'm really interested to see how they go against a Mooroolbark side who is really offensive, strong side. I mean, I think Brash will be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're averaging about 99 points a game.
Yeah, they are.
So, I mean, that's a really good average to be having in a Division 1 comp. It'll be interesting to see who, you're right about Mullet, who does go to him. But their ball movement, Mooroolbark, is so quick and clean, and they can put sides to the sword. And you saw that last week against Mitcham. That was a pretty close game, I think, at half-time, Mitcham, where
even halfway through the third quarter.
Yeah, and I think in the end it was just that skill level difference which probably sets them aside above the Mitcham, or maybe even a Park Orchards possibly. So I don't know. It's a hard one to tip. I don't know about you guys.
I think you've got to go with Mooroolbark. I'm going to go with Mooroolbark just because they're 4-0. Like, they don't. When a side's going this hot, Brash, you've got to go with them. But it's just one of those things where East Ringwood might be that matchup where they just, they're going to line up against them quite well. They've got the matchup for Mullet, we think, in terms of Walker. And in terms of their midfield strength, they've got plenty of their own. So there's all, it's just whether Mooroolbark's game plan's going to continue to stand up. 4-0, so there's no signs, as we said, that it's not going to, but that's the interesting point for mine.
I think you got the number one offence against the number one defence. So that's the conundrum that confronts us this afternoon. And I think, look, East Ringwood. Believe it or not, I'm going to tip East Ringwood, mate.
Yeah.
I just think that Mooroolbark, great form. I'm just worried the loss of Polkinghorne for the majority of the season. The fact that it took a mercurial effort by Aaron Mullet last week to secure the points. And whilst they've been impressive on the sides that they've beaten, but I've been equally impressed with East Ringwood. Osborne's got them like a very tight working unit at the moment, and there seems to be an evenness that I like about that squad of theirs at the moment, and I'm this is going to be a fantastic game, and it's at East Ringwood. And I'm going to tip them, but I reckon there's only going to be a goal or two in this match.
Well, it's only just started. It's 9 minutes into the first term, of course. And Mooroolbark 1-8 lead East Ringwood 1-6. The other around the ground scored Baldwin by a point over Blackburn.
Yep.
Congrats to Ben Osborne as well, expecting his second child soon. So all things going up rosy for the man from the pouch. Into Premier Division, so the games they're probably all just started. So we will try and get some around the ground scores as they come in. The three games I'm just going to try and pan over quickly as we're running out of time a little bit. Doncaster, they look destined for the drop, unfortunately for them. Vermont should do with them pretty easily. Berwick North Ringwood is interesting to me. I think Berwick, might be, well, they're not slow starters because they're 2 straight to 1 straight at the moment, but I have a feeling that they're going to come off bruised and battered from that game against Baldwin. That would have taken a lot out of them. They're already injury depleted, and playing against the top side like Baldwin, the win is massive, and it might be a little bit of a high they come down from, whereas North Ringwood, equally coming off a high after a come from behind win, 6-4 in the last to do it. But they play a very bruise-free style. You look at the stats, Robbie Nahas has had 71 touches this year and he's only had 8 contested. So they play a nice open style. They're thinking about going forward. Their half-backs run on, and Berwick is a massive ground, so it might actually suit North Ringwood out there. So I'm tipping North Ringwood.
I don't like bruise-free football.
Well, I did.
I don't. I don't like it. I like the tough, uncompromising style that Berwick brings to the table, and I take all those points into consideration. The high against Baldwin, their first win, but I think today I can't pick North Ringwood for love nor money. I can never pick them on their day. They're not reliable to me, and I'm tipping Berwick.
They're happy for a shootout. I mean, that last quarter they kicked 6 goals to Doncaster East. I think they kicked 4 as well. So I mean, they can be hurt on the backside. But Berwick for me, when we watched them that first week, I thought they were really impressive. And the only thing that was the worry was the inaccuracy, and they sort of fixed that in that second half against Baldwin last week. And it's important because I think if they can sort of do that, I think they could be a 2-3 goal side better than North Ringwood, depending on what, as you said, what North Ringwood show up today.
Yeah, it's just a feeling I've got. Like it's one of those games where I agree. I actually think it's going to be a great game out there, and I hope for both sides that they put on a spectacle.
This could be the game that money gets off the chain, mate.
We kicked 5-2 last week. You had 10 touches and kicked 5-2.
Yeah,
and handed off a couple from all reports.
So this would be
East Ringwood 2 straight to Mooroolbark 1 straight.
So look, I think Berwick for mine.
There you go. So interesting. Blackburn Baldwin's the other game that I'm going to unfortunately pan over, but I think is still quite interesting. Blackburn back on the winners list, and I think they're a bit like Ringwood in Division 2. They're doing enough. They'll kick into gear when they need. Baldwin, I think, probably want to go with that approach, but unfortunately in our Brash they can't because they're 1 and 2. They've now got Blackburn and South Croydon in the next 2 weeks before the bye, and on the other side of the bye they'll have Noble Park, who are going pretty well. So it's a dangerous time for Baldwin. They could be 1 and 4 heading into the bye. They've got 8 changes today.
Well, that's not a good sign when you've got to make 8 changes to your senior lineup, where that's probably a combination of form, permits, and.
Well, Charlie Haley's back out after playing last week,
so he's got to be injured.
You would assume,
because he hasn't been rubbed out.
No. Well, yeah, I would have heard about it, surely.
No.
So I just think it's a dangerous time for the Tigers.
Yeah, and look, these two sides normally play a very close game at Moreton Park, but I think Blackburn side's a little bit more settled with them at the moment, and I think Hammond's back in the side. Is he?
I'll have a look for you, Brash.
If he's back in the side, I think that strengthens that makes their case even stronger than what it would be if he wasn't playing.
I'm going with the Burners, right?
I'm going with the Burners.
Yeah, I'm going Blackburn too. The depth's pretty good. But I wouldn't be surprised if Baldwin sort of... I mean, their back's against the wall at the moment. You're right, they can't get too far behind the 8 ball, and it's an important one. So I wouldn't be surprised if they... got up today.
Yeah, no, it's again, BWS spoken and I spoke about in the podcast that the beauty about Premier Division this year is, like, I'm talking about Baldwin going, oh no, they could be 1 and 5, but they could come out to win today, and it's no surprise. It's such an even division this year, which is good.
And I think Doncaster East will probably benefit
from a week off.
They've had 2 close losses and a win, and and they've had a few injuries. It's a good chance for Steve Buckle to lock and load again for them next round.
Oh, Charlie Haley is apparently in this week. Dyson Baker's messaging me.
Oh, okay.
Even though he's on the out list.
Oh, okay.
Dyson on the teams. So
someone's playing shufties.
Exactly. In terms of the games we want to talk about in this division, Norwood and Noble Park is a key one. So Norwood had the week off and they're sitting the only undefeated side. Their midfield's quite strong. The 2 standout performance for mine are Tom Maloney's averaging 25.5 disposals a game, and 11.5 of those are contested. He's had 10.5 clearances per game and 8.5 inside 50s per game. And Blake Pearson's had 21 kicks per game, 21 disposals, 6.5 marks, 3.5 clearances, 6 inside 50s, and kicked 7 goals for the year. So they're 2 players that are going to be key for Noble to stop. And Noble will be doing it without Cole Martin, so there'll be pressure on Jackson Sketcher for the first time as the kingpin. But Noble, they're very good defensively. Spoke to Steve Hughes during the week. They're going to be very hard to score against. They're not going to have any blowouts, I think. They're going to be a close game regardless for their playing. And despite not having a key forward, Brash, they're actually the number 1 team for marks inside forward 50. So they're probably getting quite good at lowering their eyes and hitting those lead-ups.
I think, did Steve Hughes say that the one worried that he had was the Vermont game? They had 20 inside 50s for only kicking...
In the last quarter, which probably means that they were pressured and having to bomb it in. And he did say they don't have the get-out-of-jail kick.
No, and that's the thing. And... I think, but see, Norwood are not a side completely opposite. They're not that. They like to play with a little bit of flair and pizzazz, Norwood, and Marty Pasker's another coach that's been growing into that role, and I think he's starting to get the side that he wants, Matt. And so far, so good for them this season. Yes, defence is important, but you still got to score. You still got to kick a winning score to win a game of football. And I think that Norwood's case, with the level of players that they've got at the moment, they should be able to get the points this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, the question for me, you talk about no key forward. Can you win a premiership with that?
No.
I don't know. Noble Park aren't. No. If they make finals, they'll be extremely happy. No, because you can't, Ryan. But for them, I don't think they're thinking about it. Just some scores that are coming in before we preview South Croydon and Rowville. Upper Gully 5-1, Bayswater 3-1 at quarter time. In the Premier Division, South Croydon 5 straight to 2-2, so that might change your tips. North Ringwood a 2-1 to Berwick 2 straight. And East Ringwood 2-1 to Mooroolbark 1-2. Nothing coming from Division 2. Waverley Blues 7-1 to East Burwood 2-2. And then Croydon North 1-1-7. Coldstream 11-7, 73. Okay, South Croydon Rowville. Both coming off losses, Brash, and as we've seen, South Croydon have started a bit better. Rowville lost the last 3 quarters last week. They're up by 2 goals at quarter time, and then the next 3 quarters they had an 84-point deficit. They're very young, and they've got a lot of VFL-listed players, so they're reliant on that. South Croydon, from all reports, were outpossessed. They just didn't start well, very sluggish in the first half. Won the second half quite convincingly, but had too much work to do. Dano King and Stephen Donnell are back in, though. So that's a couple of big ins, and by the looks of it, they're bouncing back.
Yeah, they are, and that's the thing with Rowville. You hit the nail on the head. Young squad with a lot of VFL-listed players, which does not promote stability on a week-to-week basis, and that makes it really hard for Ben Wise to know what side he's going to put on the park on a Saturday afternoon. Speaking to Ray Baird, he was really impressed with the youngsters. But he said that in the end it was the bigger bodies of Ross and Wale Buxton that basically took the game away from Rowville in the second half, and he sort of feels that this could be a trend throughout the season.
So now going on Twitter, Surrey Park lead Forest Hill 2-2 to 1-3, and there's conflicting messages coming from Cheon Pok because Rowville have tweeted that they're up by 16 points, but on game day it's got South Croydon up by 16 points. So anything could be happening out at Cheon Park. We have no idea what is going on out there. And the other score, of course, as I mentioned, was Upper Gully up over Bayswater. Ryan, your thoughts on South Croydon and Rowville? I think South Croydon, I'm not sure anymore now that Rowville are tweeting through that score. I don't know what's going on there, but I think South Croydon, I think that was just a blip last week. They took on Cole Martin and Jackson Sketcher dominated. I think they accounted for 65% of the total clearances for Noble Park, and I think they had 60 disposals between them, or 70 disposals between them. You can't stop that.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to panic about if you're down at South Croydon, and you're right, they came home strong. So even in that sense, you're not taking away anything where you come out of that game going, where do we go to from here? They're fine at the moment. And for Rowville, I mean, you're right that they are too reliant on VFL players, and that is an inconsistent from a week-to-week perspective. And I mean, Schoenmakers,
come on, mate.
And Darcy back. So that's
Riley Diarcy, is that how you'd say it, Brad? Diarcy? Or rather
Riley Diarcy.
Yeah, I don't. They spoke about him being a key player, but the problem is they're on Frankston lists. And for them it's great because they're going to play a lot of VFL footy, but if you, from a club point of view, you sort of want your VFL players to be on your Box Hills, your Caseys, your Footscrays, where the AFL blokes are going to kick them out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Frankston are going all guns blazing, and good on them. But your Coburgs and your Frankstons, if they're getting a roll, you're not going to see those blokes.
No.
Which means Rowville, they're going to be one of those teams where they might have lost 3 on the bounce, then all of a sudden they'll pop up and beat someone because they've got 8 players.
It's going to be interesting just on, if you're another side, when do you get them? Do you get them when they've got all these players back in, or do you, like Berwick had them quite strong and lost?
Yeah, Berwick got them full strength and were down by 10 goals. And other scores coming through: Montrose 3 straight, Park Orchards 2-3 in Division 1. Brad?
I just think that, following on from what Ryan was saying about the VFL listed, I think that might be something that Rowville and some other clubs may have to look at and try and tip the balance away from having as many of those players on their list, so that they can at least get a core nucleus of 10 to 12 guys that they can build a team around on a week-to-week basis. I mean, great.
Maybe the theory is, though, Brash, for Rowville, that their theory is these blokes will have a crack at VFL, and for them, hopefully they find their way into an AFL list, but it might mean after 3 or 4 years when they've pulled off the VFL boots, that they might then have that affiliation of Rowville. It's a long-term plan.
Yes, and look, that idea has some merit, but in a
cutthroat industry.
In a cutthroat industry where even at this level, you're defined by your successes and your finals appearance on a regular basis. That's what players to clubs want. They want to come and play finals football on a year-to-year basis.
Absolutely. So some other scores: Baldwin lead Blackburn 22-14 at quarter time. We have confirmation from Lee Green via his son Lachlan. South Croydon are educating Rowville, Lachlan says, 5 straight to 2-2. So the game day score is correct for those following along. Berwick 3 straight, North Ringwood 2-2. As we mentioned in Division 1.
That might be a shootout, that Berwick game.
Well, and I hope it is. And like I said, North Ringwood, from all reports, having spoken to Robbie last Sunday, having spoken to him on the phone actually Saturday night as well, having spoken to a few people down at North Ringwood, he has no worries about defence.
No.
There's a bit of Kevin Keegan's Newcastle United from the late 90s, Brash.
Yep.
You score 5, we'll score 6. So I think North Ringwood games might be ones to watch. East Ringwood 2-3, Mooroolbark 2-2, Upper Gully 5-1, Bayswater 3-1, and as we mentioned, Montrose 3 straight to 2-3. Ringwood 3-3-21, South Belgrave 7 behinds. Mulgrave 1-6-12, Knox 1-4-10. In Division 3, Donvale 2-2, Scoresby 3-2, Waverley Blues 8-1, East Bearwood 2-2, and in Division 4, the only score on the door was, the 2 scores on the door. So we've got 3 now. We're all firing. 2-2-14, Surrey Park to Forest Hill 1-3-9. Croydon North 1-1-7 to Coldstream 14-7-91.
Is that quarter time?
Yeah, it is. And Sylvan 8-3-51, Nuttawading 1-1-7, and a correction from Lee. It was Katie, not Locke, out there. So the EFNL Media Team doing some great work for us. We're going to take our final break, and on the other side of this, we're going to hope Ben Warren-Smith's rolled in, and we're going to look forward to Boronia v the Basin at Tormore Reserve for the Eastern Football Netball League Match of the Round on Breast Cancer Network Australia Week.
Only 19 shots from...
Clear, guys. 4 minutes.
Clearances and can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or for some people, show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $255 a year on water and energy bills. Save the performance for the stage. Shower shorter. Save water.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
You've all been to funerals of family members or friends, right? Do you start thinking about what you would want at your funeral? It's a bit like when you go to a wedding. At what stage do you start planning?
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Eastland, we believe one day isn't enough to celebrate all that our beautiful mums do. That's why we're celebrating Happy Mother's Days, the festival of love she deserves. From dining to fashion, homewares or a pampering session, Eastland has all your favourite brands ready to spoil mum. And if you need inspiration, check out our online gift guides. Spend $250 and you'll go in the running to win a $50 Eastland gift card till May 8th. T's and C's apply. Find out more at eastland.com.au. Eastland, live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner. Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman.
1 minute, guys.
For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home.
My name's Matthew. I'm new. I'm just sort of working with Nigel today.
To the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He circled back. Yes! Straight into his...
10 seconds.
Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tormore Reserve for the Eastern Football Netball League match of the round, and it's a big one today. It's Boronia in the Basin, Division 2. The Hawks 3-1, the Bears 4-0 for BCNA round. Breast Cancer Network Australia. Go on your social media at the moment. You'll see it on Eastern Football Netball League social media. A QR code to donate direct to the foundation that do great work. We're using the pink Sharons today. Field of viewer here taking photos. It's going to be a big day out here as well. I'm joined by Wayne Brasher. I'm Matthew Fodia. And Brash, we've done a good stint there with Ryan Long in pre-game. It was good. It was a very entertaining and informative hour and a bit, Matty. And Matt Clark joined us, which was great. And was good. And look, all said and done, games have started right across the competition. They have. A couple of games, Vermont and Doncaster, and this game, Boronia and the Basin starting late due to other commitments earlier on in the day. Absolutely. But nonetheless, we're getting ready for a big game this afternoon, and look, there's pluses and minuses for both the Boronia and the Basin, and you got the number one defence in the Basin only conceding 40 points. Boronia's defence not too shabby either at 48, Matt. Absolutely. And Brett Beston for the first time today. Welcome.
Thank you, boys. Nice to be here again. Looking forward to this one. I think it'll be a great clash. Of course, Boronia losing their first game last week. Basin yet to lose a game. So, and of course, the Tormore Reserve. I've got to say, this is one of my favourite grounds. I think from a picturesque point of view, it's magnificent looking over the Dandenongs, isn't it? It is, and I had a look from upstairs with Lee Green up there doing the beautiful camera work. It's if we had a longer van, we'd probably just set up there. It's a beautiful view on a nice day. While we're waiting for the first bounce, which is probably 5 minutes away, let's go around the grounds. Premier Division, it's about quarter time. 5-1-31 South Croydon, Rowville 3-3-21, Baldwin 3-4-22, Blackburn 2-2-14, Nord 4-2-26 to Noel Park 1 straight 6, Berwick 5 straight 30. They got their kicking boots on this week, Brash. They would have been doing that at practice. 2-3-15 the Saints, and Vermont Doncaster will have just taken off, just like this game, waiting for the ladies to play earlier on. Lewdale and Wanturna South, there's no live scores, but the Devils, they might have clicked into gear now. They're 7-1-43, Lewdale 1-8. Croydon and Mitcham, Croydon 7 behinds, Mitcham 2-3-15. East Ringwood 2-4-16 lead, Mooroolbark 2-2-14. Upper Gully, as we mentioned before in the pre-game, are up by 12 points over Bayswater 5-1-3-1. And Montrose are up 3 straight to 2-3 over Park Orchards. In Division 2, this division, it's Ringwood leading South Belgrave by 20 points, 4-3 to 7 behinds. And Mulgrave lead Knox 1-6-1-4 out there at Garnett. What did you call it? Escape to the country? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Division 3, Donvale 2-2, scores be 3-2. Waverley Blues 10-1, East Belwood 3-2, Warrandyte 5-2, Glen Waverley 1-2. Nothing from Furniture Gully Whitehorse as of yet. And in Division 4, we've got Surrey Park and Forest Hill. Surrey Park leading 2-2 to 1-3 at quarter time. Coldstream 14-9 lead Croydon North, Emlock 1-1-7, and Sylvan 8-3-51 lead Nunawading 1-1-7. And I'll just see if they're doing live goal kickers out there at Croydon North. They're not. It's going to be interesting to see who's getting on the end of them. 91-7 it was at quarter time. So that can be a massive day. Your thoughts, Brash? You've already given them on who you're looking forward to see today off air. Shane Davidson. Yeah, I am Shane Davidson. A young guy who I like the cut of his jib. He's a running machine. He loves freewheeling off that half back line, and
going through the midfield, and he's a long penetrating kick, and hopefully I can see some of that again this afternoon.
Absolutely, Besto, and you're a Noble Park man due to geographic location, but you've got a soft spot for the Hawks.
Yeah, I have got a soft spot for the Hawks. I just really like the way they play. They play this ground particularly well, and of course one of my favourite players, Jess Bolton, back in the side today. Ryan Henderson up forward too, and I've got to say a special shout out to there's a young guy in the Boronia side today, Bailey Campbell, playing his first game. His grandfather Glenn is in hospital, not feeling the best, and he's watching this game online. So shout out to you, Glenn. I hope you're feeling better, and I hope your grandson goes well today as we welcome Ben Warren-Smith to the commentary.
Great to be back out at Tormore Reserve, the finals venue for Division 1 football for quite some time now, and it's a finals-like crowd out here today. Really tough to get a car park. There's heaps of people here. I've seen less on a finals day out here before.
Oh, it's the Bears, they come out, don't they?
There's a lot of green out there.
Yeah, there's no hibernation there, is there?
You've been working that one into play nicely there, Brush. We look forward to many more fangles and dangles.
Well, someone actually, believe it or not, someone actually asked me who's Dorothy
that's a good one. Lee and I were talking about this pre-game. Now, were you referring to Sheldon Smith because of his red slippers, or Jared Whitnish because of the way he took the mark?
No, he's red. Yeah, Sheldon Smith.
Okay, there you go. I'm on board now.
He was going to the ball with Dorothy on the yellow brick road.
Well, there was a president's luncheon here today as well for Boronia. Warwick Kappa was in. You can see his Merc right in front of us. Those bollards are actually there for us.
Were they?
Yeah, well, the point was the Boronia guys were telling me it's so that we could see and our eye line wouldn't be affected dead in front of us, but Warwick thought, no, they were for him.
Oh, where is the Kappa?
He's probably talking about himself somewhere. Yeah, he's not even meant to be here today, he just rolled in.
But I think it's a huge game out here today.
Yeah, it is.
And it's top of the table clash. Local rivals as well. They both basically live on each other's doorstep. Basin just down the hill. But, it's a tough one. I've been iffy on which way I'll go with this. Generally, I stick to the home side when we go out to the games. But I don't know today. I've got a feeling the Basin might get the job done, Brush.
Yeah, look, there's pluses and minuses, BWS. The stats really show there really isn't that much between them. I'm just looking at who's played who in the early rounds, and I think Boronia's form is a little bit stronger than the Basins, and I'm tipping Boronia.
Yeah, I'm going for Boronia too. They've got some tall timber today. They are missing Taylor Leggett. He's out with a minor injury. I think he's only going to miss 1 or 2 weeks. But they've got the big boy Rutherford. He's kicked 8 goals from 4 games. Ryan Henderson, and of course a pretty decent midfield as well. Jess Bolton running around. The likes of Burgess and co. They've got a side that's been together for quite some time. And they play this ground really well. So for Boronia for me.
I'm going to go the Basin because I've been bullied into it.
And because you've got a jumper now. I thought you might be wearing that.
No, I actually packed it and then took the wrong bag.
He deliberately took the wrong bag.
But no, I'm on the Basin. I have to now. I've been bullied into submission. It's Shane Bones. We've got one AirPod in listening. I'm going the Basin. Don't know why, but I just am.
Well, the home side Boronia will kick towards the Boronia Road end. The umpire holds the ball aloft, and here is Brett Beston to take us away with the first bounce of the first quarter on EFNL Game Day.
Should be a cracker this one as the ball goes up and the tap down first one for Wright into the contest, but it's the Basin who come away with it and they send it forward for the first time inside 50. It's a wobbly old kick. Pate chasing across there. Will they keep it in? No, they won't. And out of bounds, around about half back was Harry Burgess who took the ball out. So, as always, we'll have this feeling out period in the early stages. And he's in the ruck contest again. Looks like it might have been Wright. He's had a good season so far, Wright. He was prominent last week. They'll have another ball up. So I think Wright would be...
Can you see the Mafia right in front of us to your best?
What's that?
The big capper. He's got the butterfly jacket on.
I can't actually see. I've got a massive big pylon in front of me. And there's a free kick to the Basin, and they will get possession around about centre wing.
See, whatever he's wearing, it's blinding my eyes.
Well, it'll be Michael Cardamone.
That jacket.
Cardamone went with his classic throw the head back there.
The journeyman.
Yep.
Is Michael Cardamone. A seasoned campaigner. First chance to...
He's had more clubs than I've had cut lunches, Michael Cardamone.
There's no chance of that. Absolutely no chance of that. As Cardamone comes in now, he keeps it low, he keeps it straight. The Basin have got the first on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It only took them 1.5 minutes here in this first term, and Michael Cardamone puts through his first.
Yeah, good start there for the Basin. Got the centre clearance, which is what what is going to be the key this afternoon. Whoever controls the centre and can get more inside 50s and opportunities are going to win this game.
So Cardamone with the first, I got completely put off there when Matt Fodia told me about Warwick Capra.
I didn't know you were such a big fan.
I'm not. I completely.
Let's cross down boundary side.
Yeah, so g'day guys, it's good to be with you. It's been a lovely day so far. A lot of cloud cover all of a sudden, and I did see a couple of spots of rain.
Good stuff there. Jared Beanland today with Ryan Long, two number one boundary riders for season 2021 as the Basin go up towards the half forward line again. A strong tackle that time there, releasing the ball just in the nick of time was Burgess. He got it back again. Chasing after it though was Edwards. He linked up well with his teammate Cripps, whose kick was half smothered as crossed that centre half forward line. Good little handball there by Bredden. He got it to Roberts, who kicks it towards the forward pocket where standing strong Trevor Mills, good jukes, takes the mark, and he'll have a shot from about 30 metres out. It's a pretty difficult angle though.
Fletcher Duke looks like he's going head to head with Nick Hallow, who's I think he's been in the best all bar 1 week, if not every week for the Basin, and best on ground a number of those, and he got absolutely beaten at that stoppage. Hallow kick-started the centre clearance, and interesting to note that Thomas Edwards just sagged off the back of that stoppage at half forward and was sitting loose in the centre square.
So Trevor Mills, a chance to kick the second in a matter of minutes for the Basin, but he pushed it right to the right-hand side and through for a minor score it goes. 3 minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the first term on EFNL game day, and it is a 7-point lead to the away side, the Basin.
And so Brodie, to bring it back in, a little bit shell-shocked at the moment. The Basin have had a good start. Nice mark taken around about half back, and a chance for them to rebound in the hands of Duke. Now it's, I think it might have been Bolton, gets the kick forward to the centre of the ground. Up they go right, couldn't take the football. Ball goes loose. Boronia have got it though through Hare, and Hare is wrapped up, and in fact he lost possession of the ball to his Basin opposite. And the umpire says we'll ball it up. Quite striking, the pink ball today, of course, for the Breast Cancer Network of Australia as the ball goes up again. Trying to get his ball out of there was, I think it was Watson, and it's in the hands of Mellis. It's all a bit messy at the moment. Mellis taking the ground, and it looks like we'll have another ball up. So contested game as you'd expect early on. Both sides giving nothing away.
This is playing right into the Basin's game style here.
So Braden Wright with a tap. He's made a good start. The ball comes out looking for Mellis, but Mellis couldn't take it. It's in the hands of the Basin. On the ground now, it's there for Boronia, and it's Jackson coming away with it. Now they've got a bit of an opportunity. The kick infield, looking for Burgess, but it's cut off there nicely by Hallow, who's taken the ground, and we'll have yet another ball up.
That'll frustrate Matt Clark, that piece of play there, Brash. He spoke to us about wanting them to get it down inside forward 50 as quick as possible, and that little sideways kick went nowhere and ended up causing another stoppage.
Wright got the knockdown over Roberts that time. The ball's going nowhere. Let's do it again. A very impressive do by Kieran Roberts.
My God.
It is sensational. As the umpire throws it up, it was an even Steven. Little kick off the ground that time there by Roberts, went nowhere. The Basin seemed to have the numbers. Scooping on it there was Brett, and he got dispossessed, but it scooped out to Boland, who snapped it around the body. Inside forward 50 it goes. And it's always handy when you stand in front, and a strong mark has been taken there by Jared Lake, who switches the ball out wide to the love child of Brett Beston, Jess Bolton, and over it goes for a boundary throw-in. We won't get tired of saying that. Matt Fodia.
He looks a bit different. I think he's dyed his hair. He looks a bit darker, and he's got a bit of the facial hair as well.
We can put the Jess Bolton hour during the week, Brett. Baldwin 38, Blackburn 20.
Hit the scores coming through. Of course, this game is delayed today. Roberts went up unopposed really in the end, and little knockdown that time by Godwin put his teammate under a fair bit of pressure. Roberts for the Basin came after it, got the handball away. Falling over at the critical time there was Edwards, who got up and took them on. He might get pinged. The umpire said he was okay. Let's have another ball up. Almost true centre position out here at Tormore Reserve. Hardly a breeze as well, which is just mind-boggling. You never get that out here.
Berwick 6 straight, North England 2-4, and South Croydon 7-1 to Rowville 4-7.
Okay. Interesting Premier Division scores coming through there. Paddling it to himself there was Godwin. He's been around the football pretty bit early. Kick was smothered in the guts. Umpire might have to come in and start this because Jaden Gee is going nowhere, and we will have another bounce.
Yeah, contested possession's the number one game here at the moment.
Robertson right little flick out the back. Can someone maybe kick it off the ground this time? It was picked up there by Campbell. He linked up well. Double backing there was Godwin. On the right boot goes inside forward 50. It pokes it up towards that half forward line. Nice little knock over the top there by Brown. And they're going to get out of the danger zone here, the Basin, across half back. And short pass is on and targets are being hit here. Besto, I'm not going to give it to you yet. That would just be a dog act as it comes out to Davidson. I've seen how far away it is. He kicks it on his right boot. He was really under a fair bit of pressure, but for luck's of fortune, Edwards takes the mark, and Connor Edwards, who's about 55 metres out from goal with the fully painted left sleeve, goes inside forward 50. They're going towards that Bendigo Bank scoreboard on the entry. They're going right each time they've gone forward, and over she goes for a boundary throw in. 7 minutes gone, 7 points is the margin.
South Belgrave 2-8-20, Ringwood 5-4-34.
Thanks, Matt. As the ball comes back into play, a very striking pink ball. As they go out for it, Henderson, I think, just got the tap there. It's gone to ground. Nicely picked up there, but it's a high tackle for sure. It was Cripps who got one around their neck, and he'll go back and take the free kick. Sorry, it was Hello. Cripps is 29, Hello is 19, so...
He's already affecting the game, Hello, at every stoppage. He just seems to be able to read the flight of the ball, Brash, a lot better than anyone else on the ground. I wouldn't know the exact stats, but he's having a lot of it in dangerous spots.
So let's see how he goes with his kicking. And he comes in and he sends it on its way, and I don't think it's looking too bad. It's a beautiful kick. The goal umpire hardly moved. So Hello gets his first, and the Basin dominance early continues their second goal, and they lead by 2 goals, 1 no score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It seems obvious here that the Basin are trying to lead to the non-fat side of the and the scoreboard side of the ground to take most of their shots. Normally, you want to be trying to take control of the corridor early.
So, margin out to 13 points. The Bears leading the Hawks. Boronia kicking to the right-hand side of your radio dial towards the Boronia Road end. So in the ruck now was Henderson, got it straight down. That was good play. Here's a go for the Hawks. Up towards the half-forward line they go. It's a scrambly one. In position A there was Hannon. Got dispossessed of the football and over the top there. It'll be a chance for Cripps to go after it, but he had to beat the Dower situation. Cripps might get the receive handball here, but no. The Basin running along the wing. Kick goes up. Oh, that was beautifully done there. Great use of the body by Bredden. So Brent Bredden. BB goes half forward, good at getting underneath it. There was Boland, then really moving the ball fast here, aren't they? The Basin goes inside forward 50, position A, little handball back there by Drake, selling a little bit of candy on the left and going goalward up towards the top of the goal square. They might have the numbers there in Bolton, and he takes a strong mark, eyes only for the football then as he kicks it out. Nicely done. The mark's been taken by White, got the handball away right in front of us here on the broadcast side. The ball scoots out. It's going to have a chance here for Hannon, who might have copped one in the back. The umpire said that was okay as well. They've got the numbers, the Hawks, but the Bears are after them. They'll kick forward now. Boronia inside forward 50. A 2-on-2 situation at the fall of the ball. Who's going to be the first player? Win Noops, who cannot keep the ball alive. And over she goes for a boundary throwing.
The one thing that Matty Clark wants is fast ball movement into their inside 50. They're not getting it at the moment.
Kappa. You can see Kappa yelling out advice there on the right-hand side.
That was better though, Brash. That was their best ball movement so far today, but it can be better, you're correct.
Kappa and the boys. It's good to have the big names down at the club. And running straight into traffic there was Watson, and he almost dropped his head into it to make sure he got the free. Courage nonetheless, and he'll go back and have a shot. And this would be an important steadier for them if he can put it through.
Yeah, the only one thing you've got to be careful about there, BWS, is his first instinct then was to drop to his knees to try and milk the free kick. You don't want to be doing that too often, because the next one like that means you might get carted off on a stretcher.
Well, you've got to start it right from this side of the grounds, and we're right behind him here, so we'll follow it home. He comes in now, and he didn't start it right. He pushed it to the left, and it just kept going left.
Boundary.
So we've been here enough to know how it goes out here. And let's cross down boundary side. Ryan Long. It's Jared, sorry.
Hey, Nick Noops just came off, face covered in blood. Should be just getting patched up on the interchange bench right now.
So we'll keep an eye on that as the Basin rebound off half-back. Boronia is still yet to find their first points as the ball goes out of bound on the far side of the field, and we'll have a throw in. So time for the Basin to get things rolling. They've got to a slow start today. They need some of their on-ballers, their key players, to get into the game. Ryan Henderson up against Noops in the ruck. the experienced Henderson. Oops, trying to get to the front spot, but I think it was Henderson who got the tap. Not really a lot of advantage, though, as the ball is taken, but it's immediately wrapped up. Just can't get it clear from these stoppages. Boronia, as the umpire sends it skyward again. Henderson again got the tap. This time they do get the clearance. It was Malice who got the kick away, but they've turned it over. And here they come again. Lachlan Cripps turning around. Lachlan Cripps going inboard. Not a great kick down. And it's been cut off. And now the chance to come forward for Boronia. Kicks about half forward. Nice mark taken there. Wheeling around and going was Duke. Duke goes inside. In fact, he's going for goal. And he's put it through. So great play by Duke. And finally, Boronia gets something going, and Duke has his first of the day. And Boronia bounced back on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, but they trail by 7 points. We've had nearly 12 minutes in the first quarter.
Exactly what Matty Clark wanted. Fast ball movement inside their, into their inside 50 region.
So back to 7 points. It's gloomy outside, but I think the rain might hold off.
Yep. I think the other thing too, it's a bit of old-style football here. The Basin are just leading Boronia to the ball, and that's the reason why the Basin are in front, because they're getting their hands on the ball more than what Boronia are.
Great name, Fletcher Duke. You've got a couple of good nicknames there, Fletch and Duke.
Sounds like he should be in a pirate movie.
Is Duke really a nickname? It's just his last name.
Yeah, but it just sounds good. As it comes out now, well, I thought it does. Anyway, a little kick off the ground that time there by Hare, up towards the half-forward line. Duke, speak of the devil, got the handball back. They're going forward again here, the Hawks. They've got the numbers right underneath it. There is Ryan Henderson, the big veteran, will go back and have a ping. He's only 30 metres out directly in front.
Just pushed too far forward there, the Basin defence, and just left Ryan Henderson to run into the empty space.
Just quickly, guys, around the grounds. Baldwin 50, Blackburn 27, and Muralbach 4-2, lead East Ringwood 3-6.
I know we're in no position to talk, but do you reckon Ryan Henderson's heading a visit to advanced here?
Yeah.
Speak for yourself, Besto.
Well, that's what I said.
Luscious.
Henderson comes in now. He started it right and he pushed it. I don't know really. That was an awkward attempt at goal. Through for a minor score, a big letdown.
He shouldn't be missing those goals, Ryan Henderson, a man of his experience.
Goal is the margin, no relation to Brad either, as it comes out now from the Basin. The kick goes out towards the Boland direction over the top. Henderson was there, scooping on it that time. There was Dower, went after it again. The Basin little flick out the back was going to work favourably for him, and the kick goes down right in front of our boundary riders, down the throat of Cripps, who's had a bit of the ball early. It was a scrambling kick though up towards the half-forward line. Over she goes for a boundary throwing right near the dugout of the home side.
We know the accurate one wouldn't have missed though.
Lake and Bolton have been very, very good in Boronia's defence early on.
So right in front of the brethren of Boronia and the barbecue and the bar. As it comes out right, went up unopposed, palmed it down, and Matty Clark almost snagging a possession there. Sees it over.
Back to a goal at Cheong, 7-3-45 South Croydon, Roeville 5-9-39.
Old mate go out there today?
Old mate? Bray, no, he's in Bright, mate, on cricket trip in the middle of May.
Oh, God. As it comes out now, there's Malice got the good handball there. Up the scrambling kick up towards the half-forward line. Arching the back, though, and doing really well was Watson. Watson set sail for goal, and he pushed it to the left-hand side. I tell you what, that was going to be the Tobin Brothers funeral clubhouse leader if that had gone through the big sticks. But nonetheless, the margin back to 5 points. 15 minutes gone in this first term. 13-8, Basin lead.
Both sides, Matt Clark spoke about Boronia obviously play quite a strong defensive setup, and as we can see now, the Basin struggling to bring it out of the kick-in, and he said the Basin do the same. So literally, Brash, whichever team's on top is going to have a lot of the play for a 10-minute period, and they need to cash in. So
the Basin get a free kick, heavy hit there on Lynch, but the umpire said it was unlawful.
We've got a number 11 for the Basin as well out there.
We'll get our boys down on there, Ryan and Jared, they'll go check it out.
So free kick to the Basin. It'll go to Lynch. Just taking a bit of time to get the ball back. So good little period this for Boronia. They got outgunned. In fact, it's a throw-in by the looks on the far side. And they were outgunned early, but they've got themselves back into this game as the ball goes up. Knocked away towards the boundary line. Boavita puts it onto the right foot, tries to keep it in. It's going to just stay in. Knocked towards the boundary line. Bolton takes possession over there on the far side, but he's strongly tackled. Manages to somehow get the ball away. And it's just going to go out of bounds on the full. And so we'll have a free kick for the Basin.
Yeah, McAlpine, I think, here. Come on, guys, over the boundary line. You need to work it
got
out.
into one of those utes over there by the looks, so we just have to wait for it to be. It has actually gone into the ute.
Brilliant.
So, country footy at its absolute best. Here's McAlpine.
In the city.
In the city. In the city, yeah. McAlpine almost caught with possession. He gives it away. Now the handball down the line. Now Godwin. Godwin goes inbounds. Can he find a target? Trying to get there was Rutherford, but he can't do it. It's knocked around. Bouncing around there. Going through is McAlpine. He's been great early. Gets a good handball over the top, but it's not a particularly good one. They may still be able to turn something out of it. Now it's Bolton. Bolton with a short kick to around about half forward. Drop there. It should have been taken. Ball on the ground. And good old number 11. Who we're not sure who it is. We'll go boundary side and see if we can find
Ryan
out.
Long.
Yeah, number 11, that's Michael Thompson for the Basin.
Okay, so Michael Thompson in 11.
Late in, it must be.
Yeah. Must have been. Despite checking 100 times before the game started, they still get us every week as the ball goes to Rutherford. A Dower, at least it is. Mark taken there by, not paid, it was Davidson who took the mark, but the umpire said maybe not 15.
Look how many numbers Boronia have set out down the line here. If the Basin get it out, they have to work it by hand brush because a wild kick's just going to come straight back.
Yep.
High throws it up now. It's still inside that forward arc, but getting out there was Hallow, and the umpire said, give it back to me, let's ball this one up.
Good pick up from from Ferntree Gully. Hello,
Brush. Oh, sorry.
Is it relation Jackson at Mitcham?
From the stoppage, it comes out. Adams did well for the Bears. Handball back to the last line of defence to Thompson, who's on the right boot now, driving it out of that defensive zone. Underneath it was Boavita. He wants to go on with it. He snapped it around the body. That's good play as well. It's going to sit up nicely for Edwards. Keeps the ball alive on the right boot. This is good coast-to-coast football as it goes very deep, and underneath it, standing strong, was Jared Lake. Takes the mark. He'll create the switch now. That's okay as it comes out to Henry. Doubles back. He'll go on the left, out towards the half-back line there for the Hawks. A bouncing football. Who wants to chase after it? Boavita got one handle on it. Got across there to Lynch. Lynch links up over the top there to Edwards. Edwards sets sail for goal. Connor Edwards goes goalward and it just pushed it to the left-hand side. And another behind hits the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we cross the 19-minute mark almost here in this first term. And it is a 6-point lead, 14-8, Matt Fodia.
Around the grounds, Rowville, South Croydon tied up at 45 apiece at half-time. Surrey Park trail Forest Hill by 2 goals, 5-6 to 7-6, and Mulgrave lead Knox 4-8-32 to 4-7-31.
So it's Jess Bolton with the kick in. Now as they try and work it out, it's Campbell. Campbell goes out towards the wing. Can they get a mark there? Well, they can't. And in fact, it's been turned over. And here's a chance now for number 6 is Edwards. One of 2 Edwards. It's Connor on this occasion. Ball goes to ground. Under a bit of pressure, the kick forward by McAlpine. And it's going out towards the boundary. And a chance for Boronia to... No, in fact, it's still in over there. And picked up over there by Duke. And the umpire's whistle's gone. Let's see what he says.
Very talented sportsman, the Connor brothers.
So,
Edwards brothers, I should say.
I was about to say.
What a faux pas that was.
Ball goes to ground. It's G who dives on it. There's no way it's going to come out of there. The big bodies, Henderson and Dower on top of him there.
While they pile in, Upper Gully 6-2, Bayswater 5-4. So that game looks like it's tightening up out there at Kings Park.
Thanks, Matty. Henderson got the tap down. Boronia trying to get it out. There's Godwin. Little handball over the top. Henderson got it back. Puts it forward now as they try and get a mark. But there's plenty of numbers there for Edwards. It is Thomas Edwards on that occasion for Basin. And the ball now, it's going to be knocked in board, but it's cut off easily by Bolton there. And now here's a Godwin. Godwin goes forward. Oh, this is better from Boronia. Great handball back inside. Beautiful play there to Hare. Hare decides, well, that was a strange old kick. He probably could have gone for goal there, but I think he decided to try and find a target, and neither happened. And in the end, it's the Basin who come away with it.
Well, we coughed it up, really, but then they got out of that danger zone, but Henderson was there to chop it off. Pokes it back inside ball 50, going up. Hello! Pulled it in a screamer, and he'll take off too. Well, he had to double back, and the umpire was almost in his way then. Got the handball away to Davidson, who just pokes it over the top. And the Bears now through Scott. Drives it down the wing position, and a good strong mark there by Jaden G. Takes it. Got some good artwork happening across the body. as G goes forward. He let himself down, though, straight down the throat of Luke Hannon, who is happy just to mosey on off. He had a lot of time then as he got the handball away. Jackson was the receiver. He dropped it but had plenty of time. He kicked it out wide, chasing after it, trying to get out of first gear was Collins. Boundary line beats all players. Any more scores?
There are a couple. South Belgrave 4-10, trailing Ringwood 6-7, so the Saints will want to get their kicking boots on soon enough. And in Division 3, as that loads, Waverley Blues 11-6, East Belwood 5-4, Donvale 4-8, Scoresby 3-4, and Warrandyte 7-8, 50 to Glen Waverley 3-2, 20.
Well, they're kicking goals today right across the east, which is good to see.
Beautiful. And Coldstream definitely are. 21-18, 144 to Croydon North 2-113.
Davidson went after it. White somehow got a boot to it. Little handball out looking for Bredden, but the Hawks do have the numbers. They're going to go backwards to go forwards here, back to in the centre of the ground. The kick goes forward now up towards the half-forward line. The Bears did have the numbers. It was a 3-on-1 situation there as it comes out to Thompson, who's had a fair old bit of the football. Late inclusion in the side. Handball over the top. This is going to sit up for Battersby, but Noah was chopped off nicely that time by Burgess, who drives the ball forward. It's a 3-on-1 situation. The Bears are going to win out. They got out of that danger zone. They just got to weigh up the option here. Boavita made position A, and now he might be able to switch it into the middle of the ground. He's screaming for support. He's screaming for a target up towards centre half forward. He goes over the back. This might sit okay here for Edwards. Doubles back. He'll swing around on the right boot. He'll set sail for goal. Edwards, will he put it through? He will not, as Banksy slaps the left breast and gives it one behind on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 7 points is the margin. 22.5 minutes gone first term.
Baldwin lead by 35 points over Blackburn at half-time, and Heathmont lead Templestowe by just the 4. So that's a low-scoring game, 3-5 to 3-1. And just on that ball movement there, that's what the Basin want to try and do. Handball, use their young legs. They've got a lot more speed than Boronia. Boronia will probably try and hit up targets to open up, Brash.
So Bolton to bring it back in. The margin is 7 points, and I tell you what, lucky we've got a pink ball because it's getting very dark out here. And in fact, the lights are on. Hopefully the ball might glow in the dark because it's going to get very dark towards the back end of this game, right out towards the wing. Got a little ball over there for Henry. Henry's got a bit of time too to just weigh up his options, put the little kick down the line. Nice mark taken there by Jackson. Jackson wheels around and goes short. This is well, it should have been taken, that mark. I think it was, in fact, it was Jackson. He dropped it. Now it's there for the Basin, and they're able to work it out of danger.
Good tackle.
So the tackle
Robertson.
made, and it's going to be a free kick. So they go inside 50. Can they hit a target up? They fly. Ball goes right over the top. Bit of pressure on the Basin here, and it's Thompson, I think, who hurled it back in. That might not have been the wisest move, I don't think. But in the end, it's going to be out of bounds anyway, and they'll get away with it.
He could have got pinged for deliberate out of bounds there, Thompson, if he hadn't have disguised that one better.
So umpire to throw it in the right forward pocket. Up it goes. It was the tap there, won by the Basin. Now it's been socket off the ground. This is now the Basin get a chance to come forward. The kick in the middle of the ground to nobody in particular.
Nice.
Boavita's got onto it. Boavita charging forward. Can he finish it off? Yes, he can. Boavita, that's got to go down as one of the contenders for the Tobin Brothers Funerals goal of the day. Fantastic stuff. Just the pure pace of the man, and he got in front of the Boronia defenders, and once he got it, it was just a question of if he had the accuracy, and he slams that through. That's a brilliant goal.
Yeah, once they all push forward, Boronia, that back line, mate, that just left a complete open field there.
Yeah, they're trying to. The Basin, their ball movement's a bit like it's a wave, isn't it, Brush? They handball until they can turn the defender and make them face their own goal, and then he just kicked it into space, and Boavita used his leg speed brilliantly.
Great call, Besto. Might have just made the EFL and then EFNL Insight highlight reel there as ball hits the deck in the middle, and we will have a ball up. A great program it was during the week. Chatting to Grace from Surrey Park. Had a great time. Hope everyone's had a listen to that. It's on the website as well. There's a link up. Well, it was almost a slap throw to Jess Bolton that time, who's had a bit of the football early. It kicks it out towards the wing position. Really do get the feeling the Bears are on top here, and each time Boronia go forward, they're under that extra bit of pressure as Robertson sees it over the boundary line and out 50 metres out from their goal line. Let's cross down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, Nick Noops is out for the game. We saw him come off with the deep gash pouring blood from his face, and he won't be taking any further part in this match.
Not subtle at all. Deep gash pouring blood as it comes in now. Knocked down straight down the throat there of Roberts. We'll have a ball up.
And apologies to those that are a bit squeamish.
So, can the Hawks manufacture something. There's a lot of players that are chasing after the football. There's a ton of them. There's Dower, who's on the bottom of the pack and then laser tackle, and the umpire is going to actually ping the Basin opponent there. So Dower's going to receive the free kick. That was against Battersby. You'd think he's too far out to score this time, Dylan Dower, so he's just going to poke it to that hot spot. It's a smart play here, and the pack forms, and at the fall, the ball charging his way through there, just somehow getting to boot to ball. Where was Duke? It comes out wide to Watson. Can Watson get boot to ball? He had a fresh air shot in the end, and it was a good chase and good tackle, and over it goes for a boundary throw-in. Not the worst result for the Hawks.
The Basin have done really well in breaking down Boronia's forward 50 structure. They can't find any clean ball whatsoever, Boronia.
Pye throws it in. It's a shallow one, a really shallow one that time, as the quick flick out there by G. Got it to his teammate there in Hallow. He got a scrambling kick just out of that defensive zone, but the Hawks are going forward again. Can they just keep the ball alive? That was really good play. The kick goes up towards, well, it was intended to go to the hot spot, but it's probably only gone 4 metres, but the umpire said play on in the end. He paid the mark and then called play on because he realised it only had gone 3 metres. Hallow kicks it out. It's a sea of Hawks out there. They got the timely fist, but the even more timely boot to ball for the Basin now. The foot race does ensue out towards the wing position, broadcast side. Little toe poke off the ground. It was a handy one too. It has stayed alive there by Cripps, and he gets to go after it again. Diving on top of it was Burgess. He almost had his head ripped off, and I think we'll just stand and applaud all players in that instant, Matt Fodia.
Around the grounds, Norwood 6-7-43 led Noah Park 5-5-35. Berwick 9-2-56 led North Ringwood 4-6-30, and Vermont 4-3-27 led Doncaster 2-1-13.
Siren announces quarter time out here at Tormore Reserve on EFNL game dates. The match of the day out here, Division 3, top of the table, the Basin away to the Boronia Hawks, but it's the away side leading at quarter time. They are 3-3-21. The Bears leading the Hawks 1-2-8. No major goal kickers on the board, but that's one down. There's 3 to go. Plenty of scores as you go local for your football this afternoon, right across the Eastern Football Netball League. Stay with us. We'll be back right after this.
Only 19 shots.
Guys, you're clear. You got 4 minutes.
Can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout them a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Celebrate a season of stories at Eastland this autumn-winter and discover a style for any occasion and every member of your family. From romantic date nights to family outdoor adventures or a glamorous evening out on the town. Find your new season trend at over 350 of your favourite brands like MJ Bale, Rod & Gun, Maya and Uniqlo. Your new autumn-winter style is waiting at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or for some people, show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $255 a year on water and energy bills. Save the performance for the stage. Shower shorter. Save water.
With Bendigo Bank's new Complete Home Loan, you'll be completely taken care of. With a completely awesome rate. Complete offset on fixed and variable loans, and a home loan specialist completely dedicated to you. So if you're not completely sure about the Big Four, search Bendigo Bank Complete Home Loan or head into Bendigo Bank, the better big bank. Lending criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
You've all been to funerals of family members or friends, right? Do you start thinking about what you would want at your funeral? It's a bit like when you go to a wedding. At what stage do you start planning?
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
1 minute, guys.
Your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, the preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He circled back. Yes! Straight into his pop.
Back in 10 seconds.
Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Mike's on.
Welcome back out to Tormore Reserve out here. It's the match of the day between two sides who were undefeated in Division 3 going into today's clash, and it's the Basin travelling just up the road to Tormore Reserve where they take on the Boronia Hawks, who at quarter time are trailing the Bears by 13 points, 1-2-8 Boronia to 3-3-21. Wayne Brasher, what was your take on the first quarter?
Yeah, it's probably a quarter where I think the Basin probably could be further in front here. I think they took ownership of the game very early on. Their ball movement from their back line to their inside 50 was impressive. Boronia just pushing that little bit too hard. They can't find any clean delivery going into their inside 50. Their ball disposal by hand and foot is not being good. And I think that the Basin just looked like they got a little bit more run. Connor Edwards looks a real likely type for the Basin. He could be the difference if he starts getting on top and improves his goal kicking accuracy, because I think he missed 2 easy goals there in that first quarter. Boronia probably, I think their Boronia backline, apart from Bolton and Jared Lake, are pushing too far forward and leaving too much space for the midfield and forward line of the Basin to run back to on the turnover at BWS.
Well, the Hawks have made their way back to position. Justin Stanton still rallying his troops, giving the directions. We'll hopefully be able to have a chat with him. I know Ryan Long's very close to out there with the Bears, so looking to have a chat to him. But it'll be the Hawks kicking towards the club room ends in this second term, down towards the faithful.
I think we can be at least thankful that the breeze hasn't sprouted up yet.
The conditions are good out here.
They are
really good. The police seem to be leaving the venue straight after Warwick Kappa left the venue. So we saw the Wizard leave just shortly ago. So a big crowd watching him in here today. It's Crosstown boundary side. Justin stands with Ryan Long.
Yeah, with Justin, really impressive start again. Forward pressure's been good, just haven't sort of taken the opportunities as much, but what was your assessment?
Oh, look, certainly their midfield's one of their strengths, so we knew that we needed to match them, and we did that in the first half of the first quarter. I'm really pleased with the amount of entries we had in the forward line, but we just didn't take our opportunities. So we've spoken all year about forwards when they get an opportunity to hit the scoreboard. There were some good signs, but there were some signs that we need to improve. But overall, yeah, it's a good contest, and we expected that from Boronia.
And just quickly on your back six, how important are they, the structure to your side?
Oh, look, 100%. They're extremely important. Boronia got a lot of weapons in the forward line, and they keep rotating their midfield through that forward line also. So our backs just need to understand that they're not always going to have it their own way, but they need to first and foremost defend first and win that 50-50 ball.
Thanks, Dustin. All the best first again.
Great stuff there. Ryan Long boundary side with the senior coach of the Basin Football Club, Justin Stanton, as the umpire waits for the last few folk. Get out of first gear, guys, and get off the ground.
What do you reckon that haircut resembles, Brett, of Riley Kieran Roberts. Looks like a reverse Mohican, doesn't it?
Will go into the middle of the ground as the umpire starts play once again, and we give that knockdown to Henderson. It came out towards Adams, who dived on the football. Chasing after it there was Burgess, I think, at the bottom of the pack. Let's cross down boundary side to Jared Beanland, who was with Matt Clark in the troops at Boronia.
Yeah, Matt Clark was pretty happy with it. He wanted his charges to focus on changing lanes. He wanted them to keep the pressure up and just continue being brave with the ball, but focus on the execution, which was a little bit lacking.
Well, Cripps drove the ball forward. Thanks very much, Jared, as they have another opportunity here into the Bears as it comes out now and being dispossessed of the football. Boronia, and it'll be a shot on goal this time by Connor Edwards. So once again, it's only taken that first minute or so for the Bears to go forward, just like they did in that first term, with Edwards going back and having a fair old run up at this.
That's straight.
He's creating quite a few opportunities, and he's going to be a headache for the Boronia defence this afternoon.
He looks really confident as well. Distance isn't going to be a problem. Either is the accuracy. That's a magnificent kick off the boot. And the first score in this second term goes the way of the Basin. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they are 4-3-27 to Boronia 1-2-8. Let's cross down boundary side to Ryan Long.
Yeah, Jackson Drake from the Basin just come off with a bit of a hand complaint. In a little bit of pain with his fingers there. He's getting worked on by the medics now, so we'll keep you updated.
Obviously, that injury to Nick Noops is bad enough. We've just seen him walk past there with a big gash on his nose. Looks like he's heading off to hospital for further stitches, it looks like.
So looking a little bit ominous for the Basin as the ball goes back in the middle. The knockdown there by Roberts. And we'll have another ball up. So it's a 19-point margin early in the second quarter. And the Basin really on top as the ball goes up again. Henderson might have just got a hand to it there, but can't be cleared as Campbell goes into the contest. Big hi to grandfather Glenn, who's in hospital. We hope he's feeling better as the knockout comes from Roberts. Now the Basin have got it and they'll go forward again. He's Boavita, he's been prominent. Couldn't get near that one though, and it was knocked out of bounds just in front of Boland.
They really have taken control of the centre and midfield, the Basin. They just need to get more reward for effort here.
They just look a lot more likely. Something happening just out of camera shot there. I think Boavita got thrown to the ground by a couple of the Boronia players. Boronia in possession. They've got it near the boundary line. They soccer it forward. Can they get a fairly fortuitous mark? No, they can't. Taken there by Brown. Brown gets it forward. Can they get a mark?
Nice
no,
mark.
They can't. Beautifully taken by Burgess just across the half-back line, and Burgess will switch it out. But that's another pork. That was what you're saying, Bresh, about the disposal. Just really going to no one. Cripps turns around and pops one back inside. Can he hit a target? Up they fly. Almost taken there, but the ball goes to ground. They still get a chance, the Basin. It's all a bit untidy. Diving in there, trying to get hands on it. I think that was Edwards. Falls for the Basin. Funny old kick. It might actually bounce through. It has.
Boavita.
It's gone through. Boavita again. He's been really lively. That's his second of the day. Probably a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, but I think his first one was probably better. Let's just watch the replay.
Not as good as the throw by Edwards to Boavita.
No.
It was a funny old kick, but he'll take it. It doesn't matter how.
It's all about just getting the job done, mate. Doesn't matter how.
That's right. There's no pictures involved.
Matty Clark's going to have a look at Connor Edwards. He's going to have to try and find a player that's going to match his mobility and his speed for the rest of the afternoon, because he looks like the player that could do the most damage.
Ball back in the middle. Roberts will go up against Henderson, and we'll give that one to Henderson, who stood flat-footed but still got the knockdown. In there was Hannon, got brought down by his opponent in Hallow, who's had a ripper start to this game. Still in the middle of the ground, the home fans screaming for holding the ball, including Brett Beston, because it was guess who? Bolton, who laid the tackle. The kick goes up towards the half-forward line, taking the mark, and just he can probably get the purchase here, Watson. He'll take off now. He'll set sail for goal. It's a good-looking kick, Watson. They got the answer they needed there, the home side. That was good play. He looked confident as well. He took the mark. He was casual in his approach, almost trying to trick them into that he wasn't going to have a ping. Straight through it goes for his first of the day. 2-2-14 is the Boronia side, but they are trailing at the moment by 19 points, 5-3-33. The Basin. Matt Fody around the grounds.
Yeah, One Turner South look like they're going to have 2 on the trot. They're leading 11-6-72 to Lillardale 2-3-15. It's East Ringwood by 4 points, 30-26 at the Pouch over Mooroolbark, and Baldwin got the first one after half time out there at Moreton Park, so they lead by 40 points now. Mitcham lead by 5 points over Croydon. Upper Gully still 4 points over Bayswater. No update from Montrose and Park Orchards, and the only other score is Berwick have added another goal. They lead by 27 over North Ringwood.
Beautifully done, Matt.
Thank you.
Back in the middle, it's bouncing around there, and the Basin try to get hands on it, but it's all a bit untidy. Good work there on the ground by Hallow. He's been very, very good. And he's taken in a strong tackle and will have a ball up, a little bit of push and shove, but it's all handbags at 10 paces stuff.
Noticed Baldwin have stepped up since you gave him a whack midweek.
Oh, mate. I'll send the invoice out this week.
So ball goes up again. Roberts with the tap. It falls again for that man Hallow. He won't be close to best on ground at the moment as the ball goes inside 50. They can't take the mark. It's bobbling around all over the place. Taken there by Godwin, who gets a handball away, but he's thrown to the ground, and the umpire says it was a bit unfair, a bit over vigorous. So free kick to Jake Godwin even, as he gets a little kick forward to about half. Nice mark taken there. So now Jackson wheels around, goes long. Can he hit a target? It's a good kick, but it's just overcooked slightly. Bit of an opportunity. The Hare is there. Hare tries to get his hands on it. Does well to get a handball back inside, but the tackle is made, and the Basin have turned it over. It was Dowler, and that's a bit of heavy stuff over there.
Did he not duck his head? You guys got the monitors in front of you. He ducked his head. That should be holding the ball.
I was holding the ball.
Yeah.
Definitely. High throws it up in the front spot there. Big man Robertson just whacked it towards the Duke, who sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds, right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 19-point margin here.
I don't know what you guys are noticing, but when the Basin score, it's from a high handball run speed. They're too quick for Boronia. When Boronia look good, it's the kick into the middle from Goldwyn, which hit the target. So if Boronia can get their kicking efficiency up, they'll cut them open. If not, it might be a bit of a bear cave day.
Decent old crowd out there near the gazebo on the far side. There's a tackle there by big man Roberts.
I've been really impressed by the way the Basin have attacked the contest and the tackling pressure they've been putting on Boronia.
Well, the rucks went up at it. And Roberts got slung to the ground in the end. The umpire said, well, let's just play this one on as it goes out. Jordan Roberts just coughed it up straight away. So just forward of the back half there for Boronia. Kick up towards the wing. They're having to do it under a fair old bit of pressure, just trying to work the ball forward, which they do now. Inside forward 50, little handball over the top. They go goalward though this time. Across the face he goes and through for a minor score. So almost a chance out of nothing that time for Boronia. Sees them equalise in the behind department, and it's back to a 3-goal ball game. The Basin.
I don't know who kicked that behind.
Say that again, Brash.
Who kicked that behind?
Number 5 we have out there, so we'll need the guys to get us an update on that as the kick comes back into play now, getting up and underneath it, and the fall of the ball, it will be the Bears. Trapping it out that time there was Ratton, who just got dumped, and you heard the crowd screaming for a free to no avail.
And so, umpire to throw it up. Up they go. Henderson might have just got the tap. It was a bit of a stalemate as the kick goes forward as they try and get someone on the end of it. Bouncing around there. Nicely picked up the Basin. They can go inside 50. Now they do. Can they hit a target? It's a long kick. It's a beautiful kick too. And into the open goal goes Mills. And the veteran Trevor Mills puts it through. Beautiful kick by Edwards. And Trevor Mills had nothing to do but just take the mark and run into an open goal.
And kicked it to Boronia Road, so we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, I've got plenty of time to go through this. Connor Edwards' pick up there. I think it was Brent McAlpine actually left his man to try and impact the contest. Didn't get there. On the bounce, Edwards picked that up, managed to wheel around, and that's a good 45, 50-metre pass, and Mills didn't have to think about it. That's the way they want to kick their goals, Brash. They do that St Kilda style. You can't miss from the top of the scare. Let's score them from there. And Connor Edwards has been on fire. They're going to have to send something more important to him.
I do apologise. He went for the barrel and he scrubbed it, so it actually.
Oh, you thought he tried to kick it on Boronia, right? All's well that ends well. I think Jared's down there and he's got the update on the jump. Ryan.
Yeah, no number 5 out there. I don't know where you've
might
seen
be 45.
The point was, I think, Zach Dower, who's wearing 51.
There you go.
Thank you.
Well, had a 5 in there somewhere, so we'll take it.
Connor Edwards this year's kicked 5 goals and been in the best twice, but so far today he's looking like a 50-goal-a-year player.
So Godwin takes it, number 5 on his back as he gets a funny old handball over the top. Going in there was Adams. He was brilliant last week. He's been a bit quiet today so far. Going in there and taking possession of the ball was McAlpine. He's thrown to the ground, and that's Boavita again. He's been terrific so far today.
They can't get any clean possession here, Boronia.
They're not used to that, are they, Brash?
No, they're not.
McAlpine got the tap. Godwin goes without it. It's on the ground as they try and work their way out. The little handball over the top. And here's an opportunity as they get the kick inside 50 from Cripps, but he might have just overcooked it. And it's either a mark or a out of bounds on the full. Take your pick. And Boronia will launch off halfback.
So they'll go that way now as it's trapped there by Bredden, who swings around on the left this time inside the forward 50 it goes. Will it sit up? Edwards might be at the fall. The ball here to go after it on hands and knees. Nicely done by McAlpine. It actually was McAlpine this time, not every player that Brett keeps calling, as it goes to the top of the goal square. And it's almost trapped there by Cardamone. I'm sorry, Besto, but you've done it. McAlpine's your go-to player.
That was a free kick.
That was the umpires found a free kick there.
It's going to Boavita.
That was a really poor option then by the Boronia defence. They actually went back into play then.
They had, but Matt Clark did speak about coming in the corridor, but I think they might have gone too early, Brush. I think you're right. Back pocket's probably not the time.
This is probably too easy for him, Boavita. He likes the tricky ones. Will he run around and have a snap, do you reckon?
He's coming up for goal number 3 here.
No, he's going the conventional, I think.
So he goes goalward, he keeps it low, and he pushed it to the left-hand side. So, a bit of a letdown there. It is a comfortable lead still, Besto, to the Bears at the moment. 6-4-40 to 2-3-15 with guess who to bring it back in.
So Bolton to bring it back in, looking around for someone to kick to. It's all a bit hesitant from the, and that's a shocking kick. It's going to be either a free kick or a mark. Looks like a free kick, and that's G who's taken it. Let's just watch the replay and see what happened.
Luke Hannon's he's just clobbed him around the head.
Just got copped a high one. Kick to about half back and bang, you can see it there, pretty clear.
I hate to go after some of your loved ones, Besto, but that kick's
it was a shocker, wasn't it?
Well, he's kicking on the outside of the boot, Brash. Like, he had time to straighten up and actually kick it at the man, and that's just the Basin pressure. They're just panicking.
He should have just kept down the line.
Exactly.
In fact, he's just gone straight back in.
I think the messages are getting mixed up in terms of when you use the corridor, like Clarkey said.
Jaden G, this will really make it hard to put it through beautifully. And they really are on fire, this Basin side. Jaden G gets his first of the afternoon, and on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it's starting to look a little ominous. 7-4-46 plays 2-3-15. And we've had about 12 minutes in the second quarter.
Well, they're being outworked and outmuscled here, the Basin, the Boronia.
And both sides, Clarkey said that the Basin play like Boronia do, and both sides score a lot from turnovers. They set up so that you can't get the ball out of their forward 50, and they get that turnover and kick a goal. And at the moment, the Basin are causing a lot more turnovers than Boronia are.
They're fast as well, I think. And,
they're lightning quick. Mm-hmm. Just around the grounds while we've got them, Waverley Blues look like they're sending us a message, Brush. They're 6 goals up over Eastfield. No other scores updated in Division 3, and results are going as we expected in Division 4, except for Forest Hill. They're up by 2 goals, and we've heard nothing from Kilsyth Churnside Park. As there's
Hannon kicked it to Dower. Dower took the mark and then got the ball slapped out of his hand. So, and then it's a little bit of a how do you do?
There was shouts of a reversal. That might have been opportunistic by the Basin fans in front of us.
Got a little bit of a slung. He dropped it. He played for it. He did well. He comes in and he'll just slot this one back, and that's the answer that you want. As Dower, he's not going to kick it out of the ground over the goal umpire's head. It goes. It's his first. It's his side's third goal on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. The quick answer. So we'll pretend the last goal didn't happen, and we are back to a 25-point ball game.
Sometimes you need something like that just to fire you up again. Just a little, just a little bit of inconvenience and
a niggle. But what would you do, Brash, if you're Matt Clark here? Like, do you try and slow the game down and just get to half time? But there's too much time to do that. Where are they evening it up? Does he try to drop a loose? Do they just keep biting off those 45 kicks?
He's just got to keep to his structure.
Ball in the middle. Was knocked out by Ratton, who's gone into the ruck for the Bears. Hitting the deck that time was Lynch, and we'll have a ball up. Very impressive work by a delivery guy who's ridden in on a bicycle with a cheesecake in his left hand, one-handed.
A cheesecake?
A cheesecake, dead set.
Who's ordered a cheesecake?
Who knows? but it's arrived.
Got a hankering for a cheesecake.
He's heading towards the club rooms right now. Lee might get a quick shot at that.
South Croydon have kicked a couple of openers against Rover in the second half. They lead 11-4-70 to 8-9-57, and the only other real score that's updating is Berwick and North Ringwood 30-63 in favour of the Wickers.
Ratton went to the Mills direction at centre half forward. He got the chop of the arm, so a free kick is rewarded to him as he goes towards the Belvita direction. Over the top of his head it goes. Edwards hit the deck at the crucial stage there, brought to ground by Collins and co. And we will have a ball up 25 metres out from the Bear goal line.
Starting to get a bit willing out there. I think they're trying to just ruffle Connor Edwards' feathers a little bit here.
Roberts' little flick over the back, and it did okay there, Henry. Talk amongst yourselves, boys.
Sorry.
As the ball comes in the middle of the ground, handball out. Now a chance for the Basin to go forward again as the kick goes out wide to Adams. Here he goes, Adams, on the right boot. He just got away with it in the nick of time. He's pushed it wide, and I think he's just kept that in. Good mark taken by Battersby. It would have been a game boundary umpire to say no to him as a kick goes inside forward 50. Big fly by Mills over the back, but at the fall of the ball it was Dower who got the handball away. And here's Bolton on the right boot, just chips it in towards the middle of the ground. Not his best effort again that time. Handball linked up well with Wood. They're going to go forward again. The Bears up towards the half forward line, getting underneath it and dropping almost probably what he should have taken that time. But Adams was there for support. He's going to go on the right. He's going to push it towards the forward pocket. What's the umpire going to pay here? It was a trip, but it was probably a bit of wrong footing. Michael Cardamone filthy as we go boundary side to Ryan Long.
Just an update on Jackson Drake. That's a dislocated finger, so he's on his way to hospital and is out for the rest of the game.
That was the question about to ask, where is Jackson Drake? Because I was about to say he's the forward that's been the most quiet. What happens when both sides play the same style of footy is, Brash? So Boronia make it hard for the Basin, hit a target inside forward 50, and the Basin make it hard for Boronia, hit a target in the centre of the ground, which means the ball's just going to stay here for a while.
Hello, on hands and knees, handballs it over the boundary line. You're time to respond, Brash.
Adams is two of Adams' disposals into the forward 50 have been shocking kicks so far.
But that's what I'm saying. Bronia's numbers are all there, so he's got no one to kick it to, but then when the Boronia do turn it over, they've got no one to kick it to.
Last time it was shallow. This time the boundary umpire gave it all he's got, and it came out. Quick kick out of that danger zone by the Hawks. Can they link up? Can they link up well? Picked up by White. He looked like he had a lot more time than what he did, but falling over at the crucial stage out there was Burgess. Now it'll be a chance for Boavita for the Bears on the left boot. Inside forward 50 he goes. He was looking there for Mills. Little handball over the top. They've kept the ball alive here, the Basin, but the Hawks do have the numbers. Scooped upon by Jackson, who linked up well. Now the kick goes down the wing position. A one-on-one contest out there. The umpire said play on as Dower dropped the mark. The kick back forward by the Bears, almost picked up and taken by Battersby. Got the handball backwards to go forwards. They'll kick it up towards that half forward line. Standing underneath at that time there was Lake. Dropped what he probably should have taken. Ball hits the deck. We'll have a ball up just inside the line, 75 metres out from the Bears goal line.
Jared Lake, I can see why the Basin players are really upset because he dropped the knees there.
Just around the grounds while all this is going on. Blackburn may be coming back into it, but time is of the essence. They're 40, Baldwin is 77, and Park Orchards are 86, Montrose 36. So 10 goals, closer to 10 than 6, Brad.
So Henderson fighting, and he's caught for holding the ball. Josh Adams, great tackle, and here come the Basin again. Here's the long kick forward to around about half forward. Can they go? Beautifully done there, hooked away by a defender. Tackle made there on Jackson, and it's going to be a free kick. Just talking about, we'll come back to that in fact as we just wait to see what's going on here.
You can see this game starting to fire up a little bit. Both sides are not taking a backward step.
So just talking about Jackson Drake, I was going to say he's kicked 9 goals in 4 games. So he's out of the game, but it hasn't mattered today because the Basin have been sharing the goals around. Long kick forward and it's out of bounds on that far side.
He kicked 4 last week out of a game that only had 11 goals. So he's obviously been instrumental this year. So it'll be interesting to see who's going to step up. So far it's Connor Edwards, but I'm sure it'll be, and Boavita, I'm sure there'll be others.
That's right. So it makes a little bit of a hole, but they'll work around it, I'm sure, as the ball goes in. It was an unmarked tap with a Henderson. Ball scrambled forward. Boronia trying to get the hands up. Beautifully won there. It was Mills, Trevor Mills, as they burst away. Boronia with the football now. In fact, no, it's there for the Basin. Now it's Cripps. Cripps goes forward. They've got ball comes loose. It should have probably been taken there, but it was a difficult one. Now the little short kick, and this will be an easy mark.
Carter's.
Cardamone. had a little juggle there. It looked like he was trying to play on, but the umpire said, yeah, the Boronia player's not very happy. They reckon he tried to play on, but
No, I don't think he did. He was just trying to regain his footing.
But the Boronia players, I think...
Knowing Michael Cardamone, he's trying to take any advantage he can find.
He was trying to get an extra metre. It's actually clever, and it's the hardest spot on the ground to kick a goal from.
So Michael Cardamone, plenty of experience. Spent a bit of time up at Coldstream a season or two back. Here's his kick, and I think it's a bit narrow. It is. It's gone to the... In fact, it's out of bounds on the full. He's missed everything. So not his best effort.
Coldstream, Forest Hill, Aquinas. Who else, Brash? Can you remember off the top of your head? For Carters.
Croydon.
Been everywhere.
Oh, big fly there by Mills, who just went, thank you very much. And it was popped up there by Bolton, so another letdown kick out of defensive zone for him as Trevor Mills. He deserves a goal for this. That was a sensational grab. Went up with the flight, and Burgess knew nothing about that. Could Harry, and it'll be Mills. We've called him for a long time, Trevor Mills. One of the favourite sons down at the Basin. We're right behind him. He'll kick from 55 metres out. He goes goalward. It's the hardest spot to kick a goal, but he's bending it back right to the line. It stays alive. Bolton will get the quick handball away. Now a chance for Boronia to get out of that danger zone. They'll kick towards the Hannon direction. He got worked underneath at that time.
Basin.
Well, by Boland. Snap around the body there by Cripps. Inside forward 50 it goes. An up and under kick. The big fly there by G. He couldn't pull it down. Hitting the deck was Boland. Good strong tackle by Hannon. Will have a ball up 45 metres out from the Bears goal line.
Boronia cannot put two possessions together to create any sort of space.
The Basin are just set up too well behind the ball at the moment. It's literally not going to get past the centre wing with a clean disposal, and if it does, I'm pretty sure a Basin player will mark it.
So it's back into the tight stuff. Heavy tackle, should I say, from Cardamone on Campbell. And the umpire says we'll ball it up. So what have we got? 25-point margin, and we've got, basically into time on in this second quarter. Boronia can ill afford to concede another one as Cripps gets it away. The little funny old kick inside 50, but it's been cut off, and the Boronia side will be able to bring it out, and they cannot afford, as I say, to concede. That's not a good kick, and it's been comfortably marked there by Weir. I haven't called his name too many times. Weir goes short. It's a good kick. In fact, it was just knocked away from the Basin player at the crucial time. Long ball forward. Hannon couldn't take it. It goes over the top. Now they get it forward to Basin. That's a nice kick, and there's players all over the place. There's 3 Basin players there to 1 Boronia player. Now here's Adams on the outside, a little handball to himself. Goes for a little run, decides to sock it off the ground. And in fact, it's not Boavito, it's Cardamone who gets it in the back. Oh. Yes, he did.
I can see that.
That was soft as well.
I know, he telegraphed it. He telegraphed it.
He used his body very well there, and Lee Green's just told us he thinks Cardamone was a Donvale junior, so there's another club to add on.
I'm sorry, that's not a free kick. I'm not paying it.
Well, he's an experienced man. He's stooged more than one umpire in the East.
So Michael Cardamone, he's got 1 today. This will be his second if he can slot it through, and it'll make it a 31-point margin. Cardamone strikes it, and it looks okay.
No.
Just dying off at the last minute. And the goal umpire was having a good look, but it's across the face. And the margin is 26.7547, plays 3-3-21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I could get a ball to shape like that.
You almost feel like the Basin could have put this game away.
So Bolton takes the ball, kicks the ball back into play. They certainly could have, the Basin. They're all but home, you would think, if they continue to play like this. Is the ball over on the far side, trying to get his hands on it. There was Edwards. He did well. Now the ball towards the boundary, picked up by Godwin. Flirting with that boundary line over on the far side. The kick towards Hannon, he gets hands to it, but he can't keep it in.
Here's another player that can't get into the game at all.
Round the grounds with Matt Fodia.
Bayswater 12-5-77 lead, Upper Gully 8-5-53. So that looks like it's going as predicted. Montrose, as I mentioned, trailing Park Orchards by 50 points, and the Wickers look like they might have 2 on the bounce. They're up by 47 over North Ringwood.
Game over there.
And so Boronia get it back off a Basin turnover. It's all a bit messy though, the Boronia side. They keep turning the ball over. They're getting it back on the odd occasion, but they're not doing a lot with it. Little handball over there from Davidson. Now they go forward to Basin again, trying to find a player that's Battersby, running into the pocket towards the boundary line, and good work by Edwards. Connor Edwards, he's been one of the best players for the Basin.
More scores around the ground.
Scoresby, they love doing it in tight ones. 5-7-37, Donvale 4-10-34. Waverley Blues look like they're home against East Burwood, 45-point leaders. Division 4 results going as expected, as I said, with the two games between Coldstream and Croydon North. They're up 176-20, and Sylvan lead Nunawading 109-7. And as I mentioned, no other score updates from Division 2. Mulgrave by a point at half-time and Ringwood by 9 points at half-time.
The players still haven't learnt their lesson yet about the sling tackle. They keep doing it, and they're going to keep getting
and
there's
a directive. Sorry, that looks like that's on. No, there's a directive that a sling tackle, if it's deemed any form of dangerous, will be a direct yellow card.
Yep.
And there's been a couple of reports this year on that. And around the grounds, Vermont 5-7-37, Doncaster 4-3-27. So it's a spirited effort from the Sharks, who have tweeted at Eastern FNL and then hashtag EFL. They're a bit confused still, the Sharks.
Comes out now as Watson. He arched the back and took off and kicked it wide as the crew out there. You've got to have long hair to be part of that friendship group out there.
That's why we parked the van on this side. They wouldn't let us.
They're having a good time, and that's what it's all about. Ball goes over the boundary line. So 25 minutes tick over here.
They look a bit bewildered at the moment, Boronia. They just don't know what to do when they get their next possession.
Well, the Basin are just too quick. They're just running. They're too quick, and I think they're too fit. Boronia look a bit slow at this stage. I've said that about them before, and they've won flags when I've said that, so it might be a good omen.
Well, speaking of slow, it's real slow motion throw in and then chase after it by Hendo, and he hit the deck and will have the ball up.
But the Basin's tackling pressure is really wearing the Boronia outfit down.
Berwick are piling them on. That's another goal for them, out by 53 points now. Wanty South a similar margin over Lillardale.
The Wickers didn't probably get to celebrate in style with their win against Baldwin last week.
Well, by the time they got back, it was 9 p.m.
Yeah, that's it. So it'll be celebrations plus tonight out at Berwick as the kick goes towards the top of the goal square, and the umpire's going to pay a free kick here, the way of the Bears. It looked like Boavita might have been able to run onto it and just pick it up and
Trevor
Mills, who took a screamer. Eyes only for the football, and free kick given away by Jess Beston as he runs in and kicks a goal, does Mills. So that's his second on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Come on, fellas. Give me
Surrey Park are down by 5 goals to Forest Hill, Brash. So the Zebras look like they're going to go 3-1. And no doubt Mitch Hanegraaff's got a few of those 11. And in terms of that, this is... it's danger times for the Hawks. I know we've only got a few moments till half time, but at the moment they're clearly frustrated. They've started both the little scuffles we've had. They're giving away cheap free kicks. I know Cardamone's one probably wasn't there, but they're still giving away free kicks, and they literally cannot exit their back 50. Their best way of getting it to the centre is conceding a goal at the moment.
So it can't be that long to play in this second term, and it's a 32-point victory. A 30-point margin, should I say? So I wonder what Matt Clark will say at half-time.
It almost feel like they're going to have to sort of play like a version of Clarkie's paddock in the second half to get back into it.
Well, they're doing it. It's just they don't get the ball down there to the paddock. It's no good. It's all good owning a paddock, but you've got to do something with it, Brash.
So just waiting for the umpire to bring it back. It was a bit wet. It might have been McAlpine who got the tap, but it's straight into the contest again.
Gee, how good has this Halo been in the midfield?
He's an absolute star.
He has just gone at it and he's just been really
Watch his kicking style too. He sort of almost side foots it. That Matt Suckling style.
McAlpine, it's come out for Adams, who had it there for a moment but lost it, and it's on the ground, and we'll have another ball up. So we've played 27.5 minutes in the second quarter. So up it goes again. Look at Hallow lurking. He's been fantastic. They get the tap though. It's Roberts who gets it down, but it's Hannon who throws it away to Goodwin. Goodwin gets a kick forward, but that's a poor kick, and it's been easily cut off there. They could have done with a late goal, Boronia, but it's not to be. Basin to get it forward. They may well finish up with a late one themselves. Picked up there by Burgess, who drops their head. And if that's been... No, in fact, it's not been paid as a high tackle. The siren's gone. And that'll be half-time. So 53 plays 21 in a pretty interesting first half, but it's all the Basin at the moment.
28 points is the margin. Major goal kickers on the ground for the Basin, 2 each to Mills and Boavita, who is the clubhouse leader in the Tobin Brothers funeral goal of the day. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on the SEN app and, of course, 98.1 Radio Eastern. We're one half down. The other games out in the East today, well, they're already into the third term, bordering on the fourth quarter. Keep those scores coming through on social media. At EFNL is the handle across all of them. Stay tuned. We'll be back right after this to talk about what happened in the first half, what's going to happen in the second. Stay tuned.
Thanks for that, guys. You got a 4-minute break.
He's down on clearances and can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or for some people, show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $255 a year on water and energy bills. Save the performance for the stage. Shower shorter. Save water.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
You've all been to funerals of family members or friends, right? Do you start thinking about what you would want at your funeral? It's a bit like when you go to a wedding. At what stage do you start planning?
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Eastland, we believe one day isn't enough to celebrate all that our beautiful mums do. That's why we're celebrating Happy Mother's Days, the festival of love she deserves. From dining to fashion, homewares or a pampering session, Eastland has all your favourite brands ready to spoil mum. And if you need inspiration, check out our online gift guides. Spend $250 and you'll go in the running to win a $50 Eastland gift card till May 8th. T's and C's apply. Find out more at eastland.com.au. Eastland, live real.
Back in 60 seconds, guys.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He circled back. Yes! Straight into his pie hole.
10 seconds.
Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Mike's on.
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve here. It's the halftime show between for EFNL Match of the Round here. We're at Boronia. Boronia v the Basin, and the Hawks, they're struggling. They're 3-3-21. The Basin Bears, the juggernaut, they're undefeated, and we know why. It's their 8-5-53. The goal kickers just quickly, 2 to Trevor Mills and 2 to Dion Bavita for the Bears. Singles to Michael Cardamone, Connor Edwards, who's been pretty lively up forward, Jaden G and Nicholas Halo, who's dominated on ball. And for the Hawks, there's been pretty slim pickings. Fletcher Duke kicked a nice one to get things started, and Lachlan Watson and Zachary Dower, the beneficiary of a 50-metre penalty. I'm Matthew Foder. I'm joined by Brett Beston and Jared Beedland. Gents, what have you noticed from the game? It's the Bears. They've come here to play best, though, and they're bringing some high speed, high octane footy, and the Hawks don't know what to do.
That's exactly right, Matty. I mean, they're just so much quicker. They've got a lot of quick players on the outside. They're winning the ball in the middle. They're a lot tougher around the contest, and they are just it's very hard to see how Boronia are going to get back in this game. I mean, the likes of Connor Edwards, he's been fantastic. Hello's been fantastic as well. Boavita's been an absolute live wire, and you just don't feel that Boronia have got any of those types in their side, which is going to be a challenge for them in the second half.
Yeah, what stood out to me is just how well the Basin have set up across the centre line, their back line. Their half-back centre line. They've been pushing up really well, outnumbering any sort of forward push that Boronia have. Any contest, any marking contest, any contest at the ground, they've always had numbers to the ball.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Jared. They're set up behind the ball, so their game style, obviously they've got a lot more leg speed, and Matt Clark referred to that in the pre-game, that he knew Boronia were going to be slower than the Basin, which means they're going to have to rely on 45 kicks that open the field up, but they have to be accurate kicks, and the Basin's pressures just meant that unless the kicks absolutely bang on, they've intercepted it. We saw Jaden G get one and Trevor Mills get a couple when Bolton was bringing out of defence. I know it sounds like he's picking on him, but he's obviously a ball user.
No, it's absolutely fair.
But he's the ball user in defence, so that's why it's happening. And then the Basin's ball, they're basically, both sides want to lock it in their forward 50. It's just what happens that way is that neither team's really used to attacking from defence, which means at the moment the Basin are dominating the territory and Boronia aren't used to having to transition it all the way out, which is going to be what they have to learn, or they're going to have to start winning it in the middle of the ground and lock it in their forward 50 to get back into this game. So, look, it's going to be interesting. You can't write off Boronia because they've been such a strong side for so long, gents, especially in the Matt Clark era, but yeah, it's looking pretty good if you're a Bears fan.
Yeah, like a 32-point margin. I mean, as you say, you can't write them off. But
they've got to
the first 5.
They've got to double their score and some.
It's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, they'd have to in the first 5 minutes of the third term show something completely that they haven't shown in this game so far. And really, the Basin just have to keep playing the way they have done. I mean, even if Boronia get a couple of quick ones, it's a mountain to climb from here.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to know what a veteran coach like Matt Clark would be asking of his troops at half-time, because, as you said, they need to show something completely different. Their execution has been really poor, and that's something that's very difficult to change up on the fly.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It'll be interesting to see if
It's a pressure thing, though, isn't it? I mean, Basin have put on enormous pressure, so you're right what you say, but, you know, the pressure has meant that they've turned the ball over.
It'll be interesting to see what he comes out with, because he said in the pre-game that if it's execution, they'll wear that if it's execution and effort. But if he thinks it's system, he'll wear that. So it'll be interesting to see if they do change it up in this second half, Jared, or if they just go with the same system and go, no, we're going to do it properly. It's going to be very, very interesting. Before we go to a break and bring the footy back to you, just around the grounds, Premier Division, South Croydon are up by 25 points over Rowville. Baldwin look like they're home over Blackburn, 6-goal leaders. Norwood and Noah Park, it's still that 8-point difference score, but that was the half-time score, so I doubt that's still the score. I hope for the viewers' sake out there at Mullen there's been at least some goals. Berwick look like they're home for 2 wins on the bounce. They're 83-37 up over North Ringwood. And we mentioned just before the break that Vermont were only a couple of goals up over Doncaster, so a good effort by the Sharks. In Division 1, scores again filtering through, not exactly how we'd like them. Bayswater up by 4 goals. East Ringwood by a point over Mirrabbuck. That looks like an absolute classic going on out there. Park Orchards, the tweets we've got through mean a handy lead for the Sharks. In Division 2, no update from Ringwood and South Belgrave, so it's still a 9-point lead for the Redbacks, according to us. Mulgrave, they're up by 6 goals over Knox, so they might get their second win under Ryan Webster. We know the score at this ground. In Division 3, Scoresby still leaders by 3 points, according to this, so I'm sure that'll update soon. East Burwood are closing the margin, but I think time's running out. Waverley Blues lead 100-74 there. Warrandyte are out by 60 points, 14-10-94 to Glen Waverley, 5-4-34. And Division 4, Kilsyth Churnside, we've had no update all day. Forest Hill are up by 30 points over Surrey Park. So a minor upset there, and very well done to the Zebras, Justin Cicluna. That'll take them to 3-1. Coldstream have just knocked over 200 points. They're 30-21-201 to Croydon North Hemlock, 3-4-22. And Sylvan are 26-13-169 to Nunawading, 1-3-9. Gents, before we go to the break, and sorry, Wanton to South led Lewdale by 40 points. 60 points. Before we go to the break, gents, is there any way back into it for Boronia, Besto, or are we writing them off?
Look, it's very hard. I mean, 31 points, and we talked about how they might change things up structurally, I'm not really sure what they can do.
They've got a lot of players that are similar, don't they?
That's right. I mean, you look at it and you think, what could they do? But I mean, they have got a lot of similar type players, and I just think the Basin, as I say, if they continue to play the way they have, they'll win the, get it, maybe a bit harder around the ball. If maybe Boronia could put Jess Bolton on the ball,
possibly. If they think he's a good ball user, you may as well use him in the middle.
Because he's down back at the moment, so maybe if they put him on ball, because he hasn't done a heck of a lot down back, so maybe that could be an option. But outside of that, it's going to be difficult.
Well, perhaps the answers are in the centre for Boronia. But other than pressure around the ball, I mean, Basin's pressure could drop off throughout the game. It's
a hard thing to up to.
Yeah. You can't always have that pressure on. That's really the only window that Boronia will have, I reckon.
I think what we're going to see is Boronia going to come out all guns blazing, and it's either going to mean that they're going to tighten up and we're going to see an enthralling second half, or the Basin are going to absolutely pummel them. But I think they're going to live by the sword and die by the sword. We're going to go to a break. On the other side of this break, thanks Brett and Jared before I say that. On the other side of this break, we'll have the second half from Tormore Reserve for the BCNA round in the Eastland Football Netball League. It's the Boronia Hawks 3-3-21 trailing the Basin Bears 8-5-53.
Thanks, guys. 4 minutes.
50s down on clearances and can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Celebrate a season of stories at Eastland this autumn-winter and discover a style for any occasion and every member of your family. From romantic date nights to family outdoor adventures or a glamorous evening out on the town. Find your new season trend at over 350 of your favourite brands like MJ Bale, Rod & Gun, Maya and Uniqlo. Your new autumn-winter style is waiting at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or for some people, show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $255 a year on water and energy bills. Save the performance for the stage. Shower shorter. Save water.
With Bendigo Bank's new Complete Home Loan, you'll be completely taken care of. With a completely awesome rate. Complete offset on fixed and variable loans. And a home loan specialist completely dedicated to you. So if you're not completely sure about the Big Four, search Bendigo Bank Complete Home Loan or head into Bendigo Bank, the better big bank. Lending criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
You've all been to funerals of family members or friends, right? Do you start thinking about what you would want at your funeral? It's a bit like when you go to a wedding. At what stage do you start planning?
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7.
45 seconds.
Emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He circled back. Yes! Straight into his pipe.
Back in 10.
Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland, proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland, live real.
Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Mike's on.
Welcome back to Tormore Reserve, and we've been talking all day about the sunshine. Well, it's gone. The clouds are in. There's a bit of rain about. The pink footy's going to come in handy. And of course, we're using pink footies for the Breast Cancer Network Australia round, celebrating all the work that breast cancer nurses do and raising money for those in need. And so pink footies, pink runners' bibs, pink socks in some sports. For some teams. Netball was pink bibs. Mother's Day tomorrow as well. So all the mums listening in, happy Mother's Day Eve. And at the moment, though, someone who isn't enjoying that Mother's Day Eve is the Boronia Hawks. They're 3-3-21, trailing the Basin 8-5-53. Wayne Brasher, you're back in the hot seat. What did you see in that first half, mate, that the Hawks can maybe change to get back into this?
Well, I think that Matty Clark's going to have to look at maybe some structural changes. He's got to try and find a way of getting Luke Hannon into the contest. Maybe put him at full forward and go and try a version of Pagan's Paddock, really.
Well, they're not getting it down to him, though.
No, but the thing is, if they can take control of the midfield a little bit and then probably try and go long, that could be one way of doing it. But the thing is, though, my main concern about Boronia is they get the first possession, Matt, but the second possession, it's not clean. It's under pressure, and it keeps getting turned over.
Well, they're flat-footed, and he did say they're a contested ball side. Look at their side. It's similar heights. There's not really who's their outside runner. I don't think you can tell. Whereas if you look at the Basin side, your run comes from Boavita. I know he's playing as a forward, but he gives you some run there. Hallow can play both in and out. Jordan Roberts has provided a bit of run. Thomas Weir's pushed up. Yeah, Ryan White.
Ryan White, in his first season, he was that outside run. He's actually probably changed his game a little bit and became more an inside rather than staying as an outside. I think as Matty Clark's trying to develop, you don't want to have... Hello, mate.
You're on air, Wayne, and you're having a conversation. Well, the height of professionalism. Brasher's having a conversation. He's in the midst of a point.
Yeah, well... As I was saying,
Billy Brownless area is that?
Well, look, I just think that Boronia have got to try and find a way of getting that second possession more to their advantage. But I think
stop handballing and maybe just kick.
They might have to go back to an old style football game.
Just get it forward.
When you've got two contested sides up against each other, one's only can win.
Down to Ryan Long on the boundary.
Just an update with the Basin. Jordan Roberts has come off with a bit of a hamstring complaint. Might not return. So I'm not sure what incident that happened, but that was late in the second quarter.
So easy, Brett Beston. Take us away in the second half.
So what have Boronia got? I guess we'll soon find out as Henderson gets the knockdown. They're a fair way behind, but it's a good game to win, as the saying goes. Now the ball toe poked forward. We'll find out what Matt Clark said at half-time as Burgess goes to ground, knocks it out, but it's a good strong tackle on there. That's Godwin. And he gets a bit of a push in the back. It's Battersby.
Hannon's starting on ball, and he looks like he's going to Nick Halo. So fire with fire there, Boronia.
Yeah, you can see they really have come out. Godwin's pushing and shoving. They're trying to get a bit of a presence going here, but they need to do more than that. As the ball goes down, going back and taking it was, I think it was Bolton. He gets a hook to kick forward, trying to get underneath it there, and that's a free kick. So...
better start already though, Brash. Look at this.
Yeah. And here they go, the little handball over the top. Can they get something going here? They need to get it inside 50 quickly. There's the kick off the boot of Duke. Long ball forward, trying to get on there. Here was Rutherford. He hasn't got near it today as the ball goes back. Now they've got an opportunity to shoot for goal. How does it look? It looks all right. Just drifting at the last minute, and it's across the face.
Noah Jackson.
Yeah.
And through for a point.
At least there was intent there, though.
You already saw, Brash, you spoke about that first possession. Well, the first possession from that stoppage was a kick. He didn't even think about handballing, and they got a free kick and immediately played on. So they're good signs.
Well, the other thing, boys, that Jared Rutherford's kicked 8 goals in his last 4 games, and he's hardly touched it today. So they've just got to get it forward to him, I think, as the ball goes in. Taken nicely by Adams. Adams just surveying his options and puts it onto the right boot, and he goes out wide. Henderson pushes his opponent out of the way and takes an easy mark in the end, and Boronia will come back. Henderson, now this is the kick that they've let them down a few times as it goes inside 50 mark, almost taken there, down to Rutherford, the man we were just talking about, but his kick is partly smothered, and here they wait. It's surely holding the ball, and it's Adams. Good tackle on him, so they'll get an opportunity to grab a quick one, Boronia.
Jake Mallis, and the pressure, they've come out, they've obviously been given a rev up because they're absolutely hunting in packs. Sorry, Besto's handed it off. And
oh no,
Jaden Collins has missed. But already they look, even there, they're keen to just get it moving, Brash, which is what we wanted. Because you can see Basin have so many numbers behind the ball, and they can't just let them run it out. They've got to hit them hard.
Cripps takes it from the free kick in the back pocket.
Let's play on.
So winds around now on the right boot. An up and under kick. Getting underneath it there was Collins, who did well for the Hawks. He wants to move it quickly, and that's good play. Spears a pass. Mark has been taken by Jackson, who'll be just too far out to score, you would think. So he's going to kick it right to the hot spot, out towards the area of Rutherford, who just hasn't been near it today. As it comes out towards Davis, now they'll link up well. Through the half back line, Lynch on the right boot, drives it out towards the wing position. Big fly up there by Mills. He's been lively, hasn't he? His recovery was excellent as well. Just got that valuable 25 metres on it. The one-on-one contest with Burgess was there. The Hawks do have the numbers. They can raffle it across the back, but selling a little bit of candy and going through the middle of the ground. Here they'll link up nicely. Goes to Collins, now driving the ball inside 450 or thereabouts. It was a scrambly kick. They let themselves down there, and it'll be the Bears to run away with it.
So, opportunity for the Boronia there, but they let themselves down again with that disposal, and the kick from the Basin, it's gone out of bounds, so we'll have a throw in.
They're doing everything right, Boronia, except hit the scoreboard.
Absolutely. They've certainly made they've certainly shown some intent at the start of this quarter, and they have to do that, because otherwise this game will be over very, very quickly. So we'll see what happens in this ruck contest. The two ruckmen pushing and shoving, but it's Henderson who takes it out of the ruck with two hands, as you can do now, of course, under the new rules that have been in for a while. White goes away, the handball back. Now it's Hannon, goes forward, but who's the target? They're waiting underneath it up. They fly, but it's knocked away, and it'll go out of bounds on that far side. But already, as we say, looking much better, Boronia.
Well, the beauty of that was he went long straight away. Okay. So that means at least there's a chance that it'll be a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-2 contest rather than a 4-on-2 contest for Boronia. And like you said, Brush, once they get one goal, it might open the floodgates.
So it might have been Roberts who got the tap that time into the contest. You're quite right, Matty. They need to get the ball forward quickly to create that 1-on-1 or try and isolate one of the big forwards one out rather than giving the Basin defence time to set. And we'll have a ball up.
Mulgrave going to get their second win of the season. They're up by about 6 goals with 8 minutes to play.
Up it goes. Knocked down. Godwin there looking for it, but he can't take it. Now it's Hannon trying to sock it off the ground. Adams gets a handball out, but it's going to come back on the boot there of Duke. And someone going to get to Rutherford. He almost had hands. He got one hand to it, but his other hand was held. Now the ball knocked to the ground, and that'll be a free kick to the Basin, I think. It was a Basin player got knocked over.
Yeah, Rutherford just gave him a little shove.
He hasn't done too much wrong this afternoon, Shane Davidson, being very cool, calm and collected in defence.
Short passes on. Finds Halo.
South Croydon by 38 points, 16-minute mark of the last quarter.
Oh, woof. That's a lazy kick and a good smother to boot.
Noble Park up by 2 points at three-quarter time.
That's much
against
better.
Norwood.
By to throw the ball back in close games around the east.
Third time lucky, Brash. Go. Didn't you have something to say? No? Apologies.
It comes in now. Got Crickets. There's a fresh air shot that time by Boavita. Goes in after it again. Picked up by Roberts. Dispossessed. Bolton's in there as well. And Henderson as well. Restart this one. Keep the scores coming through. At Footy EFNL across social media.
Eastern FNL.
Oh.
Footy EFNL is too much of a mouthful.
But you write it.
Huh? No, I don't.
But you write it, don't you?
When?
For us to say?
Yeah.
Oh, rightio. Gonski, good. He just dropped it like a hot potato, Ryan White. And right there was Cripps, who's had a solid game for the Bears. On the right boot. Spears the ball up the wing position. Nice fist on it that time there by Burgess. Comes out right in front of us here, hitting the deck at the critical stage was Boland. We'll have a ball up. Who keeps the pink football after today's game, Matt?
I believe one will be going to the clubs, and I think one might be going to best on ground.
So umpire throws it up, Roberts and Wright. Roberts went after it, barging his way through there. That time was Halo. Also right there was Hannon. Umpire's going to say, give it back to me, gentlemen.
I think Matty Clark's put Hannon into a ruck roving position.
Yeah, he's playing on Halo, or near him.
So the rucks go at it. Give that one to Roberts. Little handball out wide, but it's only in the arms of the Hawk. So an up and under kick going up towards the half forward line contest. And
Hannon's just following Nick Halo around. Well, now he looks like he's resting forward, but at that stoppage, the last one, he made a real effort to get to Halo.
Good save as it comes back in, right. Little fist over the top. gained every bit of 20 metres, chasing after the football was Hare, and over she goes. Besto, I'm going to hand over to you so you can break this game open a little bit.
Let's hope so. So, Boronia, at least if they've got, they haven't got anything to show on the scoreboard, but at least they've had a good period of play down on attack. They've got to hit some scoreboard pressure as the ball goes in. Henderson got mobbed as he tried to go for the ball in the hands now of Davidson, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up inside 50.
East Ringwood by 7 points, 14 minutes gone, final term, and Baldwin only 21 points in front over Blackburn with 15 minutes gone, so the Burners might have left it too late though.
So, umpire to throw it up. Here's Henderson again. The ball knocked down, but it's the Boronia, it's the Basin side that take possession of the football, but it's still there. Picked up there by White. He's been pretty good, White. Taking the ground. Another stoppage.
The one thing they've been able to stop Boronia is the fact that the Basin are not getting an easy ball to run out of their back line.
No, they're winning some hit-outs, but it's the clearance that's the problem. There's Henderson again knocking it over the back, but again, they don't get a clean clearance. It's on the ground and it'll be wrapped up again.
St Kilda beat Gold Coast by 9 points. My multi's still alive.
I'm happy for you, Ben.
Thanks, mate. You want to be if this one gets up.
They won't win next week. They're playing Geelong as the ball goes to ground. Handball comes out for the Basin. Cripps got hit very, in fact, was Halo got hit very heavily there, and then he comes back and makes a good, solid tackle.
So, well, there's going to be some sore boys come out of this game this afternoon. Both sides have each hit each other with the kitchen sink here.
Well, that was gutsy by Halo because he got absolutely smashed, and then he got up and made the tackle.
Donvale by 10 points over Scoresby, 6-13-49 to Scoresby 5-9-39. Warrandyte by 10 goals over Glen Waverley, and Waverley Blues by 26 over East Burwood.
So, Boronia player coming off with a bit of blood. We'll just get the boys to tell us who that is. Jared?
Yeah, it's Francis Duke coming off with the blood streaming from the nose.
So we'll keep an eye on him as the ball goes. It's knocked down and the Basin get it out of defence. But the way it's been going in the last few minutes, Lake almost took the mark. Goes to ground. It's probably going to come back. You can see that they're a lot more urgent. Bolton, quick handball to Godwin. He gets on the outside, but in fact he's run out of room and it's out, but the intent was there.
Coldstream targeting 300 points there. 37-22, 244 at the moment. 222 point leaders.
My word. And it goes. McAlpine gets to the front spot, knocks it down, but it's taken by Cripps for the Basin. Ball on the ground, diving on it there was G. I think he hurt himself. Looked like in fact he has. He's hurt his shoulder, so he'll be coming off just for a break. He looks a bit, in fact it might be an ankle. Sure, he's holding his shoulder. There's the ball goes, and lucky I'm not a doctor, as the ball goes down. Hurried forward by Lake. Diving in there and taking the mark. Beautiful mark too it was by White. He's been good, as we said before. Now, this is the kick. This is the one inside 50. Kicking to the hot spot to try and get a mark. And that's not going. Ryan Henderson is there. Oh, it's taken. I think it's Godwin. Let's just see when he gets up. Is it Jake Godwin?
He's been prominent this quarter.
Called it spot on, Besto.
So Godwin, a beautiful mark there. He had a bit to do too. He sort of came in behind Henderson, and then that's a beautiful mark.
He's lifted his work rate, Godwin, in this quarter. He's really working hard backwards, going back and forward.
Croydon up by 25 points over Mitcham.
Yeah, he didn't have a great day last week, Jake Godwin, but he's a decent player. He spent a bit of time on Box Hills, I think under 19 list a few years ago. Here he comes.
Nice.
Beautiful kick. And that's really just reward for Boronia because they've had the better of the play in the 10 or so minutes we've had in this quarter, and they get one back. Still a bit to do, but it's a 25-point margin. 8-5-53 plays 4-4-28 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
In this game, there's going to be always ebbs and flows. Sometimes a side can dominate for a half, but then when you get your chance, you've got to take it because you may not get another one throughout the day.
So, margin is back to 25 points. There's still a sniff. As the umpire starts it again now. Who's going to be the big fly? Ratton that time for the Bears. They'll be looking for the answer. An inside-out kick up towards the half-forward line. Sees Wright chase after Adams. So Patch sees it over. The two bald Nuggets go to battle, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
7 minutes to go at East Ringwood. They lead by 2 points.
Great game. We knew that was going to be a close one. To see the Roos are alive, aren't they? That's for sure. As the umpire throws it in, worked his way to the front really well then. That time was Braden Wright. Got the double palm down. Picked up that time there by Halo. Got it away to Adams, who gave it to Ratton, whose little handball's been intercepted. Now here's a go for the Hawks. The kick goes up towards the wing position. They've got to hit the targets.
That's better.
Going for the 1-2. Here's wide over the top. Here's a go. It's in the arms now of Collins. Collins kicks it towards Henderson. Over the back. Godwin was there. Great spoil that time there by Thompson. That was sensational. Scooped upon on nicely by, I think it was Roberts, and he kicked it out, and it goes towards the boundary line, but we've heard a whistle. It's coming back, and it's going to go the way of Boronia, I believe. Is it? Or no?
I'm thinking that the only thing I could see there was incorrect disposal, but...
Well, I'm trying to work
Let's
this
have a
one
look
out.
here. No, we couldn't see it on the replay.
Didn't look to be much in it, but...
Watson, be handy if he kicks this goal.
Kicked a nice one in the second
Yeah,
quarter.
he did.
Certainly, it was off the play. It was always going to be a Boronia free kick because you just don't chase after the ball and give it back to the opposition. So Watson comes in now. He spears at it and he pushed it to the left-hand side.
Banksy didn't like that one.
Oh, he had to do a scoot, didn't he? As it goes through for a
Scooted
minus
well, though.
13 minutes.
One of the better pieces of scooting of the day.
13 minutes gone here in the Premiership quarter, as they call it.
What, do you want me to get you as all a Vespa?
I was going to say, can we get a sponsor for Scooter of the Day?
We can try.
Davidson to bring it back in for the Basin. Jake Godwin's made quite a difference too. He's pushed forward in this half and he's been quite prominent.
26 points is the margin. Just
So the ball goes inside 50. Hannon was there, but it went straight over the top of his head, just a bit overcooked, and Lockie Cripps with an easy mark, running around, almost got himself into a bit of trouble. Gives it back to Adams. Adams kicks down the line, looking for a target, but the only target he finds is Dower.
They've got to make them pay here.
Dower goes in board. Nice kick here. Here, a little chip into the middle of the ground. They've got to score here, surely. A long kick forward. It should be touched on the line. It wasn't a great effort, to be honest. Godwin was in the goal square, but he was never going to get near that, and it's been put through for a minus score. Not a great option. It's 54 plays 29 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, we keep saying it, and I'm going to say it again. They've got to score more than just a goal in this period of play, Rash, because we know the Basin's first half performance. I'm pretty sure they're going to have a period of dominance themselves, and Boronia, they need to get a lot closer than this at three-quarter time.
Well, they're doing a good job of trying to get rid of the football as Breton goes out towards the wing. Underneath at that time was Henry. Henry with the 1970s tash goes in towards the middle of the ground where Hannon just had time. Double backed and then kicked the ball up towards the half forward line. Little knock down there by Malice. Handball over the top. Here's a go for Robertson. You've got to kick the goal, Robertson. And Robertson does kick the goal. So the Hawks, they've been peppering, haven't they? And they've got the goal that they were after. They need another one or two because they have dominated the play in this third term. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 13 make that 14 and a half minutes gone in this third term. They narrowed the margin back, and it's only 3 goals the difference.
Who was the crummer there? Because the guy, whoever got the goal assist there, that was brilliant crumbing. Just burst through the pack, got a bit of space, Brash, and then laid it off for his teammate directly in front of goal.
Yeah, it was good. I think it might have been Malice, I think.
Yeah, well, like we said, that's the goal they needed. They probably still need a couple more to put real pressure on the Basin, but they'll be feeling it.
Well, it's back to a 3-goal game, which is looking a little bit manageable as the umpire throws it up. Up they go. Might have been knocked down there by Roberts into the contest again. Whatever Matt Clark said to his Boronia troops at half-time has certainly worked. They've been a lot tougher. They've been better around the contest, and they have turned this game around. There's the ball up again. It goes right over the back. Lockie Cripps. In fact, it was Hallow, sorry. Now it's in the hands of Adams. Adams goes out wide. They can't afford to concede one, though, otherwise all the good work will be undone. Lockie Cripps paddles it to himself, gets it back. Cripps puts it towards the goal, and he's put it through.
That's
a definite contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
So far.
Lockie Cripps, fantastic stuff. Just paddled it to his own advantage. A couple of Boronia players there and just picked it up, and that's an opportunist goal. He puts it through on the left foot, and that undoes some of the good work, but it's back to a 24-point margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
A couple of round-and-round scores, Brash. Surrey Park have lost to Forest Hill 15-14, 104 to 8-15, 63. So big win for the Zebras, and South Corrigan have won by 43 points over Oval as well.
Yeah, look, they're the things that hurt you the most. You've worked your backside off to get yourself back in the contest, and then that happens.
Well, it's about time people started taking notice of the Zebras as well. The teams in green are doing all right this year. The umpire...
Berwick 115 to 47, leaders over North Ringwood, so a bit of a percentage booster for the Wickers.
certainly holding their own in this best competition in the land as it comes out towards Bolton, who got nicely met there by Edwards. Heart in the mouth stuff for Brett Beston as it comes over towards Boavita, who just danced around in the end. Boavita, he won't go for goal. He'll do the team thing. He speared it in. He couldn't quite hit the target there. Scooping upon it there was Lake, who's just been wrapped up nicely by Battersby. Umpire said it was okay. Around the ground scores.
Bayswater have got their first win for the year, 17-6, 108, defeating Upper Gully 11-6, 72. And 23 minutes gone, East Ringwood 8-9, 57, Mooroolbark 8-7, 55. Deadline Davis out there for us.
Oh, the catfish. Fantastic stuff. Basie, another team in green, winning as it comes up now. Mooroolbark could finish it off for us. As it comes in, Edwards just pushed off the football that time by Henry. Little kick off the ground, goes out of that danger zone. That works out okay for them.
Got to go.
Dylan Dower.
Too slow.
Yep.
Dylan Dower kicks it up the wing position.
Oh, he got away with it.
Straight in front was Ben Robertson, who just kicked the last goal for Boronia and now poked it up towards the half-forward line, looking for Rutherford, who got the handball away, but he threw it. And nicely done by Michael Thompson, who's been very serviceable today for the Bears across the half-back line. Kicks the ball out wide, and that was good play because Cripps was there, who wants to choose to use the wing position as he found a target in Battersby. Inside forward 50 or thereabouts it goes. The ball hits the deck. They're under a fair old bit of pressure there. White brought to ground in a fantastic Connor Edwards tackle, and we'll have a ball up 55 metres out.
Battersby's been quite good today. Another one, you probably haven't seen him do the flashy stuff, but he's had his hands on the footy a lot and given them plenty of drive off a half-forward flank wing.
Both rucks left it. This time it was G. G goes towards the top of the goal square. Ratton was underneath it. Who's going to be the player to stand up and take charge here? And it was good there by Boronia, kicking it out of that defensive zone. But I tell you what, hasn't Patch Josh Adams come into this game since the quarter time? Handball over the top. They go forward. Hello goes Goldwood. Has it got the legs? No, it doesn't. It just held up in the end and just straight down the throat of Harry Burgess, who had to wait a long time for that to hit his chest. As it comes out, Mills created the spoil, and Mills has given away a free kick, which is very, very harsh. Looked okay to me, if you ask me, as it came out now. Nicely done by McAlpine. Got the handball away in the middle of the ground. The umpire blew the whistle to pay the mark to Edwards before he actually took it, but then called play on. Little handball out. Now here's a chance, double backing. That time there was Hare. Got around on the left boot, kicked it up towards the half-forward line. Ball hits, goes over the back. They've just got to knock it on a little bit. Here's Godwin. Godwin's kicked one. He's a little bit indecisive. Handball's over the top. Henderson's got to kick this. Henderson does kick this. No, he doesn't. He pushed it to the left. I cannot believe it. He just poked at it in the end, and that is unforgivable.
Out of all the options to give it off there, why did he give it to the biggest bloke on the ground? Give it to the little fellas running into goal. But I think it might have been Watson before he crumbed the earlier goal, because his little knock on there off the shin was genius there, Brash. They had all the numbers, and he didn't try to grab with his hands, just pushed it forward as BWS
anyway,
called.
Davidson drives the ball up towards the wing position. As it comes up now towards the half-forward line. Little knock away there by Bolton. Over she goes and out.
Noble Park have won 13-17 to Norwood 9-8, and Baldwin have won 15-12 to Blackburn's 9-11. So the Bulls 3-1, and Baldwin back to 2-2.
And Premier Vision just tightens up again.
And East Ringwood 3 minutes to go, still lead by 2 points.
Old mate Leslie, you'll be enjoying that one. Applied to bring it back in. Roberts goes up against Henderson. Roberts used his shoulder to get that one away and did all right. Old mate with the dart just couldn't quite trap it. It goes over the boundary line and out. So it's been a pretty exciting quarter, this one. 20 minutes gone. We're into time on. Brett Beston.
So, a little bit of rain on the radar as it gets a little darker here at Boronia, but hopefully we'll get through as the ball goes over the top. They need to get the next one, Boronia. They've had a good period, but they just haven't been able to close up a lot of ground on the scoreboard, and that's a great tackle. Or was it no, it's umpires who'd played on. Thought it might have been below the waist. Over there diving on it was Hare, but he couldn't take it. And there's a Boronia play gone down. That was Hello. He's been very, very good today.
Got to be best on.
Connor Edwards was good in the first half.
This guy's been everywhere.
Yeah, Connor Edwards gone out of the game a little bit, but Hello's been there. He chips it down the line. And is that out of bounds? No, it's still in over there.
Shane Davidson.
South Belgrave 11-14-80, trailed Ringwood 12-14-86.
Another game where 3/4 of the game's been played on the other side of the ground. So, just taking a bit of time here at the Basin. They're in no hurry. They lead by 23 points, and we're into time on in this third quarter.
Cripps.
So Cripps
What's going on here? It's a rush
Free
behind.
kick is, no, it wasn't a free kick in the end.
Rush behind there.
So, in the hands of Bolton.
East Ringwood win by 2 points.
Whoa!
Bolton's kick out towards Lake, and he's a bit lucky to find him in the end. So Lake takes the mark.
Better get out there too, mate.
It's the kick down the line, looking for a target. There's plenty of Basin players there. And that might be a push in the back on Burgess. The crowd calling for it now. It's Godwin, no room to work, but he gets it down the line, working in a bit of a phone box there as the ball is taken off half-back. And Basin send it forward. Up they go. Adams it was. No, in fact, it was Wright. Now the ball comes back inside. A little short kick into the middle of the ground. Now, what can they do now, the Basin? It's White.
Too slow.
Just taking too long to get it forward. He decides to go short. And the mark is taken, but they may have just taken a bit too long. And the Basin defence time to regroup. Now the ball chipped out wide. Now they get down the line. It's
Park
great mark. It was Right again.
Park Orchards win by 62 points. Told you 10 goals.
You're right.
Right. He's going to put it onto the boot. Sort of goes half pie short, trying to find a mark at centre half forward. Ball on the ground. They'll be happy with the stoppage though. The Boronia, when they get it too.
So that'll be 4 sides, 4 and 1 in Division 1. Croydon, East Ringwood, Park Orchards and Mooroolbark will all be 4 and 1.
Who will be on top?
You'd suggest East Ringwood, given they were second and they've just beaten first.
And so here's the ball in the hands of Cripps. In fact, it's Hallow who gets it forward out towards the wing. Can they keep it in over there? Chasing it was Edwards. It's Connor Edwards. Was good in the first quarter, but he has gone out of the game a bit in this second half. Little short kick forward, finds Lynch. Lynch onto the right boot, goes down the line. 24-point margin, so it's still a four goal margin for all the endeavour that Boronia have shown. Taken by Bolton over there, but he gets dispossessed. Probably a bit lucky not to be caught for holding the ball.
The Basin have just sort of slowed the tempo down a little bit over the last 5 minutes.
By throws it up, snap inside forward, 50 by Boland. Bouncing football over the boundary line and out. And underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 61-37, 4 goals is the margin. Good crowd out here at Tormore Reserve on EFNL game day.
Yes, looks like the Boronia stand over there.
There's a good mixture of both over there, but under the gazebo, absolutely brash. As it comes in now, Bolton just tried to barge his way out of it, got the handball away, and the kick scrambles up towards the direction of Collins, who was in the front spot, who knocked it back over the top of his head, but that was chopped off. Little handball this time there by Scott. It goes in the way now of his teammate Brown inside 50, and he hits up Connor Edwards.
Vermont 13-10-88 lead Doncaster 6-4-40 at three-quarter time.
Game over.
So Connor Edwards, who's going to kick it. Pretty tough angle. Right on the, he'll be right on the 50 and right on the corner of the arc.
Yeah, this is not an easy kick either, BWS.
Certainly not. It's gotten pretty dark out here as well. There's 25 metres to boot as well.
What? Someone's got to have said something here.
I'm not too sure what's gone on there. I'm intrigued. It might have been mouthing off. It's almost like it came from over the fence as well, to be honest. It's a weird one, but they certainly loved it when they got paid it. So there was obviously talk been going on out there. So it's a pretty stingy 25 if you ask me as well. So it comes in now. Edwards leans over it and just goes bang, out of bounds on the full. And got the Bronx cheers of the century from the Boronia guys before.
I was trying to get down. I thought it had gone through.
As they say in the classics, there's some poetic justice in all that.
So Burgess brings a terrible kick by Burgess, and it's been cut off by Lynch, and that is a disaster. They get a let off, and then 30 seconds later they say, "Merry Christmas, have this." That is a shocking kick.
It's almost like the Grinch stole Christmas, isn't it?
Matt Clark will be tearing his hair out. So you expect Lynch to get this. It's a pretty easy kick, but nothing's ever... I tell you what, boys, the lighting on the scoreboard, it's as bright as a beacon. It really must be getting quite dark out there. Here's Lynch's kick. Should put it through. And he has. Yep, umpire had a look, but he's not really moved. And the Basin get it one right on the three-quarter time. 26 minutes played in this third quarter, and then as a killer blow, takes the margin out to 30 points.
Unfortunately, all that work that Boronia have done...
It's like a quarter loss now,
isn't
it?
Yeah.
Minimal final scores coming around the grounds.
Not just flowing in, but I think Jared Beadland's got something down on the boundary line.
Yeah, you guys have been saying how dark it's getting. I think we're expecting some rain in the final quarter. That's why it looks like it's threatening to completely open up right now.
Reel some of those final scores off again, Matt.
Okay, so Premier Division South Croydon are the winners there by 43 points. Baldwin got a similar victory over Blackburn. Noble Park winners over Norwood by 33. As the Basin faithful getting right into this one. Berwick look like they're going to cruise to a 10-goal win over North Ringwood, and Vermont a similar margin at three-quarter time over Doncaster. So a really, really even ladder. No team is undefeated anymore in Premier Division.
Sensational stuff, and a quarter that went the way of Boronia for most of it, but they just couldn't put the damage on the scoreboard, and good sides know how to counteract that, and that's exactly what the Basin did and made it level pegging for the term. And at three-quarter time out here at Tormore Reserve on EFNL game day, it is the Basin leading by 30 points, 67 to 37. There's only one more quarter to go, and we'll be back to bring you all that action and give you all those final scores from around the EFNL right after this.
Only 19.
Thank you, guys. 4 minutes again.
And on clearances and can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or for some people, showtime, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $255 a year on water and energy bills. Save the performance for the stage. Shower shorter. Save water.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
You've all been to funerals of family members or friends, right? Do you start thinking about what you would want at your funeral? It's a bit like when you go to a wedding. At what stage do you start planning?
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Eastland, we believe one day isn't enough to celebrate all that our beautiful mums do. That's why we're celebrating Happy Mother's Days, the festival of love she deserves. From dining to fashion, homewares or a pampering session, Eastland has all your favourite brands ready to spoil mum. And if you need inspiration, check out our online gift guides. Spend $250 and you'll go in the running to win a $50 Eastland gift card till May 8th. T's and C's apply. Find out more at eastland.com.au. Eastland, live real.
60 seconds away, guys.
Bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He's circled back. Yes!
That beat Donny
Straight into
East.
his pie hole.
10 seconds.
Boys,
You going, Ben?
for all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland, proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland, live real.
Let's head back and go local.
Mike's on.
Back out at Tormore Reserve, about to get underway with the final term, and it's the Basin leading this one by a comfortable margin in the end, and it's a 29-point margin on the scoreboard. We've got it as 30 points, and they're still out at their respective huddles at three-quarter time. Wayne Brasher, is there a sniff for the Hawks to get up in this one?
Need the opening 2 goals to try and put some perceived pressure on the Basin here, Boronia. But I think the Basin backline has been superb all afternoon, especially that half backline led by Shane Davidson.
Very good. As we let's hear some of those around the ground final scores that have been coming through.
Absolutely. Let's start in Premier Division. South Croydon 108 defeated Rowville 65 to go 3-1, leaving the Hawks 1-2 after 3 games. Noble Park, no Cole Martin, no worries for them. 95 defeating Norwood 62. The Bulls 3-1. Norwood now 2-1 after having the bye. Berwick 2 on the chop for the Wickers, 115, knocked off North Ringwood by 50 points. And Vermont lead at the moment 88-40 over Doncaster at three-quarter time, meaning they'll likely go 3-1 as well. Whilst Baldwin are back on the winners list, they're 2-2, as are the Burners. Baldwin won 102-65. Division 1, the scores that we've got coming in: Wanturna South 2-2, 2 on the row there, won 114-50. East Ringwood won by 2 points over Rubach. The Mustangs suffered their first loss of the year, 57-55 in a tight one, and Park Orchards won by 62 points over Montrose, 124-62. Down to Jared Beanland, who's with Justin Stanton.
All right, guys, I've got Justin Stanton, coach of the Basin. What were you happy with from the third quarter? Obviously, they threw a lot at you, but you guys withstood that.
Yeah, look, I was really proud. We spoke at half-time about how they were going to come out, being such a strong, dominant team that they've been for a number of years. Said to the boys, they're going to throw absolutely everything at you, and they did. But we managed just to hold strong, showed some really good composure and resilience. And then that latter part of that third quarter, you can see we got back on top again and we started winning the midfield clearances, and we took our opportunities up forward. So that was a really pleasing aspect.
And what's the focus going to be for the final quarter?
Look, we've got our foot on their throats now. So our focus is we've got a 4 or 5 goal lead. Yep. Our plan is now is to run them into the ground in this last quarter.
Oh. Okay, good luck with that.
Very good stuff.
Vicious statement, Vicious statement. I love that. Ruthless, brats. Ruthless. Other scores before this ball up. Mulgrave won 104-49 over Knox, so a big win for Mulgrave. Heathmont another big win as well, 119 to Templestowe's 33. So Heathmont 3-2 now. Mulgrave 2-3. Knox 1-4. Templestowe winless. And Division 4, the only confirmed score. No confirmed scores in Division 3 for full time. Confirmed score: Forest Hill 3-1. The Zebras gone under the radar a bit. They've won by 30 points over Surrey Park. So those two sides both 3-1. Coldstream will have a win, we just don't know by how much.
Yeah, get your act together, Division 4 teams. We'd like to know the score as the siren sounds to announce the last term, and here's Brett Preston to take us away.
So what have Boronia got? Henderson gets the tap, knocked down there, but it's taken by Hallow, who lost it. And that'll be a ball up, you would think.
Andrew.
Let's cross down boundary side to Ryan Long, who was at the Boronia huddle.
Yeah, just quickly, Matt Clark was much more happy with that quarter. Much more, the pressure, intensity was there. Just needed to get on the scoreboard. Yeah, very keen to take the game on, and they're looking forward to it.
Are they confident?
They are. They're pretty up and about, so expect them to come out quickly.
So Hannon got thrown to ground there by Boavita, but the umpire said no, free kick. They've just got to take the game on now, Boronia. They've got no choices. Hallow puts it onto the boot, tries to get it forward. It's a scrubby old kick. Cardamone goes in there and dives on it. Ball comes out, and it's all. In fact, it's gone back to Cardamone, but it's Boavita who snaps it onto the boot. It goes straight up in the air, and they need to get it through, and they do. I think it was Bolton who came back and slammed it through. And the first score of the final quarter is a behind, and making it we think it's a 30-point margin. Look like our scoreboard is synced with the ground clock.
Sorry, the other round scores. Besto Upper Gully lost by 36 points to Bayswater. Bayswater getting their first win. So the only score waiting on Division 2 is Croydon and Mitcham. I'll get my sources onto it, guys.
Thank you, Matty. It looks like a free kick for Boronia, but there's a terrible kick and it's been smothered. So Boronia just being their own worst enemy with some poor kicking. That's almost a free kick. Basin player hauled out of the way on the ground. Diving up there was Hannon. And it's all a bit untidy.
Croydon have one.
So long ball down the ground. Here they come again now. This is an opportunity for Rutherford. He wheels around. Watson it is, sorry. Wheels around to the left foot. Tries to hit a target, and he does. And that's Collins. Here's the kick inside.
Oh, it's like he spotted him up.
50, and it's gone straight to Adams. That is a terrible kick, and Basin will rebound.
Adams goes out towards the Bolvita direction, played it out in front of himself, and now he goes after it again on the right boot, kicks it up towards the half-forward line, couldn't quite spot up the target, but they do have the time here, and it goes for the old 1-3 on the right boot into the forward pocket, goes towards his teammate there in Ratton, still alive, boots out towards the Jackson area for Boronia. Thought I heard a whistle, but the umpire said play on, little handball over the top there, that time by Dower. He was put under a fair old bit of pressure. G got the handball away, backwards to go forwards. They'll go now through Cripps in towards the middle of the ground. They squared things up. Here's Davidson on the right boot, kicks it out further wide, and now they'll go inside forward 50, this time by Brett, and into the forward pocket where Michael Cardamone just sat and took it, and he was hoping for 25. I don't think it matters because he's got the skill set to put this one through and put a nail in the coffin.
The Boronia look like they've just got no legs, Brash. The Basin toy with them there, that was some of the best footy they've played all day. Their pressure's been the thing that's got them here, but that was some nice football.
So Cardamone, who kicked a goal in the second, down this end towards the Boronia Road end of the ground.
Did he?
And he will have a shot, which is an important kick in the context of this game. He goes goalward and he sends it straight over Banksy's head for the two-finger salute. That's 2 goals on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard to Michael Cardamone and out to a 6-goal margin, and that means that it's game over, Wayne Brusher.
It is, and the thing is, though, one of that piece of play with Boavita there, he kept his feet right and used his experience there, even though and that was why they got that inside 50. And once again, the Basin with more clean disposal and lot more purpose.
GWS have beaten Essendon by 2 points, 107 to 105, and the Basin faithful, they want to jump in for the last quarter.
So Boronia slam it forward through head, and they get the quick handball inside. Here's an opportunity. They need one desperately. White, he's been one of Boronia's better players, but he's missed. And the opportunity goes begging, so the margin now is 35. And it's hard to see Boronia coming back from here. They've given it a tilt, but they really had their opportunity in that last quarter, and it's gone begging. So Davidson with the ball, and no hurry to get it back into play. Just taking his time. They don't have to worry, the Basin. This one is in their hands. Nice little kick. Now the ball sent forward. Who can get on the end of this? Up they fly. Bouncing around there, that's Adams trying to go on and take it, but he couldn't quite get his hands on it. Now it's Godwin. Godwin gets a handball out. The kick is smothered, and it's going to fall for the Basin. That's Trevor Mills who gets the handball forward, and this is disaster as the ball goes inside 50. Running back there trying to get his hands on it was Lake, and he just escorts it over the boundary, but that was almost disaster for Boronia, the smother. And suddenly it was a one-on-one, but Lake managed to get back. And
that was the game in a microcosm there. The Boronia boys too slow. Basin pressure caused the turnover, and then they burnt him with speed. That's just the game in that little passage there.
Couldn't have put it any better.
So umpire to throw it in. You can just see the Basin. They've just looked the hungrier side, the quicker side. Everything has gone their way today. They head out there from the Basin. It's very close to the boundary line. What does the umpire say? We'll throw it in. So, some tight-looking Boronia players, hands on hips now. I think they're pretty much resigned to their fate.
Bit of work for Matty Clark to do now. 2 on the trot, 2 losses on the trot at home for Boronia. Back to the drawing board, I think.
Well, at least last week's one was relatively close, Brash, but this has been a subject to some late goals, a bit of a thumping, or either way, it's been a pretty comprehensive win to the Basin as the ball goes to ground once again. And getting... Sorry?
They could almost play bruise-free football here, the Basin.
I don't think it's their style, mate.
That's the problem. It's not.
So, Ryan Henderson gets the tap, bouncing around like a ping-pong ball. Trying to get his hands on it there was the Basin player number 9, Brown.
It was Halo.
Halo it was. Now it's in the hands of Lake. Lake looks around and sends a rather hopeful ball down the line, trying to find a target, and he does. Lachlan Watson pivots around, goes for a couple of bounces. He needs to get it. He's at bounce number 3, but he's got to get a kick inside 50 and get a mark. That's the key thing. But he goes down the line. Terrible kick. And is easily spoiled across there. They might still get it back, Boronia, but some of their option taking is really poor. And that's a nice kick inside, and the mark taken by Adams, and the Basin will rebound. Now they go out towards in fact, the smother, and the ball's gone out of bounds. So good defence by Boronia. Forward defence, that is, but it's not going to do them much good.
Sylvan have got up by 210 points over Nunawading.
Okay. Just another day at the office for Sylvan.
Back on the winners list, mate.
Yeah.
So just taking a bit of time as the umpire finally sends it in. Ball going to ground, picked up there by Davidson, gets a handball out and bouncing around for Lynch. Lynch has knocked it away, goes in and gets it again. Now the ball with the kick down the line, bouncing towards the sideline over there, and taken possession was G, and he's taken out of bounds. So he's throwing on the far side. We've got a 35-point margin, and we've played about 7.5 minutes in this quarter.
You almost think in Division 4 sometimes, Matt, they should have the mercy rule, shouldn't you?
Give it to them at halfway, you reckon?
Yeah.
I'm going to take this Ringwood South Belgrave score as gospel because it's 5 o'clock and it hasn't been updated in a while. So I'm going to say Ringwood have won 12-14 to 11-14, which will be South Belgrave's third loss in a row.
Ooh. Problems at South Belgrave. Socket forward there by Watson towards the boundary line. It's still in. He goes and dives on it. Watson trying desperately to spark his side, but it's in the hands now of Cripps. Cries of holding the ball over there, and I think it's been paid. He looks a bit forlorn, Cripps. I think he thinks he was a bit unlucky. There's the kick inside. It's a shocking kick, and it's been cut off easily there. And that really sums up the day as Bowling gets a kick right across half-back. And that is going to go out of bounds, I think. Boavita got wrong like a leg spinner, spun away from him there. The handball inside from Godwin. They just look so rushed, though. Bolton gets a handball forward to no one in particular, but it might work out for them. A little short one over the top. Godwin fires it towards the full forward spot, and the mark is taken, and they'll finally get an opportunity to get a goal on the board. But it was all very untidy. Just a lot of fumbling, and in the end, just a bit of a fortunate kick as we go. Boundary side.
I don't know if Brash can tell us, but was that Boronia's first mark inside 50?
Yeah, for the quarter.
Oh, not just for the game?
No, I think
definitely got some for the game.
Okay.
I reckon they've had about 10, Jared.
Okay.
So they have been few and far between, though, in fairness. Jaden Collins sends it home. So a little bit of a consolation.
But I can understand why you would ask that question, because there hasn't really been too many marks taken by the by the forward 50s of Boronia.
No, so back to a 29-point game.
I think we, when we finish today, I think once again we need to have another look at the Basin, because 5 and zip now.
Yeah, Brash, I can hear. Everyone's telling me every day.
I wasn't.
I'm kidding, mate. I'm kidding.
They certainly look the real deal, that's for sure.
So the umpire throws it up. Roberts, right, flick over the back, went down the throat of Malice up towards the half-forward line. Little kick off the ground, went back in towards the centre. Scooped upon by Boavita on the right boot, a floater inside forward 50. But Tyson Henry was there to take the mark and wind around on the left and kicked it out towards the Bolton direction. So Jess takes it off and kicks down the line, where Dower gave it back to Bolton, who had a little fumble, but they've straightened up and up towards centre half-forward they go. Having a pretty good go at the Sportsco Player of the Day here is the Hawks as they drive the ball inside forward 50. This is the quickest way home is to go straight, snap around the body by Robertson, who gets a bit of curl and it stays alive too. And getting underneath it was Jackson to take the mark. In fact, it's not, it's Ryan White, and he will have a ping from the left forward pocket. You expect him to run around and snap this one through. He's only about 10 or so metres out from goal.
No chance of the Boonana here, BWS?
No, well, he's going to snap it. He's on the right side for a right footer to kick it straight into the pine. He nearly knocked the post out of the ground.
And bloody connected with that, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. 1 point is the result. 11 minutes gone here in the final term. And it is Boronia trailing 45 to 73. And it's a 28-point margin as the balls look to be brought back in. Screaming for some options. Making his way into the play there was Brown. Kicked over the top of his head towards the Hallow direction, right near the Boronia dugout, and knocked over the boundary line and out by Malice.
I almost think that the result here flatters Boronia, the losing margin, because the Basin have been on top for most of the afternoon.
I think the Basin aren't really going to pummel teams just the way they play, because they don't really have that like power forward that can kick a bag of 10. That's probably the only thing.
Adams got it to Cripps and they were sort of off there as kicked out towards the Edwards direction. Had plenty of time. Just made it look really easy in the end, didn't he? As he spun around on the right boot, kicks the ball inside forward 50. The target was out there in Boland. It's just going to sit up for him. It's as easy as you like to kick a point. So through it goes. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. That's number 8 now for the Basin. 11-8-74 to 6-9-45. 12 minutes tick over in the final term.
But just the way they moved that ball, once again, the Basin, Boronia would have loved to have lots of plays like that this afternoon.
So Boronia bring it back in. Bolton goes long to a mark. Good mark taken there too by Burgess, I think it was. Now Burgess goes down the line. And this is better from the Boronia side, but they've got so much to do. They've got so little time to do it as well. A little short kick in there, mark nicely taken by Collins.
He's done pretty well, Collins.
Collins has played all right. Little left foot Chisley goes for. This is better. They put 4 good marks together, and they've got a chance with Hare, I think it is, to go inside 50. There's the kick forward, but can they get the mark? Yes, they can. Godwin it is, who runs across and takes a mark, and will go back and line up for what should be a kickable opportunity.
Round the ground scores.
Yeah, going to take these, as I said, going to take these as gospel. They haven't been updated in a while. So Waverley Blues, we think, have won by 25 points over East Burwood to give East Burwood their first loss. Donvale have defeated Scoresby 49-39, and Warrandyte have won by 60 points against Glen Waverley.
Godwin's kick, it's beautifully struck, and no, in fact it hasn't, it's missed. Thought it was going straight through the middle, but the goal umpire moving away, and so Godwin misses an opportunity. The margin is 28, and we've played 13 minutes in this final quarter.
And he's not the only culprit, Brett, this afternoon that's missed some very easy shots in front of goal.
All right, goal kicking practice, I think, on Tuesday night for the boys.
Oh, they don't do that anymore, mate.
Maybe they need to bring it back.
Thompson on the right boot, drives it out. Big fly by Edwards over the back. The Hawks have the numbers at ground level. Handball out to Hannon. Had to arch the back, and he did really well then. So another chance for the Hawks to drive the ball forward. The disposal once again letting them down, and it's off to the Bears. Kick out towards the wing position now. Linking up well there is Adams. Sold a little bit of candy. That was good play. Gave it back to Thompson, who looked back for Adams, who had to beat Collins at it, but it stays alive. Thompson's had 4 possessions from the last line of defence. Handballs it up now to Lynch. Lynch drives the ball very deep indeed, but it's been chopped off nicely there, and Hannon takes the mark across half-back. 4 final scores coming through.
Yeah, Coldstream have outdone Sylvan. They've won 278-22.
Coldstream and Sylvan?
No, they've outdone them.
Oh, yeah.
They've won. Coldstream have defeated Croydon North by 256 points, 278-22. And the updated score, of course, was Forest Hill won by 40 points over Surrey Park. No score from Kilsyth and Churnside.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Come on.
Lift your game. As it goes straight back down the throat of Burgess. That's a big margin. God, that's a big margin.
That'd be one of the biggest ever, wouldn't it?
I wonder if Rod Paisley can send us through a score there, Rod. If you're listening.
If he starts texting it, we might get it by Wednesday. If it comes on, Hannon dropped the football. Boavides are going to be advantage paid. No, it's not, because it didn't go anywhere near it. And back it will come. Or a free kick to the Bears.
The one stat I think Justin Stanton will be absolutely ecstatic with will be the tackle count in this encounter.
Kieran Roberts with absolutely the best do on the ground.
Gee, I wonder what I'd look like if I had one of them haircuts.
You probably look like Roberts as he comes in now from 50 metres. He gives it everything he's got right to the line, and Mills, who's made a contest of everything that's come his way today, has over for one behind.
There's an app for that, Brash. I think you can have a look.
I reckon it might suit me.
I'm not too sure. So Bolton to bring
You're
it
not
back
too far away right now, eh?
for Boronia. Finds Burgess. Oh dear. Burgess, a little short kick in bound, taken there by Godwin. Godwin spins around, gets it forward. They're getting a good linkage play going here, Boronia, but they just can't finish it off, and that's a terrible kick. And it's been stolen. Ball on the ground. Boronia appealing for a free kick. Nothing was there. Now it finally comes out. Diving on it there was the Basin player. Can't quite see who that is, but and before it's Edwards, Thomas Edwards.
There's another
Tyson.
game.
Tyson Edwards, sorry.
Thomas Edwards.
Sorry.
Tyson Edwards played 200 games for Adelaide.
I'm sure it's Thomas. Unless I know my eyes.
He's a good pickup.
There is a Tyson on the team though, isn't there?
Yeah, Tyson Henry.
Oh yeah.
Close. Last time I
Thanks,
listened to you, BWS, you put me crook as the ball is knocked forward by the Basin. On the ground, it comes out. Now, can they get it forward, Boronia, and try and make something happen? That's just a terrible kick, really, to nobody. And they'll rebound in the hands of number 11. That's Thompson, who's been very good today. Now, it's on the deck again.
Tell you what, I'm impressed with the Boronia lighting. There's a lot of lux there.
So
that's very nice, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's the best conditions you could ever see for all day, Brett.
Well, apparently there's a women's game on after this, so that's going to be very interesting. But the ball is kicked into a plain out socket off the ground. It's just getting very untidy towards the back end of this game, losing its structure. Going in there was Boland, and it's on the ground and taking it away. And out of the contest there was Hannon, but he went without it in the end. Picked up there by White. Screams of holding the ball, but there'll be nothing doing there.
Well, they had a women's game at Coldstream after the main game. I think the final score was 1 point to a 0.
2-0. That ground's too big for men's footy, let alone women's.
It may not be the lighting that's a problem, but if this rain arrives, it's going to be pretty unpleasant later. So another ball up. And Basin will be more than happy with their work today. They lead by, just quick maths from me, 29 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Going without it, and there was Hallow. He's been one of the best for the Basin. He'll be contender for the play of the best on ground today. Gives it to the umpire. 18 minutes played, 75 plays 46, up it goes. There's the head out from the big man Wright.
I think I'd be giving number 19 best on the ground today, Nick Halo from the Basin.
Yeah, he's been terrific, hasn't he?
He's been in everything.
Yeah, like Boavita's game too, but he's sort of been a bit in and out.
Neverland Store player of the day.
So there is the man that we were talking about. Hallow gets a funny old kick forward, and in fact it's out of bounds.
Boavita's been good, but it's usually hard to win best on from a half-forward, flank-forward pocket, isn't
exactly, it? As I say, he's been good in patches, but he's sort of drifted in and out of the game. But so umpire to throw it in again.
So, old mate just giving some advice from the sidelines.
He's on the solos though, which is interesting.
He's
just here to our left.
Is there a hippie in the pocket? A hip flask?
Well, there might be. They're absolutely all. They're all loving it.
Big pocket if he's got a hippie in there.
You know all the tricks of the trade, BWS, don't you?
Been there, done that. Comes in and now is Ratton with the big fly there. Has brought to ground by Hannon. Boland was going nowhere. And ball it up. And sharp pitches coming through on the monitor from EFNL Media. Leroy Green, the best in the business, comes out now, trying to break free. It's Jaden G. And hello to Lee's lovely wife Kate, who will be listening no doubt. I just throw the ball up now. Right, knocked it down. Hannon, boot to ball. Up and under kick, goes in towards the middle now. It was nicely done that time there by Brown. It was Scott. Oh, great tackle, great pressure there. They've kept the ball alive somehow. Collins, boot to ball. Can it wrong in its way back through? And it can't. And Rutherford, who's been well held today, after kicking a bag last week, 4 goals.
Boundary.
Been held goalless today as we cross down boundary side.
Yeah, it's been threatening all day, and now finally it's actually starting to rain.
Well, thank you very much.
Pink ball looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, the one thing the Boronia have not been able to do is capitalise on any of the Basin's mistakes in their back 50.
Kick goes forward, about 30 metres out. Here's Hallow, who just darts his way out of traffic. Well played. Got boot to ball, but straight down the throat of Hannon, who's going to go for a little bit of kick-to-kick style, as you would think. He might go for the 1-2. He just almost got it slammed down his throat in the end. Little up and under kick this time by White to the hot spot, but to no avail. But at ground level, Dower might be able to do something here. Right on his hammer on hands and knees was Davidson. The ball is going nowhere. We'll have another bounce, 35 metres out from the Hawk goal line. Trail this game by 28 points. Feels like the margin is more. It's been a weird old game, to be honest, to call. As Ball hits the deck and Redden brings down his opponent in Dylan Dower. Any more scores coming through?
Yeah, so I've pretty much got all the scores.
Let's go through some.
Okay, let's go. Premier Division. You can keep an eye on it for me, better and tell me when to stop. Premier Division, South Croydon 108 to Rowville 65, Noel Park 95 to Norwood 62, Berwick 115 to North Ringwood 65, Baldwin 102 to Blackburn 65, and the last update from Vermont was a 36-point lead at three-quarter time. Division 1, Montana South 114 to Lurdale 50, 2 in a row for the Devils. East Ringwood hung on by 2 points over Mooroolbark 57 to 55 at the Pouch. Park Orchard sent a message 124 to Montrose 62. Upper Gully 0-5, 72 lost to Bayswater 1-4, 108. Croydon defeated Mitcham by 25 points to go 4-1. Division 2, Mulgrave second win of the year 104 to 49. Heathmont defeated Templestowe 119 to 33 to jump into fourth spot ahead of South Belgrave, who lost 80 to 86 against Ringwood. And of course this game's still going on. Waverley Blues won by 25 points over East Burwood to give them their first loss of the year. Donvale defeated Scoresby by 10 points, 49 to 39. Warrandyte defeated Glen Waverley by 10 goals, 94 to 34. In Division 4, Forest Hill won over Surrey Park 103 to 63 to both go 3-1, and Coldstream won by 256 points over Croydon North Emlock, and Sylvan won by 210 points over Nuttawading, still waiting on Kilsyth and Chirnside Park.
Do we know how many Fridge get today?
No, we do not.
I'm guessing it's going to be a fair old number as well, as it comes out towards the Mills direction in the middle of the ground for the Bears. Spun on a Thrupp and then kicked it in, ball inside forward 50. Has Bolton given a nudge out there?
Got an update from Vermont.
Yeah, let's get it.
121 to 53.
There you go, Brash.
Yeah.
Feeling pretty good about yourself now, aren't you, old mate? So it comes in there, ball out there by Mallis into the middle. Here's the Hawks now. Bouncing football across, it goes to Jackson, who has time. Jackson on the right boot, kicks it up towards half forward, and he was looking for his teammate there in Collins, but just getting in the right spot at the right time was Davidson. And he's just happy to just suck up the clock. It's really slowed down out here. Michael Thompson, who is 100% in my votes, had a great game. Chipped the ball out wide. Hope your team won today if you've been out at the local football.
Mine did.
Been some great... well, my team didn't lose in the last 2 minutes today because they had the bye.
That's a bit different.
As it comes up to the half-forward line, Bolton again is doing everything he can to just to not give away a free kick. Look at this. Have a look at this by Connor Edwards. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. Tobin Brothers goal of the day coming up if it can get to the line. Mills again. He just knows how to read the play. Another sensational mark. He took it probably 10 centimetres off the ground in the end. A slips catch, if you like.
Oh, he's off now.
And he
See you later, Trev.
This way, that way. He's coughed it up, and it's going to be a goal anyway.
Power Vita.
Oh, geez, they made a meal of that, didn't they?
That's his third, I think, isn't it, Brash?
Yep.
It is indeed. Boavita gets his third goal, and on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it is out to 34 points. 81 plays 47.
Just making sure that umpire Banks makes sure his foot wasn't over the line there.
Banksy. You know who would love the arc if we had it? Banksy.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Sam Walsh, EFNL alumni, he loves the arc. If you ever watch him do the game,
what do you mean the arc? What do you mean?
The goal review system in the AFL. Sam Walsh goal umpired last week, and Essendon Carlton. The game went 30 minutes longer because of all his reviews.
I reckon I could have kicked that one from what on the line as the ball goes up again.
I don't know about that.
Take it out of the middle though for the Basin.
Touch and go.
Get it forward. Ball knocked down there. It was in the hands of Edwards. That's Edwards, of course, Connor. Edwards brothers. Connor's been terrific. He was good early. Went out of it for a little while, but he's come back into it late. Probably be in the votes today, you'd think, as the ball goes up. Knocked down by Henderson. On the ground. Not much that Bryony you can do now, except just put a couple of maybe late goals on the board. Funny old bounce to Dower. Gets it forward. Out towards the boundary line. Bouncing awkwardly over there for the Basin. They can't.
That's too easy.
Well, that's Brown. He just really should have never been able to get hold of that ball. Gets a ball inside to Edwards. Edwards goes down the line, and the whistle's gone.
Maybe, Matt, not the full scores, but maybe we'll just reel out the winners again across the board.
Winners: South Croydon, Noel Park, Berwick, Vermont, Baldwin. In Division 1, Montana South, East Ringwood, Park Orchards, Bayswater and Croydon. Division 2, Mulgrave, Heathmont, Ringwood, and we're assuming the Basin. Division 3, Waverley Blues, Donvale, Warrandyte and Frenchgate Whitehorse. No score, might be a night game. Division 4, Forest Hill, Coldstream, Sylvan and Kilsyth and Chirnside Park yet to give us a score.
Great stuff.
So just waiting for Battersby to have a line up a shot as the siren goes. We'll just watch and see what happens with this. It's all going to be academic. This will make it
going for the Malcolm Blight
40-point margin as he gets the big torp going.
We got onto that.
And I'll tell you what, he's hit it okay, but it's just off target. And it'll slip through for a minor score. So final score here, it's...
it was out of bounds on the floor.
Banksy wasn't interested.
And if Banksy's not interested...
So it's a 34-point victory. The Basin getting up out here at Tormore Reserve.
Major goal kickers today were Trevor Mills and Dean Boavida. They've had a great game, the Basin, and they remain undefeated, top of the table. It was a delayed game out here. We're going to wrap things up. Thank you to Bruce Prest from the Loft Productions, the best in the business, along with Leroy Green from LKLM Media, to Ryan Long, Jared Beanlin, Matt Fodia, Wayne Brasher, Brett Beston, and myself, Ben Warren Smith. We bid you adieu. Have a great night. Hope your team won. If they didn't, that's always next week.
Only 19 shots from 53 inside 50.
That's a wrap. Thank you for that, guys. Take care.
The seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland, proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland, live real.
Celebrate a season of stories at Eastland this autumn-winter and discover a style for any occasion and every member of your family. From romantic date nights to family outdoor adventures or a glamorous evening out on the town. Find your new season trend at over 350 of your favourite brands like MJ Bale, Rod & Gun, Maya and Uniqlo. Your new autumn-winter style is waiting at Eastland. Find out more at eastland.com.au. Eastland, live real.